It's always better than nothing, nothing at all. I believe she's never gone away. Hey y'all, long time no see. I'm a little early tonight. Everybody's doing well. It's always better than. All right, I had to get it started with. I have to always play some music to get in the mood. That's just me. That's my Venus and Libra, trying my Mars and Gemini. All right, let's see who we got in here. Let's We got Trey Sizzle. Hey Trey. Hey Tyrell. How you doing? Hey Josie. Hey Raina. We got Nurse Tara up in the house. Hey Tara, how you doing? We got Dr. Ken. We got a couple of Diggable Planets and moderators up in the house. Kat, what's up? Hey Shao 76. Spiritual lesson. That's what I'm talking about. I was just telling somebody today, I was like, I'm still not done learning my lessons. I think it's a lifelong thing for most of us. I think most of us are going to have to learn some lessons, throughout our whole lives. All I know is I'm tired. But a lot of my lessons I gotta learn is my own fault. That's all I got there. I gotta get out of my own way sometimes, you know what I mean? Hey Jane, how you doing? Hey Marco, let me set up this live stream before we get started. But again, I hope everybody is doing well. Let me just set up this live stream, get things started, get things cracking. Happy Libra season to everybody. Libra is one of my favorite signs. I rock hard with Libras. Throughout like my professional career, like in terms of jobs I've held, there's been like maybe three Libra coworkers that I was like real cool with, real like, yeah, like that's my homie. And they've really like there was one in particular, she really looked out for me one time because I was moving and I didn't have nobody to help me move. So her and her husband helped me move and she was just a coworker, so she didn't have to do it, but that was very kind of her. All right. Libra is that sign that, is always thinking about other people. It's one of the reasons why I like Libra. Let's see who else came in here. Hey, Ellie. Hey, Abu. Happy birthday to all the Libras. Okay. We want channel content. Okay, let me hit edit. As y'all can see, tonight's topic is about the Scorpio moon. All right, hold up. Didn't somebody pass away recently and it really crushed me? I'm trying to think of who that is. It was an older woman, I believe. All right, just 1 second, y'all. I know Flo from Alice died. That was like last week, I think, but it was somebody else too. Let me see if anybody knows who I'm talking about. Why can't I? My memory's getting bad, but it was somebody that passed away. I think it was this week, and I was kind of like, damn. All right, we gotta do the monetization, even though that doesn't matter much. All right, let me upload the thumbnail. I don't know about y'all, but I've been seeing an influx of AI generated videos on YouTube, and I'm not for it. I don't like it. And if you notice, a lot of the AI generated videos are dealing with stuff like history, boring history that you could fall asleep to. I'm like, what the hell is this? And they got me a couple of times until I was like, oh shoot, this is just some AI crap. But it's getting this AI stuff is getting bad. All right, we got that done. No, come on. All right, I just gotta wait for this to update. But let me see what y'all are saying. So have y'all noticed the AI generated channels? Ellie said the AI is getting creepy. They got me a couple of times. I'm getting old. Yeah, and something like the reels on Instagram, like that are AI. I'm not gonna lie, some of it I like. Like I like the ones where it looks like glass fruit and they're slicing it. It's like an ASMR AI generated video. I like those. And I like some other ones that are like dealing with like different dimensions and dreamscapes and stuff. Hey Salacious, how you doing? Hey Majestic Girl. Hey Jupiter. Hey Tuli. But some of this other stuff I'm not feeling. Especially when they bring people back from beyond, people back from the dead and act like they're, still alive and have them doing all this type of stuff. Like I saw one the other day and it was like Biggie and it was dealing with a Goodwill store and they had Biggie in there, they had Michael Jackson, Tupac, they had a number of dead celebrities and I was just like, wow. They even had John F. Kennedy and they had them like picking up clothes from a Goodwill bin talking about, oh yeah, I would wear this. I was like, what is the purpose of all this? And I think it's disrespectful to people who have passed on. All right, let me just make sure this is okay. Monetization. And I'm about to share an unpopular opinion before I get into tonight's topic. Hey, Sean Star. Hey, Mac. How you doing? Mac said, I've seen AI dogs driving away from the police. Are you serious? Josie said, yeah, the dead celebrities one creeps me out. Salacia says she loves black makeup. Wait a minute, who are we talking about? My memory getting bad. I'm like, who's Tilly Norwood? Jupiter said, I hate seeing the racist AI content. Imagine spending 200 a month to make offensive content. Hey, Dustin. I'm happy to be live. I'm happy to be alive because in this day and age, don't it seem like death is coming for people harder? Don't it seem like it's easier to die nowadays? Like, I feel like death is ramping up and I don't like it. Or maybe it's just because I'm getting older, but I'm just like, it seems like it's just becoming more abundant and I'm not here for it. Hey, Kenyatta, how you doing? But yeah, be careful out here, y'all. Shit is getting crazy. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I'm gonna share an unpopular opinion, and I might do a whole reading about this, but it was something I came to the realization about. And actually, let me pull up this Instagram post because it had to do with this. It's all started with this Instagram post because one thing about me, I feel like I'm never done growing in terms of like my awareness, in terms of my enlightenment, and there are things where I have to admit, like what I once believed is no longer valid for me. It's no longer true. So what I'm about to share with y'all, and again, it's just my opinion. Actually, let me pull up the chart real quick just to get a little point of reference. And I might have to run and get my reading glasses real quick. Well, let me pull up this chart real quick. So as y'all know, P. Diddy was sentenced and he was sentenced to approximately 4 years, right? And I'm not surprised. a lot of people are saying, damn, that's it. He should have got more time. But I actually was a little surprised that he got as much time as that. I thought he was actually going to get less time. But 4 years, you could do that standing on your head, especially because time is speeding up. But he's not who I want to talk about real quick. All right. Hold. Okay, here it is. Hey Alex, how you doing? All right, you said Tilly Norwood is an AI generated actress. Oh wow. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, Salacious said so did he. He had speaking engagements booked. Yeah, and wasn't he crying? But okay, let me set this up real quick because we need an image to have as a point of reference for what I'm about to get into. And this is some preliminary stuff before we get into the Scorpio moon content. Bear with me real quick. All right, so we want this is going to be a little bit of a soapbox moment for me. But it started off again where me and this person on Instagram, we were kind of going back and forth. And I'll read you the comments. Okay, yeah, let's use this one. This is a good one. Okay. So y'all press a one if you've heard of the term pretty privilege. Press a one in the chat if you're familiar with the term pretty privilege. Oh, so y'all gonna do me like that? Okay. All right. And while y'all are casting your vote or pressing one if you've heard of pretty privilege, let me just share my screen. Oh, I'm doing well, Alex. Thanks for asking. All right, so Salacious, you press one. Jupiter one, Josie one. So y'all have heard of pretty privilege. Okay. So let me share my screen. And no, I'm not talking about that chick that looked like ET that has been circulating social media. I'm not talking about her. Okay. It should come up in a minute. All right. Now press a two. So a lot of y'all have heard of pretty privilege. Press a two when you see the image come up on the screen. And you know what? Matter of fact, let me grab my reading glasses real quick. All right. Damn, it's taking a while to come up. Slow ass computer. You said who's the lady that looks like ET? Okay, Jupiter, you see it? Okay, good. All right, let me just go to this Instagram post. Damn, where is it? Hold on. I'm trying to find the comment. Yeah, she played. Of course, the post that I want, I'm having a hard time finding the comments. That's 4 days. Especially because me and this person was okay, here it is. Okay, so there's this post on Instagram. Okay, y'all can see who it is. All right, so for those that don't know, that is Kim Porter, the longtime girlfriend of P. Diddy. Now, there was this post on Instagram, and it's basically showing pictures of Kim Porter starting from when she's young all the way up to, when she is a full grown woman. And in the comments section, people are just saying, oh, she was so beautiful. Oh, what a shame. And I used to think the same thing. I used to be like, oh, it's such a shame. Because, in my opinion, I think Diddy had something to do with her death. I might do a reading about it, later on. But I used to like really feel bad and be like, it's such a shame what happened to her. And damn, So this one person, and sometimes I like to ruffle feathers. Sometimes the little devil on my shoulder sometimes gets the best of me and be like, go ahead and respond and ruffle these feathers. So this person commented and said, she deserves so much more. That comment got 203 likes. And then I said, why? Because she's pretty? Because that whole she deserves so much more, that kind of triggered me because I'm like, and this is where my Venus and Libra comes in, where I'm not biased. I try not to be, but I had to check myself because I was like, oh, I was being biased before, looking at Kim Porter like poor Kim Porter. But then I thought about it, and again, a lot of people are saying, oh, she deserved better. So I was like, let me ruffle some feathers real quick. And I said, why? Because she's pretty? And then the person responded, no, even if she wasn't pretty, she'd still deserve better. She was a mother to small children, and everyone say she had a kind spirit. All the women in Diddy's life deserve better, and it's a shame they tolerated being dehumanized just to maintain a lifestyle. And then I responded, apparently she knew who she was dealing with. She was down with all that evil shit Diddy was doing. And my uh rationale for that is, if she didn't like what Diddy was doing, why would she stay with him for so long? Number one, okay? Why would she have 3 children with the man? Number two. And then the person responded, wait a minute. And then I responded, let me see. Yeah, I responded to their comment. I said, they were willing participants who benefited from Diddy's wealth. Would you be with a man like Diddy? And then this person responded and said, no, I wouldn't. I'd rather go get a regular job and live simply than tolerate the things he subjected them to so he could fund their lifestyle. Exactly. Boom. Fund their lifestyle. It's all about the choices you make in life, right? So I'm looking at these beautiful women that get with these ugly ass, monstrous men. And I have to be honest with myself. And I've been saying this saying lately in the past couple of weeks. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Okay? So if you're dealing with these pretty women and they're getting with these low down evil ass men, and we know some of these women aren't stupid, then we have to just acknowledge that, hey, this is the life they chose, and they have to deal with the consequences that come with it. Unfortunately, her life was cut short as a result of dealing with Diddy, I believe. But again, that's the life she chose. She kept on going back to him, even after he broke her nose. So this is where I'm calling on women to be accountable for their decision making. Yeah, men usually are more stronger than we are and they can beat us down and stuff like that, but you got 2 feet. You can walk away, especially in this day and age. You could walk away. Now, maybe she did try to walk away and that's why she ended up dead. But again, she had been with him for years. You mean to tell me she didn't know all the dirt that he was doing? And from what I understand, she was in the mix with Cassie and all that. Because didn't somebody say that Cassie started to abuse Kim Porter? So it sounded like they had some open love triangle shit going on. But again, that's the life you choose when you decide to get with somebody like that. So that's why I'm saying pretty privilege. Because Kim Porter is pretty, because Cassie is pretty, they're let off the hook. They're not being held accountable. But let Kim Porter look like some woman like the one that played Precious. Oh, they would be crucifying her ass all over the place. Talking about, oh yeah, you signed up for this, what you wanted, and all this stuff. So again, sometimes we have to check ourselves and ask ourselves, are we siding with someone just because they're pretty? Just because they, fit the mold? And when I think about the energy in Kim Porter's chart, so yeah, I'm gonna have to do a reading about Kim Porter. When I think about the energy in her chart, she has stellium in Scorpio, Sagittarius Sun, but I believe she has Venus and Mars in Scorpio. Let me just double check real quick. I have to stop share. And I always say with the sign Scorpio, Scorpio usually knows right from wrong, and they know what the hell's going on. So it's like, okay, yeah, that's the life you chose. That's the man you love so much. Yeah, she has Venus conjoined to Mars in Scorpio. She also has Jupiter in Scorpio as well. Yeah, that's the life you chose. And unfortunately, sometimes it comes with some serious repercussion. But yeah, she was benefiting, all the rocks and the cars and the jewelry and all that type of stuff, the clothes and all that. Some women, they want it so bad. They want that high life so bad that they're willing to take the risk. Just think about mob wives. These mob wives, they know what the hell their husbands are doing, but they'll play stupid and act like they don't know, especially when the feds come down on them. But yeah, I mean, you might as well look at Kim Porter. She was like a mob wife because did he swear he's like some type of mafioso? And some women get off on that, especially women that got Venus and Scorpio, Mars and Scorpio. Not all women, of course. I gotta put that disclaimer out there. I'm not talking about all, but some women that have Venus and Mars and Scorpio, they're attracted to the dark side of life. They're attracted to gangsters. They're attracted to bad boys. Salacious said, I got Mars and Scorpio too. I like a bad boy, no pun intended, but not that damn bad. But you see how there's different degrees to this shit. So her shit is extreme. And you see how you only got Mars in Scorpio? She got Venus and Mars and Jupiter in Scorpio. She was down all the way. She was ride or die for Diddy. Unfortunately, but again, I'm seeing more clearly now about the situation. Like, yeah, she knew what the hell was going on. She knew what she was getting herself into. So, can I really feel sorry for her? Not really. And another thing, people were like the one person in the comment. They were like, people said she was kind. That don't mean nothing. There's plenty of wicked people that are kind on the surface. But I'm like, she had to have some shit with her if she was able to be with Diddy for so long. And again, you could just tell by looking at her, she wasn't no dummy. All right, enough about that. I just wanted to put that out there real quick. I had to get on my soapbox real quick. Hit that like button, won't you please? All right, let's get it into we got some more preliminary stuff real quick, and then we'll get into and I'm sorry, she just had that look. She had that And what really woke me up too was when I saw this picture of her as a little girl. I was like, she had that little sneaky, sly look to her. Kim Porter, that is. We have to face it. Some people just have decided to live on the dark side. It is what it is. And a lot of times they have to pay the price. That's why those movies like Goodfellas and Casino, they're so good because it shows you what happens when you choose the dark side. All right. Wait. Oh, let me pull the live stream up on my phone. All right, so before we get into the Scorpio moon, I got to tell y'all about this upcoming workshop that I'm hosting. It's going to be about Saturn and Aries, and it's a perfect time to talk about Saturn and Aries because Saturn has moved back into Pisces, so that gives us a little bit of wiggle room to really prepare. We got a little taste of Saturn and Aries back in May, between May and September, but it's going to go fully like full blown into Aries next year. So I was like, it's a great time to do a deep dive into Saturn and Aries, especially about like how it could be affecting you. Matter of fact, let me get the link to the workshop so that I could put it in the description section. Hold on. And three of my diehards already purchased tickets to the workshop. So thank you guys. Very grateful for y'all. And they see the value in my workshops. They so it's like they don't have no problem. Like, oh yeah, that's another one I'm gonna go to. So it's definitely worth it. All right, so let me just add the link into the description section. So if you want to purchase a ticket, you can do so. Hold on. Oh, I gotta tell y'all about last night to the Saturn and Aries workshop. Click the link below. I had a Sun conjunct Neptune moment. Yeah. Okay. Is that it? All right, let's get rid of that. Okay. So the link is in there now. So if you want to purchase a ticket to the Saturn and Aries workshop, you can go ahead and do so. And during this workshop, I'm going to be talking about how Saturn will play out through each of the 12 houses. So you'll get an idea of what you can expect. I'm also going to talk about how Saturn will interact with certain planets in certain signs and what you can expect with that on a personal level. And then I'm going to be talking about how Saturn and Aries will affect world events. Okay, customization. So definitely consider signing up for this workshop. Okay, I'll just read the description for the workshop. So, about this event, since Saturn has returned to Pisces, it's the perfect time to do a deep dive into how this fatherly planet will affect us once it re enters Aries. Saturn will return to Aries in February of 2026 and it will leave the sign of the Ram in the spring of 2028. Discover how Saturn and Aries will affect your life by taking this workshop. I will discuss the transit of Saturn and Aries through each house, as well as how it could be affecting other planets in your chart. I will also discuss how Saturn and Aries will shape world events. So, this workshop will be held via Zoom, so you can take it from the comforts of your home. All right, now with that being said, before we get into the Scorpio moon, I would like to talk about some of these polls that I've been posting lately and talk about the results. So, because it's Libra season, I posted a couple of polls dealing with marriage, dealing with weddings. Ellie said nonchalant men are boring as fun. At this point, I dig nonchalant. So, poll for Libra season. So, I asked if you were getting married, which wedding would you choose? So, the choices were a small wedding with a backyard reception, a destination wedding, a big fat traditional wedding, or a courthouse wedding. So 40% chose a small wedding with a backyard reception. 37% chose destination wedding, and 7% only chose a big fat traditional wedding, which just lets you know that times are changing. Ain't nobody trying to spend money like that. And 17% said courthouse wedding. I would choose the destination wedding. Being a Sagittarius, I like to travel. And because I love cruising, I would probably get married on a cruise ship. Or maybe at one of the, island destinations. Jupiter going wild said, I would love a small wedding. I don't want to go into debt for marriage. This is not fair to me and my partner. Right? Why start off on a bad foot? But hey, if you got the money, I'm like, go crazy, I guess. Some people got the money like that. Nandy said, today is the late comedian Bernie Mac's heavenly birthday. Oh, I loved Bernie Mac. He was so funny. Oh, let me tell you about the movie I was watching last night. Some of y'all probably watched this movie before, but it was my first time watching it. It took me about 3 days to get through it because, I'm busy. So I had to stop it at different times and get back to work and stuff. But it's free on YouTube for those that have YouTube Premium. So it's called The Perfect Storm, and it features Mark Wahlberg. Who else? Who was the dude? What's his name? George Clooney. Uh, Diane Lane is in it. Who else? Um, what's the black dude's name? Alan Payne is in it. The boy that played in Jason's Lyric. Alan Payne is in it. And oh my God. I think this dude is so fine. Y'all gotta look him up because I want y'all. Nah, I'm gonna have to pull him up, but I need y'all opinion because I'm like maybe something's wrong with my eyes. But every time I see him in the movies, I'm like, oh, he's fine. Let me just show you who I mean real quick. It's just something about him. Matter of fact, I think he's a Sagittarius. He don't look as good as he used to, but it's just something about him, man. Like he got this sex appeal to me. Hold on. And I am kind of keeping it light because a lot of what I'm going to discuss later is going to be kind of much on the dark end. But he's played in a few movies that I really like. All right, let me stop sharing and just add him to the slideshow real quick. No. Okay. And I might have his chart in my files. And then I can pull up his chart and tell you what's in his chart that explains why I'm attracted to this dude. Y'all gonna probably laugh. But has anybody seen The Perfect Storm? Nandy said, I seen the film, I think, years ago in a park. When I tell you that movie had me crying, oh my God, I was crying last night. I wasn't expecting to cry, but I did. All right, let me slideshow. Current. All right, it should be coming up. In this movie, he played the bad one of the like he played kind of like a bad boy character, but his name is William Fichtner, whatever. Yeah, I think he is so sexy. He said giraffe neck. See, Salacious said you tripping. That's why I said I need your opinion because I'm like, is something wrong with my eyes? You know how, yes, that's his name. You know how sometimes you might find somebody to be attractive, but he's not universally attractive, but there's just something about him where you're just like, oh yeah, he could get it. You said why his hair look like that? Well, I think he is a Sagittarius. Ellie said, Rod, you're out of your mind. Real said, no way. Dr. Ken said, not a fan of the hair, but he's cute. Okay, you feel me? Yes. Okay, Moonlight Orange. Hey, Moonlight said sexy. Thank you. I think he got some sex appeal going on. Yes. Hold on. Let me look at up his birthday real quick. He played in Heat. He played in The Perfect Storm. And then it was this other movie that I like that he played in too. Oh, Drowning Mona. He played the husband. So William Fichtner, yup, he's a Sagittarius, November 27th. He's 68 years old. November 27, 1956. Yep. Yeah. So that's my little confession right now. That's my crush of the moment, only because I saw him in the movie lately again. Jupiter said he looked like a white. Maybe that's why I'm a little attracted to him because he do kind of got a little like he got a little like he a little rough around the edges. You know what I mean? He's not a polished white dude, and I don't like highly polished people. I like it when you a little rough around. That's why I was in love with the RZA because RZA is rough around the edges. I've never been really attracted to the pretty boys like that. Mm-mm. They always gotta have a little like roughness to them. Like he looked like he could throw down in a bar fight. Mm-hmm. Alex, you said he got Venus in Scorpio. Lizzie said, me and my boss both have Venus in Scorpio. We're also both Earth sons. He has Jupiter in Scorpio. I have two more planets in Scorpio. Man, the power struggles between us is out of this world. Mercury and Sagittarius. You said my placement too. Hey, Alex. Ellie said Mark Anthony was a fine daddy in his youth, very charismatic. See, that's where I would disagree. See, we got different eyes. You like what you like, I like what I like. I never thought Mark Anthony had it going on. But matter of fact, I don't think I ever seen young pictures of him. Hey Zuzu. All right, enough with William. Bye, William. He got that strong neck too. I like a strong neck. All right, moving along. All right, back to the polls. So, like I said, I would choose a destination wedding because I like to travel. I want to feel like, I'm getting away and it's real special and all that. But my second choice would be a small wedding with a backyard reception. All right, the next poll was, how do you feel about marriage? So, I am happily married was the first choice, and that only received 6%. Wow, that's very telling, especially, it's sign of the times. And then 2% chose I'm married, but I'm not happy with my spouse. Now, that is a little inaccurate because it was actually 1%, but then my daughter, my Pisces daughter, she clicked on that, knowing good and well she ain't married. But I'm just like, whatever. And then I want to get married someday. That was 58%. And then 35% said I never want to get married. So I'm in the last category. I never want to get married. And that's a pretty high percentage considering, I am happily married only got 6%. But most people chose that they want to get married someday, which lets me know that a lot of people still have hope in humanity, which makes me feel good because I don't really have much hope in humanity anymore, but that's just me. Okay. Zuzu said, can't judge. I like someone right now that is rough around the edges. Hey, sometimes you need a little roughness, necessary roughness. All right. And then the next poll is you retain an attorney for a medical malpractice lawsuit. Which sign are you hiring? Now, I wasn't surprised that most people chose Libra. Libra does deal with law, it deals with lawyers, justice system, and all that. So once I saw the poll being really skewed towards Libra, that's when I decided to write a comment about, think about the type of lawsuit and think about the type of lawyer that you would be getting before you just automatically select Libra. Now, Taurus got 17%, Leo 11%. Nobody wants a Leo as an attorney. Libra, including myself, Libra 53%, and then Sagittarius 19%. Let me tell you who I would go with. I would probably go with the Taurus first, Sagittarius second, and I'll tell you why. Like I had explained in the comment, the Taurus, a lot of times, they're really thinking about money and they're thinking about, how much they're going to gain as a result of this lawsuit. So they're likely to really be persevering, which is a Taurus term. They're likely to be very persevering in terms of trying to go after the highest amount possible. And therefore, monetarily, both sides win. I win, and the lawyer wins. Also, Taurus can be very inflexible. So that's where I feel like Taurus will win out as a lawyer over Libra because Libra is the sign of negotiation. So I would be kind of wary that my Libra attorney would be too open to negotiation. I'm like, man, I'd rather go with a Taurus that's going to be like, either take it or leave it. Sagittarius would be my next choice because Sagittarius is a sign that is trying to get the big money too. Sagittarius, can also focus on the big picture. Now back to Taurus real quick. The drawback with Taurus, and I already mentioned this in the comment section to this poll, is that Taurus might be slow with it. Might take them a long time to file the paperwork and get everything done and all that type of stuff. But with Taurus, keep in mind, Taurus is a sign that is about the sure thing. Libra is very, back and forth. I'm open to negotiation type thing. And Libra also might be trying to appease both sides too much. And I'm like, nah, screw that. Sagittarius again would be a good choice. And Sagittarius is very much about justice as well. And Sagittarius is about fighting for what's right and also what's moral and ethical. But that could be a drawback too with the moral and ethical thing, because where Taurus might be like, okay, we could slide this in, Sagittarius might be like, well, that's unethical. Some Sagittarius, that is. Also, a problem with Sagittarius could be irresponsible. Sagittarius could take on too much. So they might be overwhelmed with other cases, and your case kind of falls by the wayside. So that's why it's like you got to take, the pros and the cons of each sign into account before making your decision. Leo, they could be a good lawyer because they're very much about winning, but, Leo can also be too concerned with how they're going to end up looking. So they might not want to stick their neck out like a Taurus would when it comes to trying to get the maximum amount. They might be just more concerned about their track record, and they might be fine with getting a bunch of wins, even though they're not the maximum amount of wins. But yeah, that's that. And then the last poll I have is choose your blind date. So this time around, I decided to have all the sun signs. Hey, Stacy, I decided to have all the sun signs be Libra since it's Libra season, and then have different moons. So for Libra, Sun, Capricorn, Moon, that got 34%. That basically shows people like to play it safe because with Libra, you never know what you're going to get. But with Capricorn, that can provide you with some degree of certainty and stability and realism. And then Libra, Sun, Aquarius, Moon only got 17%. Libra, Sun, Cancer, Moon got 27%, which was the second highest. And then Libra, Sun, Aries, Moon got 21%. Nobody wants to deal, well, I can't say nobody because 21 is pretty up there, but it just shows that a lot less people want to deal with somebody that's unbalanced like that. But that's good results from the poll. All right. So let's get into the Scorpio moon situation. Moon in Scorpio. And I decided to call this video Muddy Waters to describe the Scorpio moon. And I always struggle with coming up with like a title, a tagline. So I was thinking about, Scorpio, it's a water sign, right? And like the three water signs represents actual bodies of water. But when we're talking about Scorpio type water, we're talking about water that's like in swamps, bogs, wetlands. Now, coming out the gate, that sounds kind of negative, don't it? I mean, just look at this picture right here. Looks kind of negative, right? It's a swamp, dark, dank type of environment. And I found this quote because I wanted to find a quote that's apropos to swamps. So this quote right here, I was like, oh, it describes the Scorpio moon precisely, in my opinion. So it says, my favorite Swamp Thing stories have always been about a man wrestling with monsters, both internal and external. And I was like, that's a good way to describe that Scorpio moon. Because Scorpio, and this is where you gotta be realistic, y'all. Let's be real. Scorpio is the darkest sign of the zodiac. It is what it is. But it doesn't have to be all dark. But the more realistic you are about life and astrology, the easier your life can become. So again, when we talk about monsters, that's Scorpio. When we talk about swamps, that's Scorpio. So again, let me just read this again. My favorite Swamp Thing stories have always been about a man wrestling with monsters, both internal and external. And that's by Scott Snyder. Now, because I like to be balanced and because I try to dispel the myth that I'm always focused on the negative, like some people think I always am, I also said, let me Google the benefits of swamps and bogs because I was like, there has to be something positive about swamps because I don't want to dwell totally on the negative when it comes to Scorpio. So this is what I found. So this website, it's FWS. I don't know what that stands for. Wait a minute, let me see if they have it spelled out. Okay, it's U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So this article is called Swamped in a Good Way by Emily M. Ronis. So she says, bogged down, swamped, muddied waters, phrases we use frequently in the working world, but have you ever noticed they're not so positive reference to wetlands? Wetlands, areas where water covers the soil, have long had a bad reputation, presumed to be only a source of flooding and mosquitoes. And mosquitoes are ruled by Scorpio. Wetlands have been drained, filled, and or otherwise cleared for agriculture or settlement for centuries. Wetlands are in fact awesome. Covering only 6% of the Earth's surface, wetlands are some of the most productive ecosystems in the world and support 40% of the world's biodiversity. They also provide habitat and breeding grounds for several threatened or endangered species in the United States. Wetlands themselves are as diverse as the life they support. They could be freshwater environments, ponds, bogs, fens, swamps, and wet prairies, brackish areas along coastal boundaries, and saltwater environments, salt marshes, shoals, and mangroves. We humans may not call wetlands home, but our health and well being are dependent on the existence of healthy and functioning wetlands. Far from the useless areas they were once believed to be, wetlands improve water quality, often described as the kidneys of watersheds. Wetlands are able to filter and trap pollutants, excess nutrients, and sediments, protect against flooding, and stabilize shorelines. Wetlands act as a buffer that absorb the energy and excess water from waves and storms, reducing flood damage to inland areas. Their vegetation and root systems also help prevent erosion. Recharge groundwater supply. If a wetland is connected to groundwater system, it can provide water when stream flows or lake levels are low. And that's like water in reserves, which is so Scorpio. This helps maintain the water supply for drinking water and irrigation, as well as for wildlife and plants. Sequester carbon. Wetlands capture carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and store it in soil and plants, helping to mitigate the impacts of climate change. Peatlands, for example, only cover about 3% of the Earth's surface, but store approximately twice the amount of carbon than the entirety of the world's forests. And lastly, provide recreation opportunities. Healthy wetlands provide myriad of opportunities to connect with nature, whether through photography, fishing, wildlife watching, boating, hunting, or hiking. So I thought that was really good. And I feel like it helped to redeem the whole Scorpio connection with swamps, wetlands, bogs, and all that. Hey, Johnny. Johnny, angry Johnny. Remember I used to sing that, Johnny? All right, let's get started. So now that we got the whole swamp thing out the way, let's talk about who sponsored this video. And actually, we're not going to talk about who sponsored this video because the person that sponsored this video wants to remain anonymous. And this person that sponsored this video does not have Moon in Scorpio, but is kind of going the Scorpio route by being mysterious, wanting to remain anonymous. And I don't even see them in the chat. I'm not going to call you out, but I'm looking for you in the chat. Salacious said, I love the kidney comparison. Red Bunny said, water reserves make me think of the Palisades fire. So, what was opposing or squaring Scorpio to cause California to not have water in the reservoir? That's a good question. Interesting. Hey, Red Bunny. But yes, so again, even though Scorpio has a very dark side, it's very beneficial in a number of ways, as you're going to see as I get into the different manifestations of the Scorpio moon. Now, Anonymous wants to know, how do Scorpio moons differ from Scorpio suns? Are Scorpio moons more intense, vindictive, dynamic, powerful, controlling, and influential than Scorpio suns? Could they give in to their compulsions much more easily than Scorpio suns? So I'm going to answer that question. And then you said, other than the reason the moon is exalted in Taurus, why is the moon in the fall debilitation in Scorpio? What aspects of Scorpio's archetype weaken the moon? So I'll answer that question. These are some great questions, by the way. For sun signs that clash with Scorpio energy, how can they navigate having a Scorpio moon? So that includes Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Leo, and Aquarius, especially if it's in close proximity to the sun in terms of orb. So that basically means when the aspect is tight, meaning like if both planets are at the 15th degree of respective signs. All right, so let's get started with the moon versus the sun. So let's get that out the way first. Oh, yes. Thank you for the sponsorship. Yes, Alex. That's so nice of you to thank this person. Moonlight said, carrying the Scorpio tendencies I see. Thanks for the topic, anonymous person. Yes, exactly. Blazing Black Dolphin. Hey, Blazing. Blazing said, Johnny Bravo character has to be a dark-sided Leo Sun, Scorpio Moon, Libra Venus, and Cancer Mars. Now, Johnny Bravo, is that the cartoon character you're talking about, or is this an actual person? Because I remember that cartoon character, Johnny Bravo. All right, the moon versus the sun. Now, this is just about the moon versus the sun, period, regardless of the sign. And then I'll get into, the difference between the Scorpio moon and the Scorpio sun in particular. Actually, I do have the Scorpio moon and sun in here. Give me a minute. I've been working on this for a while, just off and on. So all right. So the traits of the Scorpio sun and moon are basically one and the same. Because keep in mind, it's all Scorpio energy at the end of the day. But the vessel is different. So the energy within the vessel is the same, but the vessel is different. So the sun brings purpose to this energy. It's easier to direct the energy of the Scorpio sun into positive pursuits than it is for the Scorpio moon. Now, keep in mind that there's going to be exceptions to this, and that's true with everything dealing with life. There's always going to be exceptions to the rule. So I'm speaking in general terms. It is generally harder to channel the energy of the Scorpio moon into positive, or you could say productive pursuits, since the moon lacks the rationality that the sun produces. Thus, Scorpio moons tend to have less self control than Scorpio suns. And mainly because we're dealing with the moon being what comes naturally to you, what you do automatically. The moon is your deeply ingrained behavioral patterns. Pattern being a major theme of the moon, where you really don't see this pattern with the sun unless the sun is in Cancer. Then you'll see this pattern take place. But even then, again, that sun has more purpose to it. So the moon is in the fall when in Scorpio, and the fall means a rather unpleasant state of existence. It's not a positive term. So it basically means that the moon is not able to really be fulfilled on the level it can be when it's in signs like Cancer, Taurus, or even other signs like Pisces. So when the moon is in Scorpio, it's not really in a good place. But with that being said, there's still positives to gain from the Scorpio moon. So if anybody in this live stream has a Scorpio moon, you got to just be patient with me because I'm going to be talking about the positives and the negatives. Even though it may seem like the negatives outweigh the positives, but it just is what it is. Hey, Diana. Diana said, I love fall season. It's my favorite along with spring. I love fall too. Hey, Tyrell. Tyrell said, as a Scorpio moon, I do admit to having intense emotions. Now, moon related matters will be colored by Scorpio themes, including one's early conditioning, which usually includes some traumatic circumstances. So, that's one of the problems of Scorpio. Usually, even if it's a person that is a saint, they might do everything right, trauma or some type of betrayal, some type of negative energy is going to befall them at some point in their life. And a lot of times it happens at the early point in their life because that moon deals with your early upbringing, your early conditioning. Now, the resentment that comes with Scorpio tends to linger longer with the moon than the sun. But because the moon is more dynamic and the sun is more static, that resentment may be coming in waves, whereas with the sun, it might just be more stable. Yes, December 5th. All right. Some more things about the sun versus the moon. So the moon is representing your subjective experiences. It's insular, meaning it's pertaining to you personally. It's basically you viewing things through a personal lens. You can also look at the moon as your personal story, your personal history, which includes your family tree, your lineage, all of that, your heritage, all that. Also, the moon is representing mothers and women, whereas the sun is representing fathers and men. So that alone shows you that there's key differences between the sun and the moon. Now, the Scorpio moon in particular tends to be more chaotic than the sun due to the receptive, dark, watery energy of the moon. And with the Scorpio moon, much of what occurs stems from unconscious yearnings, or you could just say it stems from the realm of the unconscious, because unconscious drives spring forth from the moon, where the sun is more conscious energy. And you can even see the difference. The moon comes out at night, the sun is out during the day. So the sun is more so representing awareness and realization, where the moon is more so representing that which is dark, that which is, more on an internal level. Now, it is typically harder to master the energy of the moon than the sun. Because again, the moon is what is going on with you naturally, behaviorally, emotionally. We can't help how we feel. Now, we can choose what to do with our feelings, but our feelings are real and maybe just real to us, where other people don't feel the way we do, but we can't deny how we feel. And that's that moon. So the moon tends to be harder to master than the sun. Because again, the sun is more rational, the moon is emotional. Now, an exception would be if a person had their Scorpio sun in the fourth house, because then they're likely to live a life that's very much dictated by the unconscious realm. And through that unconscious realm comes patterns. So, for instance, you might see that this person with the Scorpio moon, they constantly get themselves into these unhealthy patterns. And they may not know why. They might be like, I don't know why I'm like this. I don't know why I keep getting myself in these situations. And it's because, again, it's more so happening on an unconscious level than consciously. So the moon creates patterns. It also represents conditioning. Also, Scorpio represents the void, and the void tends to be more palpable with the moon than it is the sun. All right, so let's get into Scorpio moon being a fall moon. So the moon is in the fall when in Scorpio, namely because Scorpio opposes Taurus, and the moon is exalted when in Taurus. Exalted means it's at its highest zenith. It can basically express itself on a very sublime and, heightened level, you could say. But there's plenty of problems that will come with an exalted moon. That Taurus moon can produce plenty of problems. But we're speaking more so in general terms. Now, the moon in Scorpio, truth be told, let's be real, it's not really conducive to one's emotional well being. The Taurus moon is more conducive to one's emotional well being because it's like the emotions can be stabilized with the moon in Taurus. Whereas the moon in Scorpio, that's like emotions are intense and they're always brewing under the surface, ready to erupt. A lot of times they will remain kind of under the surface because a lot of Scorpio moons can exercise that self control. A lot of them don't really want to lose their cool in front of others, but it can come out explosively at some times. Now, we can also look at the Scorpio moon in terms of why it's in the fall, because that is akin to like a family curse. With the moon ruling family, Scorpio ruling curses. Now, I'm not saying if you got a Scorpio moon, that means you are coming from a family that's cursed. But some people with Scorpio moons, they may feel like their family is cursed, or they just may feel cursed themselves. They may feel like they can never get a break. Something's always happening. And a lot of times, some of the more nefarious types that you're going to come across could be found in your own family when you got a Scorpio moon. All right, I'm gonna be candid with y'all right now. So this sponsored video, it kind of took me a while to get out, partially because I have a close association with the Scorpio moon through one of my children. So one of my children has a Scorpio moon. So I know all about this Scorpio moon. And it's, even though I don't have a Scorpio moon, the fact that one of my children has a Scorpio moon, and the moon represents mothers, it basically represents a lot of my own scorpionic experiences. And my North Node is in Scorpio, my midheaven is in Scorpio. So there was times where I was preparing this video and it was hard. I even had a moment where I broke down and I had a good cry because memories were coming up associated with that Scorpio moon. And a part of me started to get resentful because Scorpio is resentful. And it's not overbearing. She thinks I'm more so controlling, and sometimes I could be what's the word? Have this avoidant thing with me. But as you'll see, when you have a Scorpio moon child, it can be one of your biggest challenges. And I even struggle with like how much I was going to share about my own Scorpio moon experiences. And again, I don't have a Scorpio moon, but my oldest daughter does. And that Scorpio moon, it plays out in a number of ways, and it can be very gut wrenching at times. It can be very, what's the word? Painful, even, I'll say. So, yeah, I was going through it when I was preparing for this video because just some memories were coming up, and I was just like, Lord Jesus, like, why? So, yeah, I'll just say this. Scorpio rules mystery. So, some of what I experienced through that particular child has been a mystery, like where I'm asking God, like, why? Why? Why was I chosen to have to take up this particular cross? You know what I mean? But then, there's some beautiful things that come with that Scorpio moon, which I'm going to get into as well. But back to what I'm saying about the moon being in the fall. So the moon needs security. You know, the moon again, it represents mothers. And the mother is that for the child, the baby's first source of security. Just being in a mother's arms right after birth makes that baby feel secure, makes that baby feel still at home. That baby's coming from being inside a womb to being in the cold, harsh world. So that baby needs to stay close to its mother to feel secure. Now, Scorpio is antithetical to security. Security, that's Taurus. Scorpio is the opposite. Scorpio is actually danger. So that is another reason why the moon is in the fall. Also, the moon needs closeness. But closeness, when the moon is in Scorpio, can easily become parasitic. And that's another problem. Can easily become codependent. So that closeness is often taken too far. Now, you could say that moon in Scorpio often produces like symbiotic relationships, but not everybody is cut out for a symbiotic relationship. Not everybody's going to think that type of relationship is beneficial. Also, the moon in Taurus, it promotes safety, which is what that moon really needs. Think about the moon representing home. We use homes to keep us safe and sound. People that are homeless, they are, you know, at the mercy of the elements outside of the home. So when the moon is in Taurus, that's like you're in a safe and secure home and where you basically have everything that you need. But with the moon in Scorpio, again, we're looking at danger. We're looking at even being forced out of a home. And then sustenance is a big one. So the moon in Taurus, that's like having a full belly, my belly full. But when the moon is in Scorpio, that's waste. That's rejection. You can even say that's vomiting. So imagine a baby has sun in Taurus, opposing moon in Scorpio. It's like a baby that can't process food, so you feed them and they're vomiting up. They can't even keep food down. How's that baby going to survive? They're going to have to do something, right? It's going to be some type of medical intervention for that to be able to be resolved. Also, the moon likes to cling, and it goes coincides with the whole closeness. Taurus is attachment. So again, with that moon in Taurus, it goes well. Even when you think of breastfeeding, because breastfeeding is basically the equivalent to moon in Taurus, with Taurus ruling food and sustenance, the moon ruling the mother, the moon ruling the breast. So with that moon in Taurus, when done right, that's like the mother has plenty of breast milk to feed that baby. And isn't it funny how the main source of formula milk is cow's milk in most parts of the world? Cow is Taurus. You see this shit? This is why the moon is exalted in Taurus. One of the biggest reasons is for that sustenance that that baby needs at the first stage of life, that breast milk. That breast milk is like liquid gold. The first the first secretions from the breast is colostrum. So if you can't breastfeed, at the very least, you should try to give your baby that first breast milk, the pre-breast milk, which is the colostrum, which is really going to help promote good health. So yes, moon and Taurus exalted. When we're talking about moon and Scorpio, again, that's like depleting the sustenance, depleting the nutrients from that baby. The baby can't get it. It's like the baby can't latch on, or the baby's just rejecting the mother's nipple with that moon in Scorpio. Maybe the mother is trying to breastfeed, the mother gets infected, her breast gets infected. That could be moon in Scorpio. So, yes, challenges with breastfeeding. Now, this makes me think of, again, my own daughter, because I never even really thought about it this way in terms of her Scorpio moon, but it does fit. Because sometimes you could look at your moon and see if were you, properly breastfed? Were you given enough breast milk? Were you devoid of breast milk? Devoid is very much moon in Scorpio if we're talking about breast milk. So here's where I'll get a little candid. When I had my first daughter, this is true with all three of my children. With my moon being in Capricorn in my first house, squaring Pluto, squaring Jupiter, I had the hardest time breastfeeding. It's not that I couldn't get the baby to latch on, it was that it hurt like hell. So with all three of my children, I think I only got up to the second week of breastfeeding. I gave up. And I always felt guilty about that. I always felt kind of bad because, they always talk about how, breast milk is the best milk. And I do believe that. But for some women, it's hard breastfeeding. Like, I felt so lied to as a young mother. I was like, they didn't prepare me for this. My mom didn't prepare me. Nobody told me that breastfeeding could hurt. And I know for some women, it doesn't hurt them at all. But I must have some sensitive ass nipples, especially with that moon in my first house. And that shit hurt. So yeah, I put my babies on the bottle by like week 2. But for my Scorpio moon daughter, maybe that made a major difference with her emotional makeup. The fact that she didn't have that closeness anymore, where she's actually, latching on to my breast. Because that is the ultimate in closeness, right? To be able to breastfeed your baby. But if it's painful, I would even say that shit was traumatic, having to experience that breast pain like that. And I remember my nipples got cracked and all that type of stuff, and they were bleeding and stuff. So yeah, Scorpio moon can produce traumatic experiences, including for the mother of the person with the Scorpio moon. MC said, my brother has moon in Scorpio and couldn't breastfeed because my mother had a fever after giving birth. See, this is a perfect example. You see what I'm talking about? By the time she was well enough, he didn't want it. See, So he went from devoid of breast milk to rejecting it. And that's so Moon in Scorpio. Oh, thank you, Tiger. You said at least you try. Oh, thank you. I did. I really did. And I was so happy to put them on the bottle. I was just like, man. But what else was I going to say? So, yeah, so that is explaining why the moon is in the fall. All right, so now we're going to get into this little section called astrology and projection, because this is very important to keep in mind when considering the planets, including the sun and the moon. Oh, Ellie, you said, how does it feel? It felt like they had teeth. Those gums that those babies have are hard as hell, and they actually clamp down on your breast, on your nipple. And then sometimes the baby will turn their head while your nipple is still in their mouth. So they're like pulling your nipple, like almost feel like it's gonna just rip your nipple off. But I remember like as soon as they would latch on, I would feel this sharp pain going through my breast. And I think it's because my breast tissue is very dense. I think that's a big part of it. So the density of my breast tissue was contributing to my tenderness and the pain and all that type of stuff. Codsis said there are bodybuilders who drink breast milk for post workout. There are women selling it. Wow. Interesting. All right. So about astrology and projection, you always got to keep in mind that the planets in your chart don't just belong to you. Just consider your life and the life of others to be a movie. And in that movie, hey Kauai, how you doing? I'm glad you joined us. In that movie, there's different characters and there's different roles that each character is going to play. So, these planets are the characters in your movie. So always keep that in mind. The planets don't just belong to you and to you only. A lot of the energy that is within you is projected onto others. Or another way of saying it is a lot of the energy in your chart will be projected onto others. There's no need to get bent out of shape when presented with the dark side of the signs when you take projection into account. So I know a lot of people like to get bent out of shape when I talk about the negative traits of their sign and stuff like that. But if you're not embodying those energies, the negative ones, it doesn't mean that you're going to escape it, because somebody could be in your life embodying those energies. You could be projecting a lot of the negative traits of your moon sign or your sun sign or your Mars sign onto others, depending on where those planets fall in the chart, depending on the aspects they're making and all that type of stuff. So again, there's no need to get bent out of shape when you hear about the dark side of the signs, because if it doesn't apply, let it fly. But it should even come as a warning to be careful of putting yourself in certain situations, be careful of partnering up with certain people so that, oh, please, when you come in, hit the like button, please. So, oh, somebody is confirming what I'm saying about the pain. I'm glad you're saying this. So, reflection said it's true. The first few weeks is very painful. If I could describe it, it felt like pins and needles when breastfeeding. Yeah, and I felt like as women, we've been dealt such a challenging hand just with being mothers. I thought that, they would always basically depict breastfeeding mothers as it being this joyful, sweet time, this sacred time between mother and child. And I started to dread having to breastfeed. And once I started to get like that, I was like, I got to put them on the bottle because I don't want to associate pain with my babies. All right. Now, understand that you could be on the light side. You could be close to being a saint, and troubles will still befall you. And it could happen through others, but it can even just happen if you're by yourself in your home. So, certain planets, certain signs, mainly certain signs, are going to be more problematic than others. Now, this is why certain signs are just going to produce more problems than others, Scorpio being one of the main ones. So, again, the more honest you are about how Scorpio can play out, the easier your life can be. It is what it is. Now, consider your chart to be a collection of stories, with each planet having a role to play. Scripts are already written, but sometimes you have a choice in producing them. All right, so let's talk about what the moon represents. And this is where I'm going to be talking about the moon in general. And then we'll tie it all into Scorpio. Ellie said, but I do have why YouTube trying to cover up your comment? Nipples is not a dirty word. Now, you said, but I do have sensitive nipples, but the pinch doesn't seem to hurt as much. Oh, for those that don't know, I am on TikTok now. And, I created a TikTok begrudgingly, and mainly because YouTube is so restrictive that I was like, I need to be able to express myself more freely and see if I can achieve more growth on another platform. So if you want to follow me on TikTok, please do so. I don't think I have the link in the description section. I'll put it in there later, but you could just look up the realist astrologer and you should be able to find me. Now, this is what the moon represents. So the moon represents our personality, the emotional side of our personality, the instinctual side. Again, like what comes naturally to us, our natural disposition, our emotional makeup, our feelings, the moods that we experience. The moon is representing our habits, automatic behaviors, our disposition, and our attitude. Like, for instance, with my moon in Capricorn, a lot of times my attitude is cynical. A lot of times my attitude is just kind of, I can even be misanthropic at times. But then I also have this funny side, thank God, because my sun is in Sagittarius. So you see how I'm giving some mercy with my Sagittarius sun. So I'm not negative all the time with my Capricorn moon. Now, your moon is usually the prevailing energy that is present upon first waking up and starting your day. So think about your moon sign and think about how you behave as soon as you get up. Now, some people might be displaying more of their sun sign, but a lot of times it's going to be that moon sign. And that's true too when you're a little child. When you're a little child, you tend to display more of your moon sign more dominantly than your sun sign. You'll be displaying some sun sign traits, don't get me wrong, but behaviorally, you tend to be more in line with your moon when you're very young. And it makes a lot of sense too, because usually most babies are very attached to their mother. It's not until age 7 that the child starts to see themselves as a separate individual. And the moon is representing your basic needs, what you need to feel secure, what you need to feel comfortable, what you need to feel like life is basically worth living, even. Now, the moon is representing your upbringing, your foundation, and your heritage. It represents your mother. The moon also represents other women in general, including female friends and wives. So, some people really believe that that moon is just yours alone. But let's say you got an Aries moon and you're wondering why it seems like every job you get, you're butting heads with women in the workplace. It's because of that Aries moon. So don't own that Aries moon fully. Sometimes that Aries moon is going to represent the women that you come across, not just your mother, but other women, including women in the workplace. Now, for a man, The moon is representing the woman that he gets with, which includes a wife if he decides to get married. Same with a lesbian. If it's a lesbian, it's representing the women that she gets with, as well as a wife if she decides to get married. The moon also rules family, lineage, ancestors, and ghosts. And the moon rules home, houses, real estate, land, property, buildings. And the moon is ruling our final resting place, otherwise known as the grave. These are the days of our lives. All right, more about the moon. So, the moon, again, it represents your story. Like, for instance, with my moon in Capricorn, my story is one of struggle, but it's also one of accomplishment, achievement, success. But struggle is a big part of my story, boy, and I'm tired of it. And hard lessons, but that comes with the Capricorn moon. So, for instance, a Scorpio moon, a big part of their story could be trauma, could be codependence, but it could also be, hey, I want a huge inheritance from my mother. So, again, it doesn't have to be all negative. And the moon represents your memories. And again, memories are basically stories, stories that we remember. The moon rules our imagination. And this is another reason why the moon tends to be more challenging to navigate than the sun, because the sun doesn't rule your imagination. Now, your imagination will come into play if your sun is in an imaginative sign like Cancer or Pisces, but the moon is imaginative, period. It's imagination, no matter what sign it's in. So sometimes our imagination can run wild, and imagination knows nothing about rationality, which is why, again, it's more challenging a lot of times to navigate the moon than the sun. All right. And the moon also rules race, culture, nationality, and ethnicity. The moon rules populations. And you can even just say humanity as a whole. The moon is very much associated with eating, namely because the moon rules the stomach and the moon is ruling your appetite. You know, your appetite is associated with your stomach rumbling, your stomach growling. Cravings, when you talk about cravings that you have, that's the moon. Thank you, Diana. Cooking, you know, Cancer and the moon, that's the chef of the zodiac. Cancer ruled by the moon. So cooking, gastronomy meaning the study, art, and science that deals with food. It's culture and history. Culture and history, that's the moon. Either when man eats to survive or dine for pleasure, health, status, or any social reasons. And gastronomy, that the root word is dealing with the stomach, gastric. So, in terms of the body, the moon rules the stomach, the pancreas, the breast, the chest, and the uterus. And the moon rules fluids, not just on the earth, but also within us, which is why we are subject to the phases of the moon. This is why we're affected by the phases of the moon. Some people are more affected than others. Like people born during a full moon, they might be especially affected when the moon is full. Also, the moon can have much influence upon the body in the form of shape, form, fluids, and cellular memory. So the moon comes into play with your body, how you're shaped, especially the type of form you have. There's other parts of the chart that deal with your body as well, such as the ascendant, any planets in the first house, your chart ruler. Also, Mars comes into play, but the moon, it has a lot to do with your body in particular as well. And one thing to keep in mind, the moon, when it comes to health, has more effect upon women. Like women, when you need to really look at the health profile, you really should look at the moon first. I'm so Dr. Kidd said cancer gets tig old bitties. You really got to look at the moon first when it comes to women's health. When it comes to men's health, you want to look at the sun. But, the moon can pertain to the body, whether it's a man or a woman, period. All right, let's talk about the Scorpio moon mother. Oh, wait, wait. I'm getting ahead of myself. Hold on, hold on. Not yet, not yet. This is where I'm going to just fade to black and I'm going to talk about the traits of the Scorpio moon. And I have to provide a disclaimer because I know how people like to take things seriously or too seriously, or they might like to take it too much to heart and they think I'm talking about them. So, again, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. And then, Anonymous, I'm going to answer your other question about navigating those challenging signs. Or should I do it first? I'm trying to think. Should I do this part first or go down my list? Because this list is pretty long that I have. Should I talk about the challenging signs first and how to navigate and what could happen? Or should I talk about the general traits of the Scorpio moon? I don't know. Damn, you already saw that slide. Yeah, I got ahead of myself. What should I do first? Should I talk about the challenging signs or should I talk about you said but well I'm trying to think which one I should get into first. Cuz I'm like, okay, we're going to do the signs first. Okay. So, Anonymous question was about how people with sun signs in Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Leo, and Aquarius can navigate having a Scorpio moon. So this would be someone that has like sun in Aries and a Scorpio moon, or they have sun in Taurus opposing their Scorpio moon. They got sun in Gemini and quincunx with their Scorpio moon. Sun in Leo squaring their Scorpio moon, Sun in Aquarius squaring their Scorpio moon. So I'm going to go down the list of some of what could go wrong and how you could mitigate the potential threats dealing with this. So let's start with Aries. So there are aspects, basically, you could consider natural aspects between signs. So there are natural squares, there's natural oppositions, there's natural quincunxes, and so forth. So, for instance, a natural quincunx is created between Aries and Scorpio. A quincunx is a challenging aspect, but not nearly as challenging as a square or a sesqui-square. Sometimes even a semi-square is more challenging than a quincunx. The quincunx gives you a little more leeway. It allows more flexibility. And sometimes the quincunx can just deal with adjustments that need to be made. It can represent compromises that need to be made. And sometimes the quincunx can just represent the nature of one's work. So, like for instance, on my Patreon, I was posting examples of quincunxes. And one of the examples I used was pulling taffy. So if you ever saw the inside of a candy shop where they're pulling taffy, I was like, that's an example of a quincunx because it takes effort, but you gotta do a lot. Like it's taken a lot of effort, it's taken a lot of adjustments, but what comes out of it is something tasty, it's something great. And you're taking something from one form and you're bringing it to a next form, but you have to do all of this maneuvering, manipulation, and all to come out with the finished product. All right, so Aries forms a natural quincunx with Scorpio. And one of the main challenges that comes with this quincunx is lacking stamina, lacking endurance, because Scorpio is a sign of endurance, it's a sign of stamina, it's a sign that can enable one to go the extra mile, to go like to give 110%. That's Scorpio. Exceeding thresholds, that's Scorpio. And giving it one's all until it's all said and done. But Aries is about being quick, Aries is the type when things get to be too difficult or too difficult, I mean, or complicated, they're quick to bail. So that's why Aries and Scorpio usually don't mix. So if somebody has this quincunx in their chart, they might start things with enthusiasm, but they may lack the stamina, they may lack the endurance to see it through to completion. This could even play out during sex. Aries, quincunx, Scorpio could represent, let's say it's in a man's chart, and he got Sun in Aries, quincunx, Scorpio, Moon. Oh, I'm feeling the Holy Spirit. Feel me. Oh, Lord, I'm about to take y'all to church now. Okay, so let's say a man has Sun in Aries, quincunx his Scorpio Moon. Well, that can deal with where he has a challenge satisfying his lady because he's a 2 minute brother. Can I get an amen? But yeah, that's what that. So again, lacking stamina, lacking endurance, or you just popping off way too quickly. Like, come on, you can't. You ain't even letting her get off. Like, let's be real. Like, come on. You said 5 minute man Aries, but yes, that's one of the ways. So again, can't you see how that could be challenging? You're like you're at risk of losing your girl because you can't satisfy her sexually because you can't even last beyond 2 minutes. And some of these men out here don't even try. They don't even put forth an effort. They don't even care. That's a sign of a selfish lover, which could very well be that quincunx. All right. Another problem that comes with this quincunx potentially is where one's name is dragged through the mud. One's name is sullied or trashed. So that's another one. Yes, a quick pumper. And then another challenge that comes with this, it's kind of like the one with lacking stamina, but more so leaving loose strings untied, not tying up loose strings where you have to go back and repeat something that you thought was done, or maybe that decide to just say, you know what, I'm gonna just move forward without taking care of this. And now you can't move forward because you got some loose strings that need to be tied. So that's another issue that could come with this quincunx. Also, being outnumbered or being overpowered, where Aries is representing the individual, but Scorpio could represent the mob, where you're being outnumbered. And then one of the more tragic challenges that can come with this quincunx is demonic attacks. And this is where it gets deep. So, Scorpio is the demonic. Aries is the individual, Aries is the self. So this quincunx could make a person feel like they have more than one personality, like a multiple personality type of thing going on, but they could be plagued by demons. They could be attacked by demons. Now, how could a demon show up medically? A demon might show up medically through a brain scan. You go get a, what are those brain scans called? EKG or something, or no, that's for the heart. A CT scan or whatever. Let's say you did get that. Dude's been claiming that he's been hearing voices from demons. Next thing you know, the doctor finds a lesion on his brain. Injuries to the frontal or temporal lobe can produce demonic like manifestations. Yes. So it's all one and the same. You probably heard of situations where somebody gets a horrible head injury, like the football players, the CTE, and they start to wild out. They start to get violent. They end up killing somebody or whatever because they turn into somebody different, all because there's a part of the brain that is no longer functioning like it used to. And Aries rules the brain, and Scorpio rules lesions. That's why with this quincunx, you are at risk of having some type of lesion, or it could be a cyst that's on the brain, or it could just be where some part of the brain is no longer working like it should. Oh, web surfer. I'm sorry. You said I have lesions, most likely. Oh, all right. Let's move on to Taurus. So, if someone has Sun in Taurus opposing Scorpio Moon, these are going to produce problems that are more so straightforward, but it can produce some serious messed up predicaments. So, number one, with that Taurus Scorpio opposition, this is like being indebted. So the solution would be to, oh, I was supposed to provide solutions for the Aries quincunx Scorpio. So for the first solution, lacking stamina and endurance, I would say break goals up into small chunks and try to achieve them that way. If we're talking about sex, like a 2 minute brother, what he could do is he could try to little by little increase his stamina minute by minute. He could go from 2 minutes to 3 minutes. Maybe even semen retention might work for him. And then if your name is sullied or trash, this is just telling you to, be careful who you tell shit to. Like sometimes you're going to have to be mysterious with that Scorpio moon. You shouldn't put all your cards on the table. Don't be airing your dirty laundry out to just anybody, or maybe not to anybody at all. Leaving loose strings untied. This is where you need to go back and review what you have done to make sure everything has been tied up so that you could continue to move forward and you're not being pulled backward. This can even include a relationship. So let me tell you how this could play out. So, Aries is about moving forward, right? Aries is about new things. So this is like, okay, let's say a woman has Sun in Aries, quincunx moon in Scorpio. So she broke up with her ex. She's been single for like a year. Now she's like, I'm gonna start dating. I think I'm gonna find somebody new. And then as soon as she starts dating this guy, guess what? Her ex pops up. And she still got feelings for her ex because her moon is in Scorpio, okay? And so he pops up and now he's like, I miss you. I want to get back together with you. But she's feeling this new guy. So now she's stuck between new and the old. And now she don't know what to do. And the ex is basically ruining things for the new guy. He's making the new guy have a hard time at this point. So yeah, so this quincunx can even deal with where you want to move forward in a new relationship, but this ex won't leave you alone. This ex keeps coming back to haunt you. So one of the things that people often do with this quincunx, you might break up with your ex, but you didn't make sure that there's no way of him contacting you. You didn't block him on your phone. You didn't block him on social media. Now you're wondering why he's creeping back in your DMs. So yeah, when you're done, if you have this quincunx, when you're done with somebody, you really have to be done. Ain't no like, oh, we're gonna just leave this open just to see, or I'm gonna allow him to still be able to contact me just in case. No, it needs to be over and final. But with that quincunx, it can be easy to bring the dead back to life. All right. And then with the demonic attacks, you can't really do anything to prevent lesions on the brain, unfortunately. But there's other situations where you might be plagued by demons as a result of something that you did, such as playing with the Ouija board, using certain drugs, even alcohol in some cases. So if you have this quincunx, just be careful. Try not to get over inebriated. Definitely don't play with the Ouija board because some demon is likely to become attached to you. All right. And then you could be dealing with some shape shifting humans, especially males, where they're shape shifting between being human and a demon in the flesh. Pay attention to their eyes. All right, moving back to Taurus. So, Taurus, like I said, the challenges, Taurus Scorpio opposition tend to be more straightforward. So, if somebody has a Taurus sun opposing their Scorpio moon, they could be indebted. That's a major one, that's a very common one. It could be that you purchased too much house. Now, all the money that you earn, which is represented by Sun and Taurus, is basically being poured into this house. You got this huge mortgage, and the house is in need of serious repair. So it's just like that house is a money pit. That opposition is like the epitome of a house being a money pit. Now, the remedy for this is to save for a rainy day, of course, and try to live within your means. Try not to buy too much house. Try not to get too much into debt. Now, with my Scorpio Taurus opposition, my nodes are in Scorpio and Taurus, South node in Taurus, North node in Scorpio. I'm constantly dealing with this challenge with money, debt, all that type of stuff. And I still have lessons to learn. So just know that when you conquer one financial issue, another one might creep up in its place. It might not be right away, it might be 5 years down the line. But it's like this energy never goes away. So you just got to learn how to manage it and try to, again, save for a rainy day and try not to get yourself too deep into debt. Another issue that comes with this opposition is there's always a chance you could be a victim of fraud. You could get robbed. Your house could be burglarized and somebody could hack into your accounts. So, the remedy for this is to always practice safeguards. Safeguard your resources. Safeguard your home. If you have this opposition, it would help to have a nice security system, or at least, in the very least, have a deadbolt lock on your door. And you might want to have a ring camera and things like that. Now, I'm one to talk because I do have a deadbolt lock, but I do have that South Node in Taurus in my fourth house, North Node in Scorpio. I would say if it was reversed, like if my Scorpio South Node, if I had Scorpio South Node in my fourth house, I would definitely have a ring camera. But because I don't, I feel like I really don't need one, at least not now. So another issue that could come with this opposition is being infected, infestation, and ruin. And this could be things that you value, including what is in your home. Infestation could be an infestation of bugs, but it could also be an infestation of demons. And I always say that infestation of demons, it occurs in the neck. You'll see a few horror movies where it's dealing with demonic possession, The Exorcist being one of them, where the person's neck bulges up. And I'm like, yeah, they're onto something. They're letting you know that those demons enter you through the neck, or it could be that's where they like to rest. And think about it. A lot of people that got demonic attachment or they're plagued by demons, their voice might change. And the voice box is in the neck. That's Taurus. So, how do you remedy this? I would just say take extra precaution always. Have a exterminator on standby just in case your home gets infested with pests. Again, this is another case where you don't want to mess around with a Ouija board or anything else like a seance that could call forth demons. And then lastly, with this opposition, and this is, I could go deep into all of these aspects, but due to limited time, I'm only giving y'all like a, cursory look at this. Now, the last one for the Taurus Scorpio opposition is self-esteem and self-worth is torn down. And it could be by your own mother. Like this movie I was watching tonight with my daughter called The Inkwell. Y'all might have saw it before. It came out in the early 90s. But in The Inkwell, there was this scene where the mother sees her adult daughter, and this is very much like Sun opposition Moon. Sun and Taurus opposition Moon in Scorpio, with the mother representing that Moon in Scorpio. So she didn't hug her daughter after not seeing her for like a few years, but she rushed to hug her grandson. And then she told her daughter that she was looking fat. And that's what I mean about your self-esteem and self-worth being torn down. Because that Scorpio will tear down one's self-esteem and self-worth. Scorpio is very much about devaluing, and Taurus is very much about value and worth. So yeah, devaluing versus value. Saying somebody is worthless. That's that Scorpio energy. So, what do you do to combat this challenge? Have talents. Don't make it just about you. If you center your self esteem on the superficial, like what you look like, who you can attract, then yeah, your self esteem is more likely to be fragile. But if your self esteem and self worth is based upon actual talents and gifts and skills that you have, then that can help to get you through even when somebody's trying to tear down your self esteem. Have skills, have talents that nobody could take away from you. This is another lesson with money too. Money comes and goes, right? But there's some things that can never be taken away from you unless something happened to your mind or whatever. So I know that because of what I know at the end of the day, I could be broke at one point, but I know that there's a chance I'm going to come up and maybe come up swiftly because of my skills and talent. So always have some type of skill, talent, something that defines your worth beyond the superficial. And that way, when somebody tries to come for you in terms of the way you look or whatever, you could be like, well, you know what? That's not even what I base my worth on. I base my worth on, my talents, my skills, my knowledge, my abilities, all that. And nobody can take that away from me. All right, next. There's a natural quincunx that is formed between Gemini and Scorpio. So this natural quincunx, I like to call the herpes aspect. The reason why I call it the herpes aspect is because this quincunx can produce reoccurring infections. And herpes is just one example of a reoccurring infection. So it doesn't have to be herpes per se. But you know how I am. I like to be dirty with shit. So I like to go like hardcore with shit. So I like to call it the herpes aspect. And how do you combat the potential for this to happen? Of course, practice safe sex. Of course, ask questions. You might even want to get your potential sex partners to show you a clean bill of health, a STD test results, so that you could be safe and sound. And again, it's not just herpes per se, it could be any reoccurring infection, it could be reoccurring yeast infections. It's the Gemini energy that produces the reoccurrence because Gemini makes things repetitive. Scorpio is the infection. So this is like STD. You keep getting the same STD, or it could even just be you keep getting bacteria vaginosis over and over again. It might not even be anything you're doing wrong. It might be the man that you're having sex with. He keeps triggering your pH to go off. But yes, that's very common with this quincunx. And remember, the quincunx can show where there's a need to make adjustments. Like if you have a reoccurring STD, you need to make adjustments to your sex life. There's going to be some times where you ain't going to be able to have sex, or the type of sex, the vaginal sex, if you got something going on down there. So you might have to really top him off real good, if you know what I'm saying, during that time. Hey, sometimes you got to get in where you fit in. Fatal car accidents. This is a big one. And quincunxes can manifest as accidents, number one, and some of these accidents could lead to death, especially this one, Gemini, quincunx, Scorpio. Oh, you said, can I put it on the screen? This one, I just wrote this down in my notebook. You hear the paper? Because sometimes I get tired of putting everything on PowerPoint. And sometimes even I don't want people to jack my shit. No, let me stop. No, I did think about that. I'm gonna have to find a way to copyright everything because somebody could come along. So I actually saw some of my videos on TikTok that somebody had posted. And one of the videos got like 20,000 views. Now, the good thing is they didn't take credit for my videos. They were like, I do not own these videos. But I do know that we got some people that will hijack your shit and try to pass it off as theirs. But yeah, I didn't write this. I didn't put it on the PowerPoint, but I'm going to come back to the PowerPoint. Don't worry. So and like I said, this is a fade to black time. So this is where you just need to listen. And then you could always go back and replay the live stream if you missed out on certain things and stuff. You could take notes and all that type of stuff. But I might start being more guarded with my shit. All right. And then cuz honestly, a lot of stuff I be throwing at y'all, yeah, like as a professional astrologer, I learned most of my early knowledge of astrology through books, especially the old school books. I love the old school books. But I have such a wealth of knowledge just off of my observation, reading charts after charts after charts, doing this for years, day in and day out. So I do have a vested interest in kind of gatekeeping some of this stuff, or we're making this content kind of exclusive. Like, this is on a higher level of astrology. This ain't for the mainstream. And this basically what I'm saying is coinciding with my Scorpio North Node. I used to be kind of, upset that I wasn't like more popular on YouTube, but the more I understand my purpose and path in life, the more I'm understanding the jewels that I'm dropping. A lot of people ain't going to be able to like just be able to understand. This is for more higher minded, sophisticated, enlightened individuals, which all of y'all are. If y'all are tuning into my live stream right now, know that y'all are on a higher level. If y'all come to me for some knowledge, wisdom, understanding, know that you're already on a higher level. And I'm not saying this to toot my own horn, but it is what it is. There's a reason that this platform does not promote my channel. And what's so interesting is I'm not going to shout this person out, but I recently came across them because they had tagged me in one of their videos. And this person is an astrologer. They're like an artist too. And I was watching one of their videos, and he's like my cosmic twin. He's like my YouTube twin. It's crazy because we both have like a similar subscriber count, and both of us are being shadow banned because we don't shy away from the truth. He even mentioned on one of his posts, he was like, yeah, because I'm being shadow banned, can you please like this or follow me on Patreon or whatever like that. He's one of those astrologers that gives you the real. I'm one of those astrologers that gives you the real. So this is why YouTube don't want to promote me. For look, I know it might sound crazy for people that are more like, mainstream in. But when I tell you the evils that be don't want people to be enlightened, they don't want people to know the truth. They don't want people to know their true power and essence. You know how many problems would be saved or solved in the world if people just knew and respected astrology? You know how many conflicts we could solve? We might even have a bunch of medical breakthroughs if people started taking astrology seriously again. I'm talking about the professions. One of my sisters, she's a very, very esteemed and accomplished professor at an Ivy League university. When I tell you, like, I really look up to her, my sister is so smart, right? She got multiple degrees. She got a doctor. She's a doctor. She got her PhD, all that. But when my sister tells me that I'm smarter than her, you know what that means? Like, that makes me feel like, wow. But I asked my sister the last time I was back east and I was talking to her. I said, "Do you think the mainstream I said, "Do you think mainstream academia is ready for astrology?" And she straight up told me, "Nope." She was like, it's not going to fly. And my sister, she's a skeptic, being a Capricorn, she is, but she does respect what I do. She does believe a lot of what I tell her. She just doesn't follow astrology like that. But what's so interesting, what I love about her, she'll surprise you from time to time. She got Venus in Aquarius. So, Venus and North Node in Aquarius. So, the first night I ever did my podcast, this was the Ace of Cups radio show. She was my first caller. Do you know how much that meant to me? Especially being as though my sister is a big time skeptic, but it just showed that she believed in me. And I didn't even know it was her. I didn't even recognize her voice. She told me like a year later. She was like, "Yeah, remember you got that call? It was the first night of your podcast, and I was asking you about relationships." No, she didn't say I. She was like, that was me, right? I was like, "That was you." So yeah, and I guess I went on this tangent just to basically again say I discovered this other astrologer on YouTube, and he's being shadow banned too. So it felt so good to be able to see that I'm not making this up. I'm not imagining things. Because he has a nice amount of subscribers, but his views on his videos just don't match up with the amount of subscribers. When you see stuff like that, you have to wonder, is YouTube holding your channel back? Which is why I had to go on TikTok. And I love TikTok because TikTok doesn't restrict you like YouTube does. Anytime I want to make a short on YouTube, it's copyright claim, copyright. I'm just like, ugh, it's so annoying. TikTok is not restrictive like that. Now I know TikTok got their problem, and one of the things I'm not happy about now, they're talking about they want American businesses to take over TikTok. They're gonna ruin it. They're gonna make it like YouTube. Watch. And I just got started on TikTok. It's always like that. And I do have that Aries, quincunx, North Node, and Scorpio. So another thing with that can mean when you start something, shit's about to end. So I got a quincunx between my Chiron and Aries and my North Node and Scorpio. And that's exactly how it be. Like when I would get jobs in the past, they would be like, oh, before you came here, things were great. Now things are changing. Now it's getting bad. And I would be like, damn, I'm always missing out on the good stuff. But that's very much that quincunx. All right. Back to the Gemini quincunx Scorpio aspect. So I talked about the herpes. And again, that's just reoccurring infections. Wrap it up. Fatal car accidents, that's a big one. Just think about how easy it is to lose your life through driving. Like there's so many fatal car accidents that happen on a daily basis. That's part of the reason why this quincunx exists. Like when you start driving on the road with all these other drivers, some shit is bound to happen sooner or later. So if you have this quincunx in your chart, you really have to practice defensive driving. You always have to be safe, and definitely don't be on your cell phone while driving. Now, revocation of license is another possibility. So your license could be revoked if you have this quincunx in your chart. Gemini, quincunx, Scorpio. Gemini is the license. The revocation is Scorpio. Now, it could be any license. It could be your driver's license, or it could be a professional license. So if you have this quincunx in your chart and you're a licensed professional, or if you have a driver's license, just make sure you always keep current, pay your traffic tickets, and don't do anything that would result in a loss of license. This quincunx can also produce mental health disorders, with Gemini ruling the conscious mind and Scorpio ruling psychosis. So, experiencing bouts of psychosis or just like severe emotional turmoil can have an adverse effect upon the conscious mind, shown by this quincunx right here. And then, credit card fraud is possible, having your accounts hacked, like an email account hacked, and stalkers that can come with this quincunx as well. So safeguard your intellectual property when you have this quincunx. Safeguard your, if you know you're dealing with an ex that could be stalking you, make sure you tell the police. Try to get a restraining order. All right, next we have a natural square between Leo and Scorpio. So if someone had Sun in Leo squaring their Scorpio moon, this can play out as bad investments. So you need to be careful. You need to really research any potential investment that you're looking to get into, because you could end up losing a lot of money. Also, this square is particularly nasty. I always talk about this Leo Scorpio square because one of the main things it can produce is crises involving children, including a child that's abused, including a child that gets murdered. So this is one of the, like, it might be the worst square now that I think about it. This Leo square Scorpio, mainly because Leo is life itself and Scorpio is death. And men that have this square in their chart, they're naturally susceptible to dying of a heart attack. Their life could be cut short. Hey, Cameron, their life could be cut short with this square. But again, it could play out as the death of a child. Miscarriage is going to be highly likely, or it could even just play out where the woman had multiple abortions, and that's why that square is in the chart. Another thing, so crises involving children. Let's be real. If you want total control of your destiny, right? Let's say if this was a perfect world and everybody got in where they fit in, everybody basically did what their chart dictated in terms of mitigating potential threats. If you had this square in your chart, and I do have this square in my chart, so I have Saturn and Leo square in my Uranus and midheaven in Scorpio, so I know all about this square. If you have this square in your chart, think long and hard before having children. You may not want to have children when you really think about all that can go wrong with this square. I'm telling you, it's bad. It is bad. It can be worse in some cases than others. And again, it very much comes down to the choices that you make, but it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It can even deal with resentment towards a child or resentment coming from the child for whatever reason. Another issue that comes with this square is free will is lacking. Leo is your free will, and Scorpio is control. So with this square, you might feel like you don't have as much free will as you would like. Case in point, let me tell you how it played out in my life. One of the ways. So Uranus is in my ninth house, and ninth house is religion. Saturn is in Leo in my chart. Leo is free will. So growing up, I felt like I didn't have much free will because I had to adhere to the tenets of this very restrictive religion. So that alone ties into what I experienced with that square between Leo. Now, I don't have a Scorpio moon, but just Leo square Scorpio will play out in similar ways. Now, another thing that could play out is rejection, avoidance. So, Leo wants attention. Leo wants love. Leo wants adoration. But when Leo is squaring Scorpio, that need for admiration, adoration could be rejected. People could avoid even dealing with you for whatever reason. So that can be really hard to deal with, especially with Leo representing the ego. So this is like your ego is constantly being crushed, constantly being bruised. Also, lack of happiness, lack of enjoyment. Some people with this square, they find it hard to fully enjoy themselves. They find it hard to fully be happy. They might always experience some sense of dread, even during happy moments. And with my square between Leo and Scorpio, I kind of have this thing with me where I feel like I can never be like too happy because I know some dark days are right around the corner. And you might feel that way when you have that square between Leo and Scorpio. And what's really serious, well, okay, let me go back. So, the remedy to this, the lack of happiness, lack of enjoyment, is to know that emotions come in waves. Circumstances are going to happen regardless of what you do. Know that happiness comes and goes. Happiness should never be looked upon as a constant or even a goal. You know how people always be, I just want to be happy. Well, happiness can come at any time. It's really your choice. And then the most serious, and I already kind of touched on this, is heart failure. So Leo, and this is why again, I'm saying arguably Leo square Scorpio is the most challenging square in astrology, namely due to the heart failure and the problems that it can bring to children. Heart failure is a big one. So that's something. And of course, the remedy to this is to try to live a healthy lifestyle. But some people are just naturally predisposition or predisposed to develop heart problems. And if you have the square in your chart, that could very well be the case. So again, another example in my chart, I have Saturn in Leo squaring my Uranus and midheaven in Scorpio. So I was born with a heart murmur. And just this past week, I think it was last week, I had a little I thought I was about to have an emergency. And thankfully it didn't get bad, but at one point I thought I might have to go to urgent care or the emergency room because my heart was acting crazy. And I was like, what the hell? But thankfully it subsided. I did a quick little reading. I was like, is this feeling going to subside? And it did. But that is one of my fears, like my heart failing. All right. And then last but not least, we have the square between Scorpio and Aquarius. This could be a particularly challenging square as well. This could be particularly nasty. So, one of the problems that comes with this square is sudden and unexpected death. And it could even be a freak accident or a freak occurrence creates death or results in death, where people are scratching their head like, how in the hell did that even happen? Where you just get plucked out of here without warning. Another problem that comes with it, and again, there's nothing you could really do to avoid sudden death. I feel like when it's your time, it's your time. Some people go suddenly, some people have prior warning of their death. But if you have the square in your chart, you might die suddenly, including myself. And again, I don't have, I mean, I don't have the square in my chart. I had that Leo one, but yeah, Aquarius square, Scorpio could be sudden death. And then it can also produce bad friendships or rocky friendships. It may seem like you can never maintain longevity with friendships. And then it can even deal with the death of a friend, even or betrayal at the hands of a friend. Also, your liberties could be threatened with this square. It can also play out as a bleak future, an inability to bond. And this could even be coming from the mother, because again, the question was, how can someone with Sun in Aquarius squaring Moon in Scorpio play out? So this could be where the mother has a hard time bonding with the child. And then asexuality is a possibility with this square. And then sexual perversion. The asexuality, a lot of times, there's no getting around that. You know, you feel how you feel. And that Aquarius oftentimes takes away from one's sex drive. That's why Aquarius is also dealing with sex toys, because, you know, that's an artificial way of getting aroused. You know, you need some type of technology, and Aquarius very much pertains to that. All right. So we're done with that. We're still going to be doing the blackout right now, because now I'm going to segue over into this list that I have, and it's dealing with positives and negatives. And this list is so long that I didn't feel like transferring it to the PowerPoint. But I also have some more PowerPoint slides that I'll pull up after I get through this list. So right now, I'm going to talk about the positive, and then I'm going to counter it with the negative. So it's going to be like the same theme, but one's going to be positive and one side's going to be negative. So with the Scorpio moon, and this is in general, this is where a person has strength, both physical strength, mental strength, and you can even throw in there emotional strength in some cases. But Scorpio produces strength. It produces strong, hardy individuals. These are people that don't shop, they don't wither away. Like, they're very resilient too. So resilience is a major theme. Now on the negative end, so that's the positive. On the negative end, some Scorpio moons don't realize their strength. And as a result, things can get broken because they tend to be very heavy handed. Or a Scorpio moon could get in a fight with someone and they beat them to an inch of their life. Not because they wanted to, but because they didn't even realize their strength. When I tell you Scorpio individuals, that would include the sun, moon, you could throw Mars in there. Scorpio has that strength that a lot of times they don't even realize they have. I like to call it strength and reserves. That's why Scorpio rules bodybuilding, weightlifting. So, not realizing your strength leads to broken things. The next positive, power, intensity. You know, intensity could be a good thing, and intensity goes hand in hand with like excitement. But sometimes emotions can be too intense. Sometimes the person's personality can be too intense for people to deal with. So again, power and intensity is a positive, but the negative is going to be where you're too intense for most people, and sometimes your emotions are too intense for yourself. And power struggles often come with the Scorpio moon. And intimidation often comes with the Scorpio moon as well. Now, know that this can go both ways. So, on one hand, the person might be facing intimidation. So, for instance, they might find their mother to be intimidating, or there might be some other woman in their life that's intimidating. But on another end, they might be the one doing the intimidating. Another positive is endurance, stamina, and energy in reserves. But on the negative end, the Scorpio moon makes you prone to go too hard. And I like to say cocaine is a big one. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. Scorpio and cocaine go together like white on rice, let me tell you. And it makes sense because cocaine is one of those drugs that makes things intense, and it enables you to feel like you can conquer anything, and it gets you keyed up. It's more on a stimulant level. Methamphetamine is similar as well. So you could also say methamphetamine is very Scorpio like as well. But I like to use the example of cocaine. So, for instance, on the positive end, with the moon in Scorpio, we have natural endurance, natural stamina, can go the extra mile. But then on the negative end, there's always a chance the person could be going too hard. They could be burning the candle at both ends, working overtime, giving 110%, 120%. And then when their energy meter starts to peter out, they might feel like they need a little pick me up to keep going, which could be cocaine, it could be methamphetamine, it could be some type of other drug that picks them up, could be sex even, that they need to keep going. Another positive of the Scorpio moon is the ability to exercise a great deal of self control. Self control comes naturally to Scorpio. You know, control is a major Scorpio theme, period, but self control in particular is really good. Ellie said Coke is great, allegedly. Now, the negative is controlling others, or where the person with the Scorpio moon is under someone else's control. Scorpio moon individuals, they may look at their mother as being controlling. Back to the positive. Scorpio moons can possess a high degree of emotional intelligence. But on the negative end, turbulent emotions are constantly brewing under the surface. Now, because the Scorpio moon can exercise self control, a lot of times you're not going to see these turbulent emotions. But know that these emotions brewing under the surface are always subject to erupt at various times in the person's life. And if there's a square, like for instance, if someone has Sun in Aquarius squaring Moon in Scorpio, they may not be able to keep their emotions in. There might be this constant eruption, or it might be more frequent than the average Scorpio moon, because that Sun squaring the moon is making it hard for that moon to keep things inside. The Sun brings things out. All right. So on the positive end, Scorpio moons can be ride or die and fiercely loyal. Like for instance, my Scorpio moon daughter, I know she will always have my back. Even if we're, dealing with some type of conflict or we're not on the best of terms, I know if something were to ever happen to me or if somebody were to do me dirty, my Scorpio moon daughter would have my back. My Scorpio moon daughter is ride or die. So that's a plus. Fiercely loyal. But then on the negative end, some Scorpio moons may expect unconditional loyalty. So meaning it don't matter what they do to you, it don't matter how dirty they do you, they always expect you to forgive them and for you to still remain loyal. So betrayal is a major theme that comes with the negative side of the Scorpio moon. Well, back to the positive. Gives and receives support. So support is a major theme of Scorpio. And with the moon, it's more so going to be receiving support than giving. Even though Scorpio moons can very much be about giving as well, but they are very much on the receiving end of support. And a lot of times it's necessary because they just have this thing where a lot of times they're going to be going through some type of crisis. So you need a support system when you have a Scorpio moon, and usually that comes pretty easy. Scorpio is also about encouragement. So, moon and Scorpio people, they tend to need a lot of encouragement, but they can be great sources of encouragement themselves. On the negative end, codependence is a product of the Scorpio moon, especially where the support theme comes in, because if you support a Scorpio moon too much, then they're likely to become codependent and they might be challenged to be independent. And then also with this whole support, there on the negative end can be this whole exchange of power. And it's not really negative, but I will tell you this. So, and some of my Scorpio clients will do this, and I think it's cute. But it's all about an exchange of power at the end of the day. So, for instance, let me give you an example. I think I might have talked about this before. So, I might be doing a reading for a Scorpio, and towards the end of the reading, they want to check in with me and my life and be like, okay, well, how's your business coming along? Like, what could you do to, and they really want to help. They're really being supportive. But I also acknowledge too, it's also about this exchange of power because they don't want to be on totally on the receiving end because Scorpio always wants to come across as, yes, they have the power. So if it seems like the person they're dealing with is taking too much of that power, they're going to try to take some more power back. And one of the good ways of doing that is to put the other person on the receiving end of support and say, okay, you supported me through this reading. Let me use the last couple of minutes of this reading to support you and tell you how you could be doing better. So, yes, it's this exchange of power that takes place with Scorpio. Now, great managerial ability. That is a positive. Scorpio makes a great manager of people, especially those Scorpio moons, because you know that moon brings hospitality. Natural coaches. A lot of Scorpio moons, when they're younger or even older, you know, because you have waitresses and waiters of all ages. But a popular profession for Scorpio, whether it's the sun or the moon, is to be a waiter or a waitress or a restaurant hostess. Number one, again, they're very much about managing people. They're very much about providing support and they work very well under pressure. And they are natural coaches. Now, on the negative end, the Scorpio moon can be prone to being a Swengali. Let me pull up the definition of Swengali. I know what it means, but sometimes I like the experts to state it because sometimes I get a little tongue tied. So, Swengali, but a perfect example of a Swengali would be P. Diddy, who is a Scorpio sun. So Svengali is a creepy old wait, no. Let me so it stems from a movie and it's basically about this man who seduces, dominates, and exploits another person, which is a young orphan girl, and makes her into a famous singer. But what Swengalis usually do is like they'll build you up just to tear you down, or they will invite you in their circle. They will transform you into who they think you should become, and a lot of times they are going to upgrade you only to degrade you later or discard you when they've gotten what they wanted out of you. So P. Diddy is a perfect example of a Swengali. All right, moving on. Another positive is very resourceful. So Scorpio energy, very resourceful, knows how to make a dollar stretch, knows how to basically get the most bang for their buck, knows how to make things work when they have very little. But on the negative end, Scorpio moon can result in treating things and people as disposable. So the discarding can come with Scorpio. So one minute they're valuing you. Next minute they're discarding you or they're devaluing you. Close bonds often are the product of a Scorpio moon. That's on the positive end, but on the negative end, that can lead to parasitism, or where you're attracting parasites, or where the Scorpio moon person becomes a parasite. And this stems from the void that exists with Scorpio. So Scorpio represents the void. And with Scorpio moons, it's like they have this void in them that can never be fully filled or completely filled, or where it might be filled, but then it returns back. The void returns. So being a parasite can help these people to feel like they're not experiencing that void. So they latch on to others to try to overcompensate for this void that they feel. Now, back to the positive. Scorpio moons are great at concentration. So they can concentrate on one thing for hours. And again, that goes hand in hand with going the extra mile. But on the negative end, that can lead to obsession, right? Obsession is one of the negative traits of Scorpio, and Scorpio moon is no exception. And then on a positive end, Scorpio moon can produce great gut instincts where they could just sniff people out. They could sniff out, frauds and fakes and stuff. But then also on the negative, the Scorpio moon can produce compulsive behaviors. And with compulsive behaviors can deal with binging, doing things to the extreme. You doing it too much. So compulsive behavior, binging, not knowing how to stop, not knowing when to quit. And I always say that a lot of times demonic forces are behind the compulsive behavior. Whenever you're talking about I can't help myself, you know what they say, the devil made me do it. That's basically just saying, there's these demonic entities influencing you and you're too weak-willed to basically resist it. On a positive, influential. So Scorpio moons can be very influential. On the negative, they could be a negative influence upon others, or they could be around negative influences. It could even be where the mom is a negative influence in some cases, or the family is a negative influence. Also, another negative is has to have something over others, even if it's a secret. Because a lot of times it's like Scorpio moons are playing this game of espionage, or spy versus spy. So if they got something on somebody, they can at least feel like they got some type of leverage. But they need to understand that not everybody is out to get them, or where it's not always a pissing contest. Another positive with the Scorpio moon is being very involved in the lives of others, or being very involved in whatever they're doing. Again, it goes back to giving 110%. But on the negative end, it can deal with where Scorpio moons tend to be too concerned with how other people affect them. So they need to just learn how to kind of be more detached, kind of be more like Aquarius, where they don't give a fuck like who's watching or who care, like who's saying what about them. But some Scorpio moons, they are too concerned with how other people affect them. On the positive, good at providing different perspectives. On the negative, playing devil's advocate, and they could do this as leverage. Scorpio can play devil's advocate like nobody's business, but sometimes they may do it just to shake your confidence. They may do it just to devalue you. On the positive, ease in getting unearned income. So unearned income that can involve anything that you don't have to work for, or any money that you don't have to work for. So that could be a nice tax refund. That could be an inheritance. It could be money from a lawsuit. It could be royalties. It could be an insurance settlement. So all of that can come easy for Scorpio moon. Even winning contests. I always say if you got Scorpio moon or Scorpio sun, Venus and Scorpio, enter every contest you come across. Enter sweepstakes. Play the lottery. There's a high chance you're going to win, but play responsibly, but you have a higher chance than other signs of winning some money. Now, the negative part, dealing with the unearned income, where am I at? Getting robbed. So people taking what's yours, getting robbed, your home burglarized, like I said, being a victim of fraud, being inundated with debt, and having to pay taxes, like high tax bill. Another positive, being very caring, being deeply empathetic. On the negative, being too concerned with the lives of others, even when it has nothing to do with your own. And sometimes it's just because Scorpio wants something to do. Scorpio wants a crisis to manage. But so you got to keep in mind, if you're a Scorpio moon, that not all crises are yours to manage. What is going on with this mouse? This mouse is acting up. Okay, let me hold on. Of course the mouse wants to act up. Like I'm trying. So I have two screens and I'm trying to move the mouse over to the left screen. Let me shut it off. Okay, let me use my finger because this is ridiculous. Even when I use my finger, it's acting up. That's weird. Okay. I'm gonna stop. All right. So back to the positive. Where are we at? 1, 2, 5. Oh wow, my laptop really wants to act stupid right now. Okay, here we go. Getting down to the nitty gritty. I'm skipping one of the things, but I can't even move my mouse right now. Getting down to the nitty gritty. Scorpio moons are great at that. But on the negative end, having to come across the foul, the disgusting, the repugnant, the putrid, and the repulsive. You know what? I'm getting pissed off. Like, why isn't this mouse working? Of course. That's crazy. I think it's a demon. Okay, I just want to scroll up. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. So we did, okay, good at crisis management. So Scorpio moons are good at crisis management. They're good at working. You said we get a break for, oh, I know, I'm throwing a lot at you, aren't I? They're good at crisis management. So Moon in Scorpio is good for like working in the field of mental health, but also like even working in the field of corrections. Scorpio moons are built for that. So that's a good one. Crisis management, good with that. But on the negative end, Scorpio moons could often be in crisis themselves. And they may often be feeling tormented, and they could be in situations where they're being tortured in some way, shape, or form, including physically tortured in some cases. Okay, depth perception. So Scorpio moon produces that depth perception where they can perceive things that are under the surface, and that makes them a natural detective, a natural investigator. So working in criminal justice is great for Scorpio moons. Working as a detective, as an investigator, whether it's like private investigator, that's the epitome of moon in Scorpio because the moon is ruling the private and Scorpio is the investigation. Now, with the depth perception and negative natural detective, the negative side is unwarranted suspicions. So Scorpio, both Scorpio suns and moons are prone to unwarranted suspicions. They might think somebody's always out to get them or somebody's always talking shit about them, somebody's jealous of them, what have you. I just love how this Excel, because I'm reading from an Excel spreadsheet that I created and it wants to act up right now. I'm trying to scroll down because I have these columns with positive and negative, and I think it's funny how it wants to act up right now. Okay, I got it. All right. Now, Scorpio moon can be resilient. That's the positive, die hard, and it produces regeneration of energy and rejuvenation. Those are Scorpio positives. But on the negative end, it can make one prone to revisit unhealthy situations and relationships. On the positive, back to the positive, Scorpio moon can produce keen psychic ability and psychic mediumship, but psychic mediumship isn't always a positive, especially if you don't do that, for your profession, and it's just these dead people are just coming through like the sixth sense, where it's like I see dead people type stuff. So on the negative end, being plagued by demons in the flesh, or even just being plagued by people who have passed on and they're trying to use you as a vessel to send somebody a message. Also, on the positive end, the Scorpio moon people, they work well under pressure. So they're good for high pressure situations, high pressure careers. But on the negative end, they can put others under pressure, or they may crack under pressure at some point. On the positive end, the Scorpio moon is good for therapy. So being a therapist in some way, shape, or form, and also psychology, whether it's just having knowledge of psychology for your own benefit, or where you practice psychology, you work in the field of psychology. So that goes along with good for working in the mental health field. But on the negative end, a lot of Scorpio moons are in need of therapy. It could be physical therapy, but more likely mental health therapy, psychotherapy. And again, it's because a lot of times Scorpio moons have dealt with some kind of trauma in the early part of their life, some type of abuse, some type of death, even. So, Scorpio moons, again, on the negative end, are prone to personality disorders, especially bipolar and borderline personality disorder, and then maybe even schizoaffective disorder. Trauma, again, is a major theme. Back to the positive. Now, Scorpio moons are great in situations involving birth and death. So, Scorpio moon would make for a great OBGYN, obstetrician gynecologist. They would make for a good birth doula, but also good for a death doula. They would be good as a mortician, or what do you call that? A medical examiner, a coroner. Basically, professions dealing with death they can handle. Maybe not all Scorpio moons, but some are built for it. Now, on the negative end, the Scorpio moon can produce issues with birth. It's easy for a miscarriage to occur and even a stillbirth to occur with the Scorpio moon. And it can even play out as abortions as well. And another negative is coming face to face with death. So, for instance, my oldest daughter with her Scorpio moon, she was renting a room from this guy. This was maybe like 7 years ago. And he had some problems. He had some serious health problems. So she said, like, his body would like tense up sometimes. So he would like fall asleep on the floor. So sometimes she would wake up and come into like the living room, and he'd be asleep on the floor because he couldn't make it up to his bed. So one morning she wakes up and he's on the floor, and she thinks that he's just fell asleep on the floor because, he was too weak to get up, and he was dead. So she found him dead. I never been through that. Like, I never found a human dead. I don't think I've never even come face to face with death. Like, I've seen, loved ones in a casket at a funeral, but I've never seen a dead person like face to face, head on. The only like face to face death I've experienced is the death of my cat. I saw my cat die in front of me. That was traumatic alone. So I can only imagine what it's like to wake up and find somebody dead on the floor. But yes, that's one of my daughter's Scorpio moon experiences. And then she went into crisis mode, which is so Scorpio moon of her. And because she got moon conjunct Jupiter in Scorpio in the eighth house, she basically was flipping out on the neighbor. She was blaming the neighbor of killing the it was just I'm just like, okay. But yeah, it was a crazy day for her. Now, evolution, rebirth, positive transformation. These are positives that come with the Scorpio moon. But on the negative, it can produce an unstable personal life. being changed through circumstances. On the positive, collaboration is a product of the Scorpio moon, working together with others to accomplish something. Synergy is a big positive with Scorpio. But then on the negative end, energy vampires. So some Scorpio moons can be energy vampires, and some of them can attract energy vampires. Back to the positive, Scorpio is about exclusivity. So something that's so good, something that's so treasured that not everybody can partake, not everybody can get in. So think about VIP section, that's very Scorpio. So on the negative, this can deal with being excluded or rejected, avoidance. Some people with Scorpio moons do have like avoidant personality disorder. Back to the positive. Scorpio moons can experience intense feelings of love, warmth, and intimacy, and they can emote those feelings towards their loved ones as well. But on the negative, that Scorpio moon can produce intense hatred, jealousy, envy, vindictiveness, revenge, and resentment. And it can be more so in waves, just like somebody that has like bipolar disorder or borderline personality disorder. That Scorpio energy really produces that love hate dynamic. And with the Scorpio moon, it's tied up in the person's feelings real strong. So, yeah, if you might go through it with a Scorpio moon loved one, because one minute they love you to death, next minute they hate your guts. And it could be just the smallest thing you've did to get them to basically just cut you off. And they might cut you off for a few days, a few weeks, a few months. It might be a couple of years. Now, Scorpio moon on the positive end acts as a catalyst and an agent of change. But on the negative, it can play the role as the manipulator. The Scorpio moon could be the problem child and the shit stir. Now, back to the positives, the Scorpio moon can make one philanthropic and beneficent. On the negative, they could use money as a means of manipulation and control. Back to the positive, Scorpio moons can be great researchers. They're great at getting down to the bottom of things. On the negative side, Scorpio moon's perception is not always accurate. It could be their imagination getting the best of them. Positive, ease in dealing with dark or seedy side of life. On the negative, being involved in crime, being a victim of crime, being an abuser or being a victim of abuse, and that includes sexual abuse. Quite a few Scorpio moons have been sexually abused at one point or another, or they've been victims of sexual assault. Murder is a major theme, stalkers, danger. Putting yourself in danger is possible with that Scorpio moon. Now, going back to the positive, having a high tolerance for pain. Some Scorpio moons, a Scorpio's individual, they might actually get off on pain. But on the negative, self-harm is possible, like cutting yourself when you got a Scorpio moon, being self-destructive, engaging in self-destructive behaviors like having indiscriminate sex, having tattoos all over your body because you're trying to really cover up something that's on the inside that's been bothering you. The same can happen with piercings as well. And I believe that there's a strong correlation between people that have a lot of tattoos and piercings and demonic attachment, demonic influence. On the positive, sex positivity. So Scorpio moons can be very comfortable with their sexuality unless that moon is afflicted by other planets. They could be very sex positive and they could be having some amazing sexual experiences. But on the negative end, you'll have some Scorpio moons that are hypersexual, that are sex addicts, that can be very vulgar, that could just be whorish or thottish. Back to the positive. I'm almost done here. Back to the positive. I just want to make sure I encompassed everything that I could think of. Back to the positive, the one who has it all together. A lot of times that Scorpio moon may seem like they have it all together, But then on the negative end, they are at risk for complete ruin if they don't play their cards right. They could have a total meltdown or a total breakdown at some point, and they could experience a bout of psychosis. So you know how there's that always that person that seems like they have it all together, and then you hear that they've done flipped out. That could be very Scorpio. Like you're exercising all this self-control. You're doing all these great things. You're wound too tight, and then next thing you know, you start becoming unwound, unraveled, and you just have this breakdown. You can't take it no more. It's just too much. Back to the positive. The Scorpio moon can produce past life recall where you're remembering some aspects of your past life. And this might help you to deal with certain issues in your current life, like if you have a phobia. But on the negative end, the Scorpio moon can bring forth past life residue. And it could be due to a traumatic past life experience, which could play out in this life as phobias. And also, that Scorpio moon can cause the person to create unhealthy soul ties with people from their past lives. Also, on the positive end, the Scorpio moon can suppress bad memories, which can help the person to basically manage day in and day out, even though they've been traumatized. But on the negative end, these suppression of memories could come out through post traumatic stress disorder. The Scorpio moon can also produce cathartic experiences, and on the negative end, it can produce out of body experiences, spontaneous, that is, not where you're actually trying to do it, but spontaneous. And those spontaneous out of body experiences, they could come through a near death experience, or it could even happen through some other type of trauma, even sexual abuse. So, out of body experiences really isn't a positive thing because I've experienced them and they're quite scary, but they can be also eye opening as well. It basically can let you know that yes, there is something beyond death. Hey YGP, how you doing? So you say you're getting ready for work in the UK, as so it's 6 a.m. in the UK. Well, good morning, top of the morning to you. Hope you have a good day at work. So I already talked about the nitty gritty, the foul, the disgusting, the repugnant, the putrid, repulsive. Back to the positive. Moon in Scorpio is good for occult work, working with the occult. It's great for witchcraft if you wanted to go that route. It's great for casting spells. But on the negative end, with the Scorpio moon, you might be hexed or cursed or crossed at some point. Somebody might put a spell on you. Could be a binding spell, even. Men heterosexual men really need to be careful when they got a Scorpio moon because they could attract a woman who is very witchy and she might put a binding spell on him. So when he tries to separate, he finds that he can't resist her. This shit is real, so be careful. And then on the positive, you could be receiving an insurance settlement. Like I said, that goes under the whole heading of unearned income. But then on the negative, you could run into problems with an insurance policy or claim. And then on the positive, you could be intriguing. You could come across as intriguing. People like really being fascinated with you. But on the negative end, you could be stirring up controversy. But sometimes it's necessary to stir up that controversy. Positive works well under pressure. Negative, pressuring others, being under a lot of pressure. I think I had already said that. And then on the positive, ease in operating underground or under the radar. But on the negative end, dealing with underhanded people, or the Scorpio moon could be an underhanded person themselves. And there's always risk of being exposed when you're dealing with that Scorpio moon. Now, on the positive, the Scorpio moon can play out as surrogate motherhood. So if you can't carry a baby yourself, you might get a surrogate. And then on the negative, it can play out as miscarriage and abortions. Positive, empowerment of women. So the moon rules women and Scorpio is empowerment. So this is great for empowering women. Or you might, if a Scorpio moon woman, she might create a group or a society that helps to empower women. But on the negative, and this is really dealing with women in particular, some women with Scorpio moons, they may conflate sex with power. Just because you're openly sexual and you're this, vamp type of woman and you're this seductress does not automatically mean that you're empowered. Yeah, you might be able to wield certain power over men using your sexuality or your sexual wiles, but that doesn't really equate to female empowerment, if you ask me. Now, positive, the moon in Scorpio is great for making a total makeover or a total transformation for the better. On the negative, some change could occur where you end up looking hideous, and it could be through plastic surgery. Positive, avoidance of unhealthy foods. So that's a positive because, again, that Scorpio moon can enable somebody to exercise a lot of self control, and that can even include when it comes to cravings and their appetite. But on the negative, the Scorpio moon is a candidate for bulimia, and they might be taking that Ozempic. The next thing you know, they looking all weird because they lost too much weight too soon, and now they got all these stomach issues. And then on the positive, the Scorpio moon can be a positive influence in the lives of others. On the negative, they could be a corrupting influence. On the positive end, the Scorpio moon is good at solving mysteries and cracking codes. On the negative, there's always a chance you could be hacked or you could be the one doing the hacking. Scorpio just knows how to hack into accounts. I don't know how they be doing it, but they just know. On the positive, imagination runs deep. On the negative, you can use this gift of a deep imagination to tell elaborate lies. Scorpio is one of those signs that can be telling some bald faced lies, like seriously. Positive, profound musings and stories, which is great for writing. On the negative, this is like horrorcore material, some real gruesome, dark, evil shit. And on the positive, great for investigative work. I think I already said that. But on the negative, there's always a chance you could be under investigation yourself. You could be suspected of a crime. You could be under surveillance. Positive, being enigmatic and mysterious. Sometimes that can work in your favor. But on the negative, some Scorpio moons, they love to keep people guessing and they use that as a power play or leverage. And then on the positive, Scorpio moons, they can be all encompassing or have this all encompassing type of experiences or even all encompassing type of packages. Like, you've heard of all inclusive. Well, all encompassing is kind of the same way. But on the negative, you could be too consumed with a person, place, or thing, and things become abysmal, where it's like you're falling into this bottomless pit in terms of what you are interested in, and there's no bottom. You ever hear where people be like, where's the bottom? With Scorpio, there's no bottom. All right, I think that's it for that list. Okay, so those are the general manifestations. Now, I said I was only going to do 3 hours tonight. That's not happening. It's going to be more than 3 hours, but I'm going to try not to go beyond 4. And then even if I do, I might chop the video up. Like I might leave one long live stream and then I might chop up certain sections and post individual sections of this live stream so it won't seem so long and all encompassing. But that's what I'm doing right now with this Scorpio moon. Like I'm trying to make this all encompassing. All right, so now we're going to go back to the PowerPoint presentation. Damn, I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna sleep good tonight. All right, so I'm bringing back the PowerPoint. And honestly, this time around, oh, you just bought a ticket. Yay! Thank you for purchasing a ticket, Nandy. So it's going to be 2 p.m. my time, which is Pacific Standard, which means that Eastern time it'll be 5 p.m. But thank you so much for purchasing a ticket. If anybody else would like to purchase a ticket to my Saturn and Aries workshop, it's taking place this month, October 19th, which is a Sunday. The link to purchase the tickets is in the description section. So I would like a nice turnout because it's going to be really good. Like if you want to get proactive about your future dealing with Saturn and how Saturn can, is going to affect you, especially if you have certain ambitions, if you're trying to start a business, if you're looking for a career change, you definitely want to take this workshop. And for those who are coming upon their Saturn return, like if you got Saturn and Aries in your natal chart, you're definitely going to want to take this workshop because I'm going to touch on what can happen with your Saturn return as well. You're welcome. So, Nandy, I'll respond to your order after this live stream. But again, thank you so much for purchasing a ticket. Now, okay, so let's pull the slideshow back up because I broke down the Scorpio moon into some more categories, starting with mothers, because the moon rules mothers. So, we definitely want to dedicate a section dealing with the Scorpio moon mother. And again, this is for people that have Scorpio moon. It's not about mothers that have Scorpio moons. It's about people that got Scorpio moons and how that represents their relationship with their mother. And we're going to start with an image with Beyonce and her mother. So Beyonce has a Scorpio moon, and here's her mother, Tina Knowles. And Tina very much embodies that Scorpio moon. Even though Tina is a Capricorn, she embodies that Scorpio moon in a number of ways where she's very involved in Beyonce's life, especially as she was a little girl. Like, I know Matthew Knowles was the manager for Destiny's Child, but I think if it wasn't for Tina, Beyonce would not be who she is today, because it was Tina's support and encouragement that basically catapulted Beyonce into superstardom. So I believe it was more credit is more so due to Tina than Matthew Knowles. So one of the things that the Scorpio moon can produce in terms of one's relationship with their mother is an unbreakable bond. All right, hold on. Okay. Another thing, so the mother could be a great source of support and encouragement. Mother could double as your personal therapist. So when Beyonce's going through it with Jay-Z, her mom might be the first person she talks to. Or maybe not the first, but mom might be close by. Beyonce needs to sound off. And Tina's like, yeah, I told you I didn't like that motherfucker. No, actually, no, she was caping for Jay-Z. Tina was. Now, mother is strong, resilient, influential, and powerful. Mother is very involved in your life. She knows your friends. She knows what you love. She knows what you hate. So that's what I mean by involved. So, you got some moms where they don't even know really who their children's friends are. They don't know their children's friends' names or whatever. They really don't care to know. But if you got a Scorpio moon, you might have a mom that does know your friends, does know them by name, does know them by sign. Like, for instance, with my oldest daughter having her Scorpio moon, I pretty much know all her friends, especially the friends that she had for years. And I know all their signs. So I know at least their first names and I know their signs. So that's what I mean, like being very involved on that level. Because you also are very concerned about your child's well being when they have a Scorpio moon. And you don't want them to be around negative influences too much. But sometimes they're going to do that anyway. They're going to be around it regardless of what you want. Financial blessings through mother. So this could be through an inheritance, or mother might co-sign on a loan for you. Mother might be the one to, qualify for the mortgage or whatever, so you could get a house. And mom will get you out of a bind. I'm in a bind, Nate. I'm in a bind, mom. Sharing deeply meaningful moments together. And a lot of times with Scorpio moons, the grandmother will be playing a vital role or a very influential role in the life of the child with the Scorpio moon. I've seen this a lot of times with that Scorpio moon, where the grandmother, like they could be even closer to their grandmother than their actual mother. And sometimes the Scorpio moon can play out as a stepmother as well. Next, so the next slide is featuring Jennifer Lopez. She has a Scorpio moon with her mother. And matter of fact, I think I might pull up an article because I want some insight about Jennifer Lopez's mother. Let's see if we can find some information. So Jennifer Lopez's mother is named Guadalupe Rodriguez. And look at what they put. This is interesting. So this is the AI overview about Jennifer Lopez's mother, and this is so Scorpio moon. It starts off by saying Jennifer Lopez's mother is Guadalupe Rodriguez, a strong, resilient woman. Strong, resilient. That's so Scorpio. So it says a strong, resilient woman who inspired Lopez's love for music and dance. Though their relationship has been complicated, that's very Scorpio moon, involving disagreements about Lopez's career and Lopez's experience of physical abuse as a child, Rodriguez is credited with instilling the drive and fearlessness that have been central to Lopez's success, and the two remain very close, celebrating each other's achievements and expressing mutual love. Interesting. So, early conflicts. Lopez and her mother clashed when Lopez decided to pursue a career in dance instead of going to college, leading to a period where Lopez was temporarily homeless. Later harmony. As Lopez's career grew, Rodriguez became a supportive figure. Though their relationship was complex, they performed together at the Vax Live concert in 2021, showing their ongoing bond. And then childhood abuse. In her halftime documentary, Lopez spoke about the tough upbringing under her mother, stating that Rodriguez's discipline was harsh and she was physically beat the shit out of her. That's very Scorpio moon. But honestly, some Scorpio moon children will really test the parent, and sometimes the parent feels like they have no other recourse but to go upside their head. So, love hate relationship, that's what the Scorpio moon can produce when it comes to mothers. And that's what Jennifer Lopez seems to have with her mother. Memories of dark days with mom. So you saw that with Jennifer Lopez's story of her mother abusing her. But it can also be dark days with mom, like you saw mom getting abused by your father or her boyfriend. So that could be part of the dark days. Or where you guys didn't have enough food to eat. You had to go live with somebody, live with relatives or somebody else because money was tight and you got evicted, stuff like that. So going through that with your mother is very common. Seeing your mother being abused, like I said before, turbulent emotions surrounding mom, but it can also be where you witness your mother experiencing these turbulent emotions. Mom might have even had a breakdown at some point. Mom could always have a lot going on, and you may feel like you can't ever have your mom to yourself. You may feel that her love and support is never enough. And this is what I'm talking about. With Scorpio moons, even more so than Scorpio suns, I notice this more so an issue with Scorpio moons and their mothers in particular. It's like their mother's love is never enough. The mother could do everything for the child, could go to the ends of the earth for this child, could even give their life for this child. And the Scorpio moon child will dig up that parent and say, "You still didn't do enough for me. You still got some explaining to do. You still need to do this for me." And the reason for this is because, again, it's that void that Scorpio produces that can never be fully filled or that can't remain filled. And that's why it's never enough. What you do for a Scorpio moon child, it's never enough. And that can become exhausting after a while. Near death experiences involving the mother is possible as well. And death of mother could produce a maelstrom of emotions. So, of course, most people that experience the death of their mother, they're going to really be like broken up. They're going to be like, mourning heavily. But the Scorpio moon person, when they lose their mother, that might actually send them into a mental institution. Or they might have some type of like psychological breakdown or meltdown or whatever. Their life could change drastically as a result of the death of their mother. So even though there's this love-hate relationship with the mother, it might even be where the person hates their mother when their mother dies. When that mother dies, a lot of times they're going to go through this major cathartic experience. And the third slide dealing with mothers for people that have a Scorpio moon. Now, this image is depicting Brittany Murphy and her mother. And Brittany Murphy, we're going to get deeper into Brittany Murphy. I don't know if I should make this a part two, but because I think I want to just get this out the way. So I might be on this live for about another hour. So thank you everybody for hanging in there with me. I know some of y'all got to get up and go to work, but I appreciate you hanging in there. So abusive. So this is more on the negative end, much more negative end. So some Scorpio moons could have mothers who are abusive. It could be physically abusive. It could be emotional. It could be mental abuse. The mother could be manipulative. The mother could be very controlling. The mother could be very resentful towards that child for whatever reason. The mother could be very jealous, envious. The mother could be a fraud in some way, or she could be committing frauds. Like this is the moon where the mother might get a credit card in her child's name. She might ruin her child's credit, getting things in her name or, in the child's name. So that's possible. You know, getting the tax return, betrayal at the hands of the mother is possible. G. McGowan said, "Yes, I know my daughter have Scorpio moon and it's never enough. I don't care what I've or how much I do." Yes. With my daughter having a Scorpio moon, I could definitely relate. It's never enough. And that's why you can't take sometimes what they say seriously. Because again, sometimes they'll try to make you feel like you're the worst person on the planet. Now, some mothers of Scorpio moon people are whorish or thottish or a hoe. They might have saw their mother having sex a lot and all that type of stuff, or different men coming in and out. Now, enough about mothers. We're going to do a deeper dive into Brittany Murphy. We're also going to get deeper into Jennifer Lopez as well, since she has a Scorpio moon. And then who was the other person that we showed? It was, Beyonce. We're going to get into Beyonce too. All right. So, home. The moon rules home. So, we got to talk about what could be going on with the home when your moon is in Scorpio. So remodeling, renovation, restoration, that is Scorpio terms. So you could have a home that you remodel at some point or that you renovate, or it could be an old home that gets restored. The Scorpio moon is good for generating rental income through property that you own. Scorpio moon can play out, it can make it easy to be approved for a mortgage. And you might get approved through a special mortgage program, like a first time home buyers program. And you might be taking out a second mortgage. Or you could be borrowing against the equity of your home. Now, again, a lot of people that don't have Scorpio moons may do this, right? A lot of times, though, if we're talking about the Scorpio moon, it can mean that there might be challenges that arise in the course of trying to get a mortgage, or it could show where it's super easy to get one, to get approved. You might need a cosigner when you got a Scorpio moon, and that could be for rent or for purchasing a home. It can also play out as home equity loan or a home equity line of credit. And again, you got a lot of people that don't have Scorpio moons that get these home equity loans or line of credit. Maybe they don't run into any problems, or maybe they run into like challenges like the average person might. But if you got a Scorpio moon and that moon is blessed by other planets, for instance, you might receive a quick approval on your home loan application as opposed to somebody that doesn't have a Scorpio moon. Or you might get in too deep with a home equity line of credit because you got a Scorpio moon and it's afflicted. All right. Now, inheriting a home is a major theme of the Scorpio moon. Also, you could live in a co op situation, like a high rise apartment that's co op, and then shared living spaces. That's a major theme of the Scorpio moon. A lot of times, Scorpio moons, they're not really too keen on living totally by themselves unless that moon is showing, signs of where it's more so they rather avoid dealing with other people. But sharing a home is very common with Scorpio moons. And if they don't share a room home, they might always have people over their home. Now, there could be issues with plumbing, the sewage and waste disposal if you have moon in Scorpio. That's quite common. And then you're always prone to eviction, foreclosure, eminent domain, being forced out of a home or living situation for various reasons, and even bad hotel experiences. Like you rent a hotel room and you go in there and there's a pile of dog shit on the floor. Whereas somebody with that doesn't have a Scorpio moon don't even got to deal with such nastiness. Or there might be sex stains on the bed at a hotel room that you rent, where somebody that doesn't have a Scorpio moon don't even have to deal with that type of stuff. Basements. So Scorpio rules basements. So you could have a basement apartment, or you could refinish, you could remodel a basement, or have it where you turn it into like a rec room, or there could just be some challenges with the basement. Also, there's a chance of living in a filthy, trashy, or nasty home when you have moon in Scorpio. And I have a good example of that with a celebrity that has moon in Scorpio. So you see this house right here? This could be the home of a moon in Scorpio person. And again, before anybody gets all worked up, if you got a Scorpio moon and your house is spick and span, I'm not talking about everybody with a Scorpio moon lives in a trashy house, but that's one of the possible manifestations. To just be trifling, nasty, dirty, funky, stank, roaches, mice, rats, all types of vermin up in there, trash just piling up. Also, there's a chance of living in a haunted house or spending time in a haunted house, especially in terms of demonic possession and poltergeist. And there's always a chance of a home being invaded by mold, pest, and you might even have to get the home fumigated at some point. A death could occur inside the home. I already told you my oldest daughter has experienced that. All right, now let's talk about health. Because, like I said, the moon pertains to the body very much. So, and the moon is also ruling certain areas of the body. So, like the breast, the stomach, the chest, pancreas. So, we got to think about what could occur with health related disorders involving that moon in Scorpio. So, issues with elimination. So, that could be frequent constipation, chronic issues with having like loose bowels or diarrhea. So that's common with the Scorpio moon. Like some foods that you eat may just run right through you. So that's an issue. Soiling oneself. Now, this isn't really a health, actually, it could be a health problem because the person could have Crohn's disease, and that could be why they soiled themselves one time. But there's quite a few Scorpio people, Scorpio moon, Scorpio suns, Venus in Scorpio. But I've seen a lot with Scorpio moons where they have boo booed on themselves at some point. It could happen when they're a child and they're beyond the potty training stage, or it can happen as adults for whatever reason. Maybe they're sick and they can't get to a bathroom quick enough, or maybe something didn't, some type of food didn't agree with their stomach, and now they're shitting on themselves. So if you ever known of an adult that crapped on themselves, check their chart. They might have a Scorpio moon, or they might have something, aspect involving Pluto that could result in that sort of thing. So that is possible. Vomiting. I remember I did a reading for this one person, and she said that she had this disorder that resulted in chronic vomiting. And I think she had a Scorpio moon, or she had something in Scorpio. And I was just like, damn. Because I didn't even know that was possible, that a disorder could. And it wasn't even like it was a virus. It was some actual disorder that caused her to vomit a lot. But yeah, vomiting is a big part. Just elimination period. Whatever waste is coming out of your body, that's Scorpio. So moon and Scorpio individuals, they are prone to experiencing things like that. Kawhi said, I had issues with elimination because I'm Scorpio rising with Pluto and Scorpio. Pluto conjunct my rising. Yep, most definitely it'll do it. Problems with the anus, rectum. Moon in Scorpio is prone to hemorrhoids, anal fissures, tears, polyps, and there's a chance of having anal cancer as well. Infections, including STDs, are quite common with the Scorpio moon. It's like that Scorpio moon is a sponge for infections and toxicity. So your body could be very toxic. You could ingest a toxic substance. Also, boils, cysts, warts, and skin tags are products of Scorpio. So if you got a Scorpio moon, you might be dealing with issues like this. Problems with the uterus. Miscarriage is highly likely to occur. Not for every woman that has a Scorpio moon, but there could be complications with the pregnancy period with a Scorpio moon, even if you carry that pregnancy to full term. And in some cases, Scorpio moon can require you to get a hysterectomy. Surgical procedures, and a hysterectomy would be one of them. But especially breast, midsection, stomach, genitals. So getting surgery on any of these areas, but it could also be surgery on the anus as well at some point could be necessary. Hyperhidrosis is a possibility where you sweat profusely. Wait a minute, Ellie got a story? Hold on. Let me see. Ellie said, I never understood that. How can parents put up bank accounts in their child's name? I don't think that's the story. You said, I hate people who defense mechanism devaluing. Oh, you said, I remember reading in the news that a hoarder have a body on their house and didn't even realize. I think the body was her son that died of a heart attack. Damn. Hey, King Jason. I missed you too. Hey, awkward letter. Okay, hyperhidrosis is another one where you are sweating profusely. Odors. Scorpio is a sign that pertains to odors, foul odors in particular. So are you going to put the pink? What do you mean the pink? So sometimes somebody might give off foul odors and they could have something in Scorpio. Scorpio moon is no exception. Not saying it's always going to be the case and that's going to be true for everybody. But again, it doesn't even mean it could be you're around foul odors and that starts to turn your stomach. And then mental health disorders, especially bipolar, borderline, um, and what's that other one? Schizoaffective bipolar disorder. That's another one that could be plaguing the individual. All right, we're at the last part of this live stream. Now we're going to get into some Scorpio moon celebrities. Let me get my notes. So, like I said, I didn't want to go too heavy on the PowerPoint, so I did take some notes about each celebrity, but I also will be pulling up their charts and like certain bullet points on the PowerPoint. So let me just go to my notes with each celebrity. So first we have Shannon Doherty. Shannon Doherty, Aries, has moon in Scorpio, and her moon was in her second house. She passed away a couple of years ago, or was it last year she passed away? And she passed away from breast cancer. So remember, I said that Scorpio moon can produce disorders of the breast. It could deal with surgery on the breast, which I think she did have, but she ended up succumbing to the cancer anyway. And at one point, she did have issues with insurance, and that's so Scorpio moon. So at one point, her health insurance had lapsed, and I forget why she said the excuse she gave, but she came out with a statement about the importance of health insurance and how Hollywood needs to make sure that these actors have proper coverage and all that type of stuff. And then the solely friendships and associations she basically encountered throughout her career. She was known as the bitch. And sometimes Scorpio moons can be known as the bad person, the bad guy, the bad girl. And then her being an Aries didn't help. So she had two signs, Sun in Aries, Moon in Scorpio, that didn't really help her case. Like, you really aren't going to come across as that nice of a person when you got that combination. So she appeared nude in Playboy magazine first in December 1993, followed by a spread in March 1994. She posed for the magazine again in December 2003 and was featured in a 10-page pictorial. So this is the sex positivity that I talk about with the Scorpio moon. But could you also say she thought that this was also about like empowerment? But remember what I said, some Scorpio moons might conflate sex with female empowerment. The zine Ben is Dead, which published a newsletter called I Hate Brenda, receiving hate, that's very Scorpio moon. At the height of the show's popularity, even opened a hotline called the Shannon Snitch Line, to which people could call in and report gossip about Doherty. I feel bad that she died so young. She was only like in her early 50s, I think. And she was born in what, 71? Now, in 2006, Doherty produced and starred in her own reality show, Breaking Up with Shannon Doherty, which premiered on the Oxygen channel. In the show, Doherty carried out the dirty work, that's very Scorpio moon, for members of the public, including dumping boyfriends or telling people what their friends really think about them. And again, she encountered problems with her health insurance when she was battling cancer, and that's very Scorpio moon. Now, Shannon Doherty, she had a grand cross in her chart involving her Scorpio moon, her North Node in Aquarius, South Node in Leo, and Saturn in Taurus. So that grand cross produced long ordeals where she was butting heads with her castmates, namely on the show Charmed. Like she was butting heads with Alyssa Milano, to the point where Alyssa Milano went to the producers of the show and she said, either she goes or I go. And they let Shannon Doherty go. Now, in 1999, Doherty revealed that she had been diagnosed with Crohn's disease. So remember, I told you problems with elimination could come with that Scorpio moon. I'm pretty sure she shitted on herself at least once because of that Crohn's disease. Now, in March 2015, Doherty was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer, which had spread to her lymph nodes. According to Doherty, her employer at the time had failed to make her insurance payments on time, causing her coverage to lapse from 2014 to 2015, and resulting in the cancer not being diagnosed until it had already spread significantly. The presence of multiple tumors meant that a lumpectomy was not possible, and a unilateral mastectomy was performed in May 2016. So she got surgery on her breast, got the breast removed, which is very Moon in Scorpio. And you can even look at it with the Moon in Scorpio in her second house. She did that as a survival tactic, because that second house is survival. Now, in June of 2023, she announced that cancer had spread to her brain and was terminal. In November 2023, she revealed that the cancer had spread to her bones. On July 13, 2024, Doherty died from cancer at her home in Malibu, California. What did I say about Moon and Scorpio? Death in the home at age 53. So sad, yeah. All right, next we have Eddie Murphy. So Eddie Murphy has a Scorpio moon. His moon is conjoined to Neptune. He's an Aries sun, and he got that Scorpio Aries quincunx in his chart with his sun in Aries, making a quincunx with that moon and Neptune in Scorpio. So with that moon conjoined to Neptune in Scorpio, this is basically Eddie Murphy's evolution. Like he came from humble beginnings and he created a film empire, a movie empire. He created a legacy. Like you got to give him that. And like even if you don't like Eddie Murphy, you got to give him his props. You got to give him his flowers because he did much for not just comedy, but for Hollywood. And he definitely built an empire. He was very supportive of other comedians. He put a lot of people on. So that whole support and encouragement, he definitely embodied with the Scorpio moon. Giving people a leg up, that's also Scorpio. Now, some of y'all may not know this, but years ago, Eddie Murphy was caught up in a scandal where he was found to be dealing with a transgender prostitute. And that's very much Moon conjunct Neptune in Scorpio. That can play out as the transgender prostitute alone. But especially when you tie in Moon and Neptune in Scorpio trying Mars in Cancer. So that is basically representing his attraction to trans women, but it's also representing his ease in getting women, period. And namely because of his money. Because I mean, he's not a bad looking dude, but let's be real, he's no heartthrob. But yes, so the way the story goes, Eddie Murphy was pulled over by the cops, I believe, and there was a trans woman prostitute in the car, and he claimed that he was giving this woman a ride home. When we all know he was at least getting some head or something. But anyway, little bit later on down the road, this same trans woman prostitute is thrown out of a window of a high rise to her death. Yeah. Now that right there is seen in Eddie Murphy's chart with Moon conjunct Neptune squaring his Leo ascendant, because this is representing the trans woman who was a threat to his image and who was a threat to his manhood. If people were to find out the truth, if this trans woman was to start talking, so I believe they silenced her. But this same square deals with where it's sometimes hard for Eddie Murphy to hide his effeminate mannerisms. If you don't know what I mean, just study Eddie Murphy in his movies. Eddie Murphy can be very effeminate in some ways, and that's why he does good playing these different characters where he's playing women. Like he gets dressed up in the costumes and all that stuff, like the movie Norbit, and also Nutty Professor, where he played the mother and the grandmother. So he's good at basically bringing out his feminine side, but sometimes it comes out a bit too much. And that's represented by his moon and Neptune in his fourth house, squaring his Leo ascendant. And then he got moon and Neptune trine Mercury and Pisces. And this is representing Charlie Murphy, his brother, who was his bodyguard for a long time in Eddie Murphy's early career. But because Mercury is in Eddie Murphy's eighth house, let me just pull up his chart real quick. Let me pull it back up. Because Mercury is in Eddie's eighth house. I wouldn't be surprised if Charlie Murphy also acted as an enforcer for Eddie, meaning Charlie Murphy could have been the one, maybe him and his goons, to take care of that transgender prostitute so that the prostitute couldn't spill the tea on Eddie. Because Charlie Murphy and Eddie, they were very close brothers. And I believe because Charlie Murphy was a Cancer, he was willing to do anything for his brother, which is shown also through Mercury and Pisces trine Eddie Murphy's Mars in Cancer. So I wouldn't put it past them. As much as I like Charlie Murphy, I wouldn't put it past Charlie Murphy to have taken care of that for his brother. Again, we're dealing with Hollywood here. And a lot of crazy things be going on in Hollywood. And then Moon and Neptune opposing his Taurus midheaven. This can deal with where he owes women money, such as when him and Nicole Murphy got divorced. I think he had to pay her like maybe $100 million or something. She got a lot of money out of him, and then she ended up squandering it all. She was dumb on a bad investment. And then he ended up owing money and child support to Mel B, who was one of the members of the Spice Girls, because she had a baby with him that he tried to hide. And that's very Moon conjunct Neptune, trying to hide women. But that also has more sinister implications as well, such as sacrificing a woman. Like there was a woman that died, the stunt woman on the filming the set of Vampire in Brooklyn, which is a more, underrated movie. Vampire in Brooklyn, the stunt woman for that movie, she ended up dying a weird freak accident. So I'm like, maybe that was a sacrifice, who knows? Okay, so more about Eddie Murphy. So transformation. So Eddie likes to be in drag, of course, or else he wouldn't be in those movies like that. And because his moon in Neptune is in his fourth house, that's basically showing that's his shadow side. So his shadow side is basically a woman, and it's a nasty, vulgar woman at that. So Eddie Murphy is very much about potty humor. He's very nasty in films. Like, even though he's funny as hell, don't get me wrong, Eddie Murphy to me is one of the funniest comedians. But some of his humor is really raunchy and nasty, such as remember in the movie Boomerang. Yeah, Nanda, you just mentioned Boomerang. Remember in the movie Boomerang when they were in the restaurant and Grace Jones was at the table and she was talking about no man can turn down this pussy. Like that was, and then she opened her legs and her snatch was just exposed for the whole world to see. Yeah, Eddie Murphy nasty like that. That movie had a few nasty parts, like the strong J shit and all that, stale vagina and all that. Yeah, think about it. That's that Moon and Scorpio all day. And I think Eddie Murphy is a sex addict. I think he likes women and men. I think he'll get it however he can get it. But I do think he prefers women. But I think he also has a thing for men, but especially men in drag. And that Moon conjunct Neptune can deal with a drag queen. Boomerang, again, remember, this also shows he got a foot fetish. That Neptune rules feet. So remember in the Boomerang movie, he basically was pulling back the covers to look at girlfriend's feet. That was played by Layla Rashawn. And because her toes were all busted up, he said she had hammer time in her shoes. And I remember Martin Lawrence's character, he was like, you don't fuck her feet. How you gonna like get rid of a chick because of her feet? And Eddie was like, nah, I can't take no bad feet. But that's that conjunction right there. He got a serious foot fetish. And yes, he will reject any woman that has bad feet, that got hammer time in her shoes. And then there was something else I was going to say too about that Moon conjunct Neptune with him, but I forget. But interestingly enough, with that Moon conjunct Neptune and Scorpio, Eddie Murphy claims to have never done drugs and he's not a big drinker. I don't think he really drinks at all. And he definitely said that he's never been into drugs. So we know Neptune rules addiction. It also rules drugs, but in this case, we could say, okay, you may not be addicted to any drugs or alcohol, but you're addicted to sex. That's why you got all those kids. So again, remember I said in this movie, Vampire in Brooklyn, there was a stunt woman who actually died, and it was like a freak accident. So I'm wondering if that was a sacrifice because Neptune rules sacrifices. Now, there's some movies that really deal with this Moon conjunct Neptune aspect in his chart, like the movie Trading Places, especially with that conjunction being in the fourth house, Coming to America, Boomerang. If you notice, a lot of these themes in this movie involve operating in disguise, operating undercover, being manipulative, trying like being a wolf in sheep's clothing and stuff like that. So yeah, the Nutty Professor. And the Nutty Professor in particular, that Moon conjunct Neptune comes in because remember he had drank that concoction that he made up in the lab. And that Moon conjunct Neptune can represent spending a lot of time in a lab, but it can also represent the concoction that he drank. And then next thing you know, he's transformed from this fatso into this sexy man. Buddy Love, is that what his name was in Nutty Professor? He went from what was his Sherman? He went from Sherman to Buddy Love, and that's very Moon conjunct Neptune and Scorpio. All right, Lady Gaga. Now, this is where this live stream might turn a little controversial. I know some of y'all don't like when I start harping on this type of stuff, but I'm going to say it. I'm going to say what I think. I'm going to say how I've been feeling ever since I have learned about Lady Gaga. And I'm going to tell you, the very first time I laid my eyes on Lady Gaga, Mrs. Bad Romance, I said that that is not a biological woman. And I will go to my grave saying this. I believe it wholeheartedly. I feel it in my soul that Lady Gaga was not born a woman. You can argue with me all you want, but it's my perspective, it's my opinion, and I'm sticking with it. And whoever don't like it, sorry, but I don't know why people want to act like transgender individuals don't exist. And I don't know why some people want to act like some transgender individuals have not come out the closet. Just like how you got plenty of gay people who have not come out the closet, but they're gay all day. Trust and believe you have transgender individuals in Hollywood, in the music industry, who have never come out the closet and they may never come out the closet, and that's their prerogative. So, with that being said, we're going to get that out the way, number one. And by me saying I think Lady Gaga is a transgender woman is not taken away from her talent, her, accolades, her success, all of that. I'm not even saying this as a diss. It is what it is. And again, her chart basically is a testament to what I'm talking about. So, Lady Gaga has Moon conjunct Pluto and South Node in Scorpio, trine Jupiter in Pisces. Now, while that is good, made Lady Gaga very prominent in terms of music, it also can represent Lady Gaga being a trans woman that is good enough to pass, where people don't really question it. But did you know in the beginning of Lady Gaga's career, there was this video clip, and I remember seeing it, of Lady Gaga being on stage. It was an outdoor concert, and Lady Gaga had this real short skirt on, and the skirt kind of got hiked up, and there was something hanging between the legs. It actually looked like scrotum. And I think this video has been scrubbed from the internet. There's been some videos that's been scrubbed from the internet over the years. But I remember everybody in the comments section of this video, and this is when Lady Gaga had first came out, and people were like, yo, that's a nut sack. Yo, those are balls. Yo, like they were like, but now, if you say it now, people are going to look at you like you're crazy. But yes, I was there from the beginning, and I wasn't the only person who speculated that Lady Gaga was transgender. And I feel like you can see it more clearly the older that Lady Gaga gets. So, Lady Gaga again has that moon conjoined to Pluto, South Node in Scorpio. Scorpio is the sign of trans. With that moon, like that moon conjunct Pluto, like that's the epitome of a transgender woman. And in the fifth house, that fifth house is basically who you are in terms of your individual expression. But the Scorpio energy also deals with the death of one of her friends. So she had this friend named Lena Morgana. And supposedly people are saying that it was Lena that was the one that was supposed to be the mega star, but Lady Gaga came along and basically usurped her position. And some people even speculate that this Lena Morgana was Lady Gaga's sacrifice. I'm not saying that's true, but people have speculated. Also, Lady Gaga has Moon in Scorpio, quincunx Chiron and Gemini. And I'm seeing this quincunx as bouts of psychosis, and where Lady Gaga might feel like she has a split personality. And Lady Gaga has admitted to like feeling psychotic at times and being filled with dark thoughts. And I remember like she panicked in a hotel room one time and stuff. Like she has some crazy stories about dealing with mental health. Now, if you look at this image of Lady Gaga, you can kind of see the maleness coming through. So, Moon in Scorpio, fifth house, could join the Pluto and that South Node. So, her first album wasn't her first album called Fame Monster. Remember, I said Scorpio is the monster, the fifth house, that's fame. So, that's the epitome of that title, the Fame Monster. Now, the main themes of her music videos are sex, violence, and power. She has called herself a little bit of a feminist and asserted that she is sexually empowering women. See, this is what I'm talking about. Where with that Scorpio moon, there's a chance you could be conflating hypersexuality with empowering women. And that is exactly what Lady Gaga is doing, in my opinion. Conflating sexuality or hypersexuality with empowering women. Now, in a 2014 interview, Gaga discussed being raped at age 19 by her producer and later undergoing mental and physical therapy for this. So, sexual assault, very moon in Scorpio. She has post traumatic stress disorder. Remember, I said that's a symptom. I mean, that's a product of moon in Scorpio as well. And attributes it to the incident, stating that the trauma had changed her as a person and would never leave her. That's so moon in Scorpio, especially since that moon is conjoined to Pluto and the South Node. She has credited support from doctors, family, and friends with helping her. So the support that she received is very moon in Scorpio as well. Now, Gaga later gave additional details about the rape. Now, this is where I feel like Gaga is making this shit up, either because her imagination is running wild because she's a little touched in the head or a lot touched in the head, or she's just outright lying to cover the fact that she's really trans. So it says Gaga later gave additional details about the rape because this statement don't even make sense, including that the person who raped me dropped me off pregnant on a corner at my parents' house. Dropped you off pregnant. Now, do you mean like as soon as you got raped, you got pregnant, you knew you were pregnant right after, or were you already pregnant and then you got raped and he dropped? So again, I feel like that's dramatization, especially with this stellium being in her fifth house. That's why she's mentioning the pregnancy. I don't think she was ever pregnant. I don't think she's capable of getting pregnant because I don't think she's a biological female. Now, she said, off pregnant on a corner at my parents' house because I was vomiting and sick. Because I'd been being abused. I was locked away in a studio for months. So yeah, I believe she was probably abused. I believe she was probably sexually assaulted. But do I believe she was pregnant? Nope. And then I found this image to be interesting. One year, Lady Gaga decided to display her alter ego, which just so happens to be a man. So here is Lady Gaga, I feel like in her true form as a biological male. So, when interviewed by Barbara Walters for her annual ABC News special 10 Most Fascinating People in 2009, she dismissed the claim that she is intersex. So, you see what now, like there was also claims people thought that she was intersex, just like how people thought Ciara was intersex when Ciara first came on the scene. So, let me just read this again. When interviewed by Barbara Walters for her annual ABC News special, 10 Most Fascinating People in 2009, she dismissed the claim that she is intersex as an urban legend. Responding to a question on this issue, she expressed her fondness for androgyny. Now, let's just segue real quick into Jamie Lee Curtis, who is intersexed. It was confirmed, like Jamie Lee Curtis even admits that she was born intersex. Jamie Lee Curtis is a Scorpio. Do you see the connection? So either Lady Gaga is intersex or was basically born a male. I'm siding with the latter. I'm siding with Lady Gaga was actually born a male. And this is part of the reason why YouTube shadow bans me, because before I started to crank out the astrology videos years ago, I was making videos about Lady Gaga and other celebrities in the industry. I now these videos are set to private, but some of y'all day ones might have saw some of my old videos where I was talking about Lady Gaga. I was talking, this is when I was really about the Illuminati and conspiracy theories and stuff like that. So I really like my channel really never had a chance really to like really blow up because
My content has always been controversial, but that's neither here nor there. Let's move on to the next person. Now we're looking at Mark Zuckerberg. So Mark Zuckerberg, Taurus with that Scorpio moon. So he's dealing with that Scorpio Taurus opposition energy. He has moon conjunct Mars in Scorpio, which says a lot considering what Facebook is really about. That moon conjunct Mars can make him a spy, like he is a agent. He might be working for the CIA even, but very much espionage, very much about harvesting data, harvesting information on people. Yes. So not much to say about oh, that's right. I was kind of questioning Mark Zuckerberg's wife. She might be trans, which would make sense with that moon in Scorpio conjoined Mars. And then also there's Saturn in the mix as well. But take a look at her when you get a chance, especially how she looked when she was younger, when they first started dating. Take a look at how she looks. And and again, if this seems so far fetched, how do we have this controversy right now with the prime minister of France and his wife? I forget, what are their names? Candace Owens is basically claiming that the prime minister of France, his wife, was born a man. So it's not just me and a few other people that are speculating on some of these people that are up at the top. And again, if we have gays and lesbians that are still in a closet, Queen Latifah being one of them, still in the closet. And again, I'm not saying you need to come out the closet and just proclaim your sexuality. But if we still got gays and lesbians that are in the closet, Will Smith that are still in the closet, why should we expect all transgender individuals to be out of the closet? Let's be real. That's all I'm saying. Macron, thank you. Yes, Candace Owens is basically accusing Prime Minister Macron's wife of being born a man. And now there's a lawsuit against Candace Owens because Macron's wife claims that she can prove that she was born a woman. But a lot of people are backing Candace Owens up and saying no. Macron was actually used to be a man. And they have a weird relationship too because she's much older than him. She's like 20 years or more older than him. She basically groomed him from when he was in high school, I think. Really weird type of relationship. But anyway, back to Mark Zuckerberg. Because he's so much about spying on others through Facebook, but also influencing others. Again, Scorpio is the influencer. So he's not just about spying on us, he's also about influencing us, influencing how we think through what is shown through the algorithm on not just Facebook, but now Instagram, because Instagram is owned by Meta, which is the parent company of both Facebook and Instagram now. And does Meta also own Threads? I don't know about Threads, but I refuse to get on Threads. So again, he has Moon conjunct Mars in Scorpio. Mark Elliott Zuckerberg was born on May 14th, 1984 in White Plains, New York, to psychiatrist Karen. So the fact that his mother was a psychiatrist is very Moon in Scorpio. He studied psychology, Moon in Scorpio, and computer science. His prominence, Scorpio, and fast rise in technology in the technology industry has prompted political and legal attention. He has been the subject of multiple lawsuits regarding the creation and ownership of the website, as well as issues such as user privacy. In 2010, Stephen Levy, who wrote the 1984 book Hackers, Scorpio, Heroes of the Computer Revolution, wrote that Zuckerberg clearly thinks of himself as a hacker. Zuckerberg said that it's okay to break things, to make them better. Facebook instituted hackathons held every 6 to 8 weeks, where participants would have one night to conceive of and complete a project. So he's all about hacking, which is so Moon conjunct Mars and Saturn in Scorpio. Oh, I do have a picture of his wife before and after. See, I told you I was working on this over the past few weeks. So I forgot some of what I put in here, but yes, I made sure to include a picture of his wife, the before and after the surgery. Hey Danny, how you doing? Getting ready for the school run? Well, I hope you have a lovely morning, a lovely day. You drinking your tea, coffee? What you drinking? All right. So again, let's take a look, shall we? Let's take a gander. Let's take a poll. So this is his wife before the plastic surgery. Do you think that his wife looks somewhat like a man in the before picture? If you think so, press 1. She actually looked like the dude that played in Karate Kid 2 as the he was like the nephew. He was dark-sided. That's who she remind me of. But press 1 if you think Mark Zuckerberg's wife looks like a man in the before surgery picture. Kawhi says she looked like every average Chinese woman in China. I feel like that's true with the bottom picture, but that picture up at the top, I'm sorry, that looked like a straight up dude. And again, because he has Moon conjunct Mars in Scorpio, there is a high chance that his wife could be transgender. Now, they claim to have children, right? I think they have children, but these children could be born via surrogate. And remember, I told you surrogacy is one of the products of a Scorpio moon. So, do you see how this all ties in together? I like that, King Jason. Yes, press 2 if you think Mark is a robot. I'm pressing 2 because I do believe he is a robot. He's an android something. Something. Maybe the wife is a robot too. Maybe they both aren't human. Something ain't right. Something is really off. All right. So it says Vanity Fair magazine named Zuckerberg #1 on its 2000 list of the top 100 most influential people of the information age. Zuckerberg ranked number 23 on the Vanity Fair 100 list in 2009. In 2010, Zuckerberg was chosen as number 16 in New Statesman annual survey of the world's 50 most influential figures. So being influential, very Scorpio moon. Zuckerberg met fellow Harvard student Priscilla Chan at a frat party. Do you hear that? They met at a frat party, which tells me that they were frat brothers originally. So he might have met Priscilla when Priscilla was Peter and Peter was going through his transition to become Priscilla because they met at a frat party. Now I know girls be at frat parties, but I just think that's interesting. So during his sophomore year, Zuckerberg revealed in July 2015 that they were expecting a baby girl and that Chan had previously experienced 3 miscarriages. Now that wasn't Chan being pregnant, that was probably the surrogate mother experiencing the miscarriages because they spliced their genes together, with the high tech stuff they got access to because they're billionaires. And, they probably spliced both of their DNAs together to make it seem like they created that child on their own. And that's why the pregnancies didn't take because they're trying to create a freak of nature with this lab baby that they're creating. Look at that. Look, matter of fact, I gotta finish watching this video. There's this video where this guy, he's like a psychologist, and he's talking about people that have that downturn frown, like that, where their mouth turns down like that. And he was like, usually that's a sign of somebody that's like really disturbed mentally or whatever. Now, it says in January 2024, Senate Judiciary Committee hearing on child safety and social media platforms. Zuckerberg, along with other tech CEOs, were questioned about their company's practices. During the hearing, he apologized to families of children who were victims of online abuse and harm. So children's safety being at risk because of this social media crap, very much dealing with that opposition between his Scorpio energy and that Venus in Taurus. Court documents allege that Zuckerberg personally rejected Meta's proposals to improve teenagers' mental health. This shows you where his head is at. Because when given a chance to safeguard children from the adversarial effects of social media, he said no. He rejected it. He consistently opposed efforts to enhance well being on Facebook and Instagram, overriding senior executives such as Instagram head Adam Mosseri and Global Affairs President Nick Clegg, as revealed in an ongoing lawsuit. Internal communications disclosed in the Massachusetts initiated legal action depict Zuckerberg's resistance to better protect over 30 million teens on Instagram in the United States, highlighting his substantial influence on Meta's decisions impacting billions of users. These documents also shed light on occasional tensions between Zuckerberg and other Meta officials advocating for improved user well-being. So he don't care about the mental health of the customers that he serves or that he provides these platforms to. All right, enough about the alien. Now we're going to get back to humans again. So now we are looking at the chart of Mark Wahlberg. So we have two marks back to back. One that is an alien or a robot, and the other one that is a human, but he's a bigot. I don't know if he's still a bigot, but he was a bigot back in his day. And the Scorpio moon can play out as racial hatred. And especially with that moon being at the second degree, that second degree reinforces the themes of the moon, including race. Now, I typically like Mark Wahlberg, though, in spite of, his history of being a racist. I liked him ever since he was Marky Mark in the Funky Bunch. It's such a good vibration. It's such a sweet sensation. So he basically got famous off of the backs of black people that he hated. Uh, Apparently, when he was growing up in the streets of Boston, he liked to throw around the N word. He liked to bully people of color, blacks, Asians. It kind of came with the territory being in Boston. Boston is known for racists. But yeah, just imagine when he came out as Marky Mark, he had this swag. It seemed like he was trying to be down, like he was a brother and all that type of stuff. But then it came out later, he was exposed to be a racist back in his day. Now his moon is in Scorpio and it's unaspected in his fifth house. So, oh, let me go back. Sometimes this slideshow gets carried away. So, oh my God. All right, let me go back. So his moon is in Scorpio and it's unaspected to any other planets in the chart. And I always talk about unaspected planets. They're like running wild in the chart. They are not contained, they're not anchored down by anything. So it's like anything goes with that particular planet. So moon in Scorpio, just running wild in the chart. No wonder why he was running wild in the streets trying to beat up people of color. Oh God, I'm getting a hot flash. Give me a second, y'all. Where's I need a little drink. Okay. All right, so Diana, you said Mark Wahlberg is short. How tall is he? I didn't know he was short like that. So Moon and Scorpio in the fifth house, unaspected. It said while living in Boston in the 1980s, Wahlberg was twice charged for race-related hate crimes, serving time in jail for one of the attacks. What were Wahlberg's crimes? Let me see. And yeah, so he's a Cancer rising. which really like brings it home with the whole race thing. So in 1986, a then 15-year-old Wahlberg and three friends were charged for chasing three black children and pelting them with rocks while yelling, "Kill the N words," until an ambulance driver intervened. So he was hardcore with his racism, throwing rocks, talking about kill the N words. And he actually did some time for that. The next day, Wahlberg harassed another group of mostly black children around the age of 9 or 10 at the beach, gathering other white men to join in racially abusing and throwing rocks at them. Mind you, a few years later, he came out with Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch, Good Vibrations, which was very much black type of music. Make it make sense, Marky Mark. Now, a seemingly unrelated second incident occurred 2 years later in 1988 when Wahlberg attacked two Vietnamese men while high on the drug PCP. Oh, PCP is another drug that can be very Scorpio like. And then for the latter, Wahlberg was charged with attempted murder, but pleaded guilty to felony assault, claiming that he was intoxicated and that the attacks weren't race related. Okay, whatever you say, Mark. Whatever you say. And then he's been in quite a few movies, and some of them, like I said, I recently saw The Perfect Storm, which is very Scorpio related simply because of the danger involved, the depth, the sense of dread that was, encompassing them. That's that Scorpio word, all encompassing. The dread was all encompassing. So, Mark Wahlberg, Gemini, Moon and Scorpio. He was in a number of movies that fit this Scorpio moon. And because the Scorpio moon is unaspected, it basically means he could pretty much play any role with no qualms. Like he was in the movie Boogie Nights, playing a porn star. He was in the movie Basketball Diaries, which is about sexual abuse at the hands of a basketball coach, if I'm not mistaken. And I heard that movie was real graphic. And then he was in this movie called The Corruptor, which is so Scorpio Moon. He was also in this movie called The Yards, which is a crime film. And then he was also in The Perfect Storm, which is very Scorpio Moon. And then he was in the movie The Italian Job, which is a Scorpio Moon type of movie because it dealt with like robberies. And then he was in the movie Ted 1 and Ted 2. And I never saw Ted, but I heard Ted was very raunchy. And this image right here, I have a banana covering the whole fake dong. But in the movie, at the end of Boogie Nights, he's standing in front of a mirror and he pulls out what is supposedly his penis, but it's really what do you call it? What do you call that? When something's fake. What do you call that? You could say it was a dildo, but it wasn't a dildo. It was a why can't I think of the term? Well, just know it was a fake penis. But yeah, but even him doing that, I would say would require somebody who's very comfortable with their sexuality, their sex, to pull out even it being fake. But I'm sure some people thought it was real. Prosthetic, that's the word I'm looking for. A prosthetic penis. Yeah, at least said a fake. Yes, yes, Tara, you got it. The same time it came to me, I was like, prosthetic, yes. A prosthetic penis. Let's say it again. Prosthetic penis. So the prosthetic penis I have covered up by that banana. But yes, that was the end of Boogie Nights. And I was like, yes, it takes somebody who's very sexually comfortable to even be in a movie like that and to have that final scene where he basically whips it out. But it looked real fake. Danny said, not sure if he's really changed, but he has apologized for his past. And then he was in the movie Transformers Age of Extinction, which is very Moon and Scorpio simply because Transformer. And then he was in the movie Deepwater Horizon, which is very Scorpio because it's dealing with the disaster of the oil rig. Next, we have Wendy Williams. So, as you can see, I'm going in order from Aries, and we're going to finish up with Pisces. And I'm actually kind of reeling that we are only on Cancer because I'm like, God damn, I'm ready to go to bed, but I'm a trooper. I'm going to finish this out. So, and just as you know, so it just this is just to show people if you want to sponsor a video, and once I tell you how much it costs to sponsor a video, you might kind of like recoil a little bit and be like, "Oh, that's a little stiff or whatever." But if you really think about it, I put a lot of time, work, and energy into these sponsored videos. So you're definitely going to get your money's worth. I actually go over and beyond what I get for these sponsorships a lot of times because I'm like, what I got for this sponsorship, basically I could have charged triple the amount because that's what I'm giving. But this is just for future reference. If anybody wants to sponsor a video, just know that I'm thorough. And that's why this live stream is going on 4 hours. So just know if you sponsor a video, you might have to wait a little bit because one of my problems is I can sometimes sit on things because I got other things going on. But I'm gonna start speeding things up. I'm gonna start putting, more of a rush on things. But it's also because I like to be real thorough and I like to like give plenty of examples. So again, just letting you know, you want to sponsor a video, you're definitely gonna get your money's worth. Cause I don't like to do anything half-assed. So Wendy Williams got a Scorpio moon. It's in Y conjunction with Neptune. Like that's almost not a conjunction, but because the moon is involved, we can go up to 10 degrees or to qualify as a conjunction. Now, Wendy Williams is an interesting case. As we all know, she's been dealing with some serious health problems, but she recently came out, she was had a night out on the town and she was looking pretty good. But I got some things to say about this situation with Wendy. Now, Wendy is another one where people have speculated that she might have been born a male. And if you look at Wendy Williams' pictures when she was young, there is a very strong boyishness to her. Now, Wendy Williams might be one of those intersexed individuals. You never know. Or she might be like I don't know if intersex is the same as hermaphrodite, but I guess it is or whatever. But one thing I got to show you is Wendy has moon squaring that Aquarius ascendant with Scorpio representing genitals and Aquarius ruling abnormalities. That is indication that Wendy could have something weird or abnormal going on beneath the belt, below the belt, under the hood. Something's not right. And especially because being an Aquarius rising, that can even deal with where Wendy always felt different. And we know she felt different just because she was a tall girl. She was kind of big bone. So she was always kind of, alienated. She was always kind of treated a little differently and stuff like that. But seeing this square does kind of make me wonder. And I know people talk about pregnancies and miscarriages and stuff like that. You can make things appear to be any way you want in the entertainment world. Trust and believe. And the more money you have, the more you could fake the funk, the more you can make it seem like you were pregnant and you miscarried. Unless I saw a baby coming out of the person's vagina, I will always be suspicious when it comes to certain people. Same like Jocelyn from Love and Hip Hop. You can't convince me that Jocelyn Hernandez was born a female. That is a straight up trans woman, if you ask me. But that's just me. But again, because I'm realistic. And like I said before, just like you have gays and lesbians that are still in the closet, of course you're going to have some transgender individuals that are still in the closet, and a lot of times for a very good reason, because the world still isn't very accepting of alternative lifestyles. Now, again, Wendy Williams, she could be a biological woman. Let's say she is. I'm still saying there could be some problems with the genitals with that moon in Scorpio, also Neptune in Scorpio squaring that Aquarius ascendant. So let's get that out the way, number one. Number two, where are we at? So also with moon conjoined to Neptune squaring ascendant, this could play out as a woman who is robbing Wendy blind. More about that in a minute. And it can also show that Wendy is not at liberty to do as she pleases. And this square also makes me think that Wendy has a handler. And she might have always had a handler. Like her husband, her ex husband could have been one of her handlers. But somebody with these squares, it's like they're always under somebody's control. It could have even started off with her own mother being very controlling, where Wendy wasn't at liberty to do certain things that she really wanted to do. Now, Wendy also has Moon in Scorpio opposing Jupiter in Taurus, and this is the issue with the bank holding her money. So remember, the bank was holding on to Wendy Williams' money, and they claimed that because it was something where it was Wendy's mental health. She couldn't be trusted with her own money, or they were doing it for her own safety and stuff like that, for her own security. So let's just get into some of the details about Wendy Williams. And of course, that Scorpio moon is dealing with the controversy that she created over the years, just being a big time gossip columnist and having the Wendy Williams show, both on radio and then later on TV. So, being extremely intrusive, which is very much Moon in Scorpio, exposing people's dirty laundry. She's been doing that for years. And isn't it funny how what goes around comes around? Now her dirty laundry is being exposed. So, this is dealing with the conservatorship, especially when you take into account that Moon in Scorpio is opposing Jupiter in Taurus. Now, this is where I'm really looking at this boy along with, I think it's his aunt. Something ain't right with these two. So, and it shows up in her chart. So, Wendy Williams' son was heavily implicated at the time. Again, this is the reason why the bank was holding on to the money. So it says Williams' son was heavily implicated at the time, given his status as her power of attorney, and reports of a large sum of money taken out of her account. That large sum of money taken out of her account, that is Moon conjoined to Neptune and Scorpio opposing Jupiter and Taurus. That's basically her being robbed. And I do believe her son has something to do with it, but maybe where he's not acting of his own volition. So stay with me with this. So, reports of a large sum of money taken out of her account, which raised flags at the bank. A spokesperson for the financial services company has since shared with People this matter was conducted under seal. Any claims against Wells Fargo have been dismissed. First of all, why is she banking with Wells Fargo? They are one of the most crooked, shady banks in America. She didn't get the memo, I guess. Now it says details of Williams' current financial holdings have not been made public. People has obtained paperwork from the New York Department of Finance filed on February 8th, showing that there is currently a tax lien against the $4.5 million condo Williams once owned for the amount of $568,451. Now, the tax lien, that's so Scorpio moon. Her being at risk of getting that home foreclosed is so Scorpio moon. Now, according to Wanda, a retired attorney, Wendy, Kevin, and Kevin Jr. had their lifestyle up in New Jersey that was different than any lifestyle the rest of the family had, she said, adding, Wendy spent money in ways that none of us could ever even imagine. Now, Wanda is the sister or the cousin? Wait a minute, let me make sure. I gotta get this right. Now, who is Wanda again? But she's the main culprit, if you ask me. I feel like Wanda is doing Wendy dirty. Let me see. Wanda Wendy Williams. So is it her sister or her cousin? Or so it's her sister, her older sister. I think it's her older sister doing her dirty. And I think she's the older sister, Wanda, is using Wendy's son to get a hold of her money. So yeah, I believe it's the sister that's the one that's robbing Wendy blind, making Wendy seem like she's crazy, having Wendy committed. Because remember when Wendy was like in the hospital and like she was looking out the window talking about I'm trapped here or they holding me against my will. It says Wendy spent money and wait. Now this statement right here, this is where Wanda is trying to absolve herself of any suspicion of wrongdoing. So it says, according to Wanda, a retired attorney, and look, she's an attorney, which means that she has knowledge, skills, and abilities to be able to pull off some shady shit like this. So, according to Wanda, a retired attorney, Wendy, Kevin, and Kevin Jr. had their lifestyle up in New Jersey that was different than any lifestyle the rest of the family had, which is kind of showing she jealous. She said, adding, Wendy spent money in ways that none of us could ever even imagine. Yeah, it sounds like envy to me. All right, so that's basically dealing with that situation with Wendy. Also, Wendy has Moon and Scorpio, quincunx, Venus and Gemini, which can deal with reoccurring infections. Wendy Williams might have herpes or some other reoccurring infection with that, but that aspect is also dealing with the other woman that would not go away. So Kevin Hunter, her ex-husband's mistress, and the one that he basically bought her a condo or he was paying her rent in a condo or something like that, that's dealing with that Moon and Scorpio. Quincunx her Venus and Gemini. Jennifer Lopez is next. So now we're on to Leo, and I have maybe 3 examples of Leo. So Jennifer Lopez, we're not going to dwell too long on her, but with that Moon conjunct Neptune in Scorpio in the second house, that makes her very much about film and music, also dancing, the arts in general. And her mom was a dancer too, I think she said. And her mom is the one I think that introduced her to the arts. But I wonder if mom had an alcohol problem or some type of drug problem with that Moon conjunct Neptune in the second house. Mom could also be a leech as well. Now, Jennifer got Moon conjunct Neptune, trine North Node in Pisces, which deals with her film career and music career. One movie that stands out beyond Selena that Jennifer Lopez starred in was The Cell. The Cell was a horror movie. It was like a psychological horror. It was like really disturbing. But the imagery in that movie is amazing. And then Sun and Mercury in Leo in trine with Moon and Neptune. So I'm seeing that as a surrogate mother. So I don't know. Did we ever see Jennifer Lopez pregnant? Now, I do believe Jennifer Lopez is a biological woman, but I believe she gave birth via surrogate. Like, I believe she had her children via surrogate, and it's shown through her Sun and Mercury in Leo in trine with the Moon and Neptune in Scorpio. It's a dissociative trine, but it's a trine nonetheless. And Leo deals with children, and that Moon and Neptune can deal with a secret surrogate mother. So I wouldn't be surprised. It could also deal with fertility drugs as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if she had a surrogate. So she had a big belly, but do we know if that was actually a belly bump, like one of those moon bumps? And she actually had a secret surrogate, which some women will do as well. Beyonce. And we're going to get to Beyonce in a minute. We will get there in a minute. So when I show you a similar aspect in Beyonce's chart, maybe you'll become more of a believer. Okay, so you said her nose got bigger and everything. So yeah, so maybe she did actually carry those twins But maybe what I'm seeing is fertility drugs because a lot of times if you do have twins and you're a celebrity, you're taking those fertility drugs. Now, Diana said, I feel like J-Ho is the kind of woman who wouldn't want to ruin her body with a pregnancy. I feel the same way, Diana, and that's why I'm leaning towards surrogacy. Let me look up a picture real quick of Jennifer Lopez pregnant. I'll be the judge. Because sometimes with the right contour makeup, you can make it look like your nose has spread as a result of pregnancy. But she definitely does seem like the vain type of narcissist that would not want to risk ruining her body for some kids. Okay. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Her nose does look wider with the pregnancy. It does. Okay, I'll give her that. But I'm not seeing any other weight gain beyond the nose. And again, that could be contouring doing that. I don't see any. Okay, and this is where you gotta be realistic about women that have certain body types. Jennifer Lopez got the type of body that usually, if she gets pregnant, she's gonna gain weight all over. But in these pictures, I'm mainly just seeing a big belly. I'm not seeing any other weight gain. Not even in her butt. You would think her butt would have been huge being pregnant. And usually, if you work out and stuff after, giving birth, you're going to get back down to your regular size. Some women just don't. But again, I kind of wonder because she's looking really good pregnant aside from, that nose being a little bit wider. And in this picture, that pregnant belly is too high. It looks very high, unusually high. But yeah. And Candy Burris had a surrogacy and she was open about it. We should look at her chart at some point and see what aspects pointed to her surrogacy. I might have talked about it already. Now, Moon and Scorpio in the second house. So this could be sex for pay. I do believe that she spent a lot of time on the casting couch, especially in her early days with In Living Color. I mean, it was admitted she was dating Keenan Ivory Wayans, the creator of In Living Color, and that's how she got put on In Living Color as one of the fly girls. The choreographer, Rosie Perez, she didn't want Jennifer Lopez to be a fly girl dancer because she said Jennifer wasn't even that talented as a dancer. But then Keenan, because he was sleeping with Jennifer at the time, basically told Rosie, bring her back in, audition her again, and give her the role. So Jennifer is quite used to the whole sex for pay thing, sleeping your way to the top. And you could see that through Sun and Mercury in Leo in the 10th, trine Moon and Neptune in Scorpio. And I'm not even condemning her for that. Sometimes you got to use what you got to get what you want. And that is very much true with Scorpio people. A lot of them don't have any qualms with using what they got to get what they want. Now, having other women singing her songs for her. So let's go down the list. There has been a number of artists who basically accused J-Lo of using other singers' voice in the songs, or where other singers actually sang the whole song and maybe Jennifer Lopez put her vocals over or something. I don't know how all of that was happening, but she has been accused of jacking other singers' songs, or where other singers were singing her song. Like Ashanti, I think, is one of the singers that was singing songs for J-Lo because J-Lo can't sing. And then what's this? Oh. And then you know how that moon in Scorpio can create regeneration of things. So it's no surprise that she got with Ben Affleck. Did they actually get married? They're so annoying as a couple that I really don't want to know much about them. But I just thought it was interesting that you're dealing with two Leos with Scorpio moons and
They get together at one time in their life, they break up, and then they get back together, which is so Scorpio. So Scorpio will regenerate relationships, will revive relationships, will bring the rebirth. Now, Ben Affleck has been said to have problems with gambling, and that shows up with his Scorpio moon in the fifth. Fifth house is gambling, and he got it bad because Scorpio is intercepted in his fifth house. And then it's squaring his Mercury and Leo. That's representing him racking up gambling debts. And it basically shows he's a hardcore gambling addict. Like he can't stop, especially because that moon is his chart ruler. He has it really, really bad. And then wasn't he speculated as doing something like sexual harassment before? Let me know if that's the case. But his moon in Scorpio trine Venus in Cancer is representing the regeneration of his relationship with Jennifer Lopez, but it also makes it just easy for him to attract women. I would also venture to say that with that moon in Scorpio squaring Mercury and Leo, women screw his head up. Like he doesn't think straight when he gets with women. And I would include Jennifer Lopez in that. And then also, what else was I going to say about this moon square Mercury? Oh, I see this as he probably is a horrible actor, meaning like he probably forgets his lines all the time, frustrating the hell out of directors. So enough about him. We got to move on because it's getting kind of late. Okay, so gambling obsession, gambling debts, that's that Mercury square moon. Reviving love affairs, regenerating romance, that's moon in Scorpio, trine Venus in Cancer. And then him being a sex addict, that's what I suppose as well. Gambling addict and sex addict. And I think that's the real reason why him and J-Lo got back together. Not so much for love, but they just love having sex with each other. They probably have sex like 10 times a day when they're together. Also, I'm saying because of that moon intercepted in Scorpio in his fifth house, I would not trust him around young girls. I'm just saying. I think he's the type that would cross the line, especially if he's had too much to drink. And if he's had a bad night at gambling and he needs some young thing to soothe him or something like that, I wouldn't be surprised if he would cross the line like that. All right, next, the third Leo in the list, we have Stanley Kubrick. We're going to be real quick about this. Stanley Kubrick, very controversial film director, so controversial that I believe the last film he made, well, it wasn't the last film. The last film he made was AI. The film to the last was Eyes Wide Shut. I believe he was murdered for that film because that film exposed members of the elite. So he got moon at the 26th degree of Scorpio. That 26 is partnership. So again, that makes you think of his partnership with these movie houses like MGM, Paramount, um, exposing a cabal. So he has moon in Scorpio opposing Mars in Taurus. And this comprises a T square in his chart that also includes a square between his moon and Neptune. That moon in Scorpio, square Neptune and Leo, that's eyes wide shut all day. That's the controversial movie that I believe he got murdered for. That's featuring Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. And also The Shining is very much representing that moon in Scorpio squaring Neptune in Leo. If you've never seen The Shining, definitely check it out. And then also his treatment, his mistreatment of some of the women that were acting in his films, namely Shelley Duvall. You could see that with Moon in Scorpio squaring Neptune. And then also he got Moon sesqui square Mercury in Cancer. That's representing that as well. And then they claim that Stanley Kubrick died of a heart attack, but I wouldn't be surprised if the heart attack was a result of something being injected into him because the T square that I spoke of involving his Scorpio moon, Mars in Taurus, and Neptune can point to where they made it look like it was a heart attack that happened naturally, but it was actually something that they gave him to induce a heart attack because he died days after being in a dispute.
I think it was Warner Brothers. I forget what movie house it was, but it was the producers of the film. They wanted him to take out certain scenes in the movie Eyes Wide Shut, and he refused. And him and a big wig in the film industry, they got into a shouting match. And Stanley Kubrick left that office in a huff. And then about 6 days later, he's dead of a heart attack. Yeah, I'm very suspicious of that. But moving along. Oh, wait. Let me see what else I wrote. So the movie Lolita is very much Moon and Scorpio. A Clockwork Orange is very much Moon and Scorpio. Y'all can, research these movies if you want more insight. Full Metal Jacket, very Moon and Scorpio. Eyes Wide Shut. And that Moon and Scorpio in his first house opposing Mars and Taurus, that's over my dead body energy. So it makes sense that he got into that shouting match with, I think it was the producer of Eyes Wide Shut, or it could have been one of the heads of the movie company. And he refused to take those scenes out. And with that Moon and Scorpio in his first house, that is like him saying, over my dead body. I think he was kind of insane, Ellie. He was like a madman, but really good with the films. But I would say he was a genius director. And, with genius can come madness. Now, here's Beyonce's chart. People once Tina Knowles, Beyonce's mother, came out with Beyonce's birth time. I think it was revealed in the book that Tina Knowles wrote. Some people were still saying, I don't know if that's the right birth time. But considering Beyonce's life, I think this is her birth time, especially when you take into account that Moon could join the Uranus in that seventh house. You could look at that as Becky with the good hair and a number of different women that Jay-Z ends up with while he's married to Beyonce. But that's also representing her mother being her greatest ally, you could say. Now, that Moon conjunct Uranus also represents what? The beehive. So Beyonce's contingent of fans, they're known as the beehive. And bees are ruled by Scorpio because they're insects. And the hive comes in with Uranus. Uranus is representing the hive, but it's also representing the fans too. But that's the beehive all day. And you know how vicious the beehive can get when people come for Beyonce on social media, which is so Moon conjunct Uranus in Scorpio. Now, remember I talked about Jennifer Lopez possibly having a surrogate for her pregnancy. So it's interesting that Beyonce has a similar aspect in her chart that can deal with surrogacy. So remember, uh, Jennifer Lopez had that dissociative trine between her Leo energy and her Scorpio energy. Well, wouldn't you know it? Beyonce has a same dissociative trine between Leo and Scorpio. So Beyonce's Mars and Leo is in trine with Moon and Uranus in Scorpio. Again, that is a surrogate pregnancy aspect. It doesn't have to play out that way, but that's one of the possible manifestations of that trine. So remember that interview that Beyonce gave, and she went to sit down, and that pillow that she had under her dress folded, which basically revealed that, oh, you're not really pregnant. Somebody else. So remember, Diana, you were like, yeah, it seems like Jennifer Lopez wouldn't want to take the risk of messing up her body with a pregnancy. I feel like Beyonce is the same way. Beyonce really doesn't want to take the chance of messing up her body through pregnancy, because Beyonce is another one that has the type of body where if she gets pregnant, she's probably going to gain weight all over, and it's going to make it hard for her to lose that baby weight. Why go through all that when you could just pay for a surrogate? Again, Candy Burris was the same way. It's just that Candy Burris was open with it. She was out with it. She even showed the surrogate mom on The Real Housewives of Atlanta. Why? Because Candy didn't want to mess her body up.
Candy had birth naturally with her first daughter, and I guess she was like, look, I already seen what the first child can do. I'm not trying to go through this, especially at my age, having to deal with the baby weight and all that. So I do believe that Trine and Beyonce's chart is dealing with surrogate pregnancy. Now, also, that opposition between Beyonce's Moon and Uranus and Chiron and Taurus, that's Beyonce jacking other artists' music and songs to use as her own. So it's been reported that Beyonce has had a history of jacking other people's music. And for some reason, she's never really held accountable for it. I guess because she has enough money to be able to pay them off when they start to protest. But that opposition is dealing with that as well. Diana said, yeah, rich people can just pay for it, just like they pay for nannies to raise their children. Yep. It's a whole different ball game when you're rich. Now, Beyonce has that nice moon and Uranus in trine to her North Node in Cancer. And that really basically makes her this superwoman type of, what would you consider Beyonce? Like, she is this, that whole, when she came out with Who Run the World, Girls, she's like that girl power type of figure. And that shows through that moon conjunct Uranus trine North Node. But you could tie that into the surrogacy as well, especially when you take into account that Mars is conjoined to that North Node. So it's like it shows that Beyonce becomes a mother through surrogacy. And let me see if I'm missing anything else. That's pretty much it for now. I might do a video natal reading on Beyonce one day. If somebody wants to sponsor it, that's even better because then that means that I have to do it. Because if it's up to me, I might keep on pushing it on the back burner. Oh, this is another thing too with the trine with Sun and Uranus in Scorpio trine, that North Node in Cancer in particular. That's witchy energy. So, Beyonce has been accused of being a witch. And she wasn't it her drummer that came out and said that Beyonce was sexually harassing her and putting spells on her, and Beyonce killed her cat and stuff like that. There could actually be some truth to that, especially when you take into account what was I looking at where it was that drummer just having that moon conjunct Uranus alone, and then both are at the 26th degree. That 26 is partnership. And people have speculated that Beyonce is a lesbian at the end of the day, and it does fit that moon conjunct Uranus in the seventh, because Uranus is adding the lesbian part into it. I wouldn't be surprised. But that whole situation, was it the drummer? So it says she sent incubus to her drummer. That is that moon and Uranus opposing Chiron and Taurus. Basically, she traumatized that woman, I think. But yeah, I might have to do a deep dive on Beyonce one day. She got some interesting aspects. Venus conjoined to Pluto, that moon conjoined to Uranus. You see, she got the nodes in the parental signs, which makes so much sense, especially with the problem she had with her father and also just dealing with her mother, being very instrumental in terms of her becoming famous. But let me move on. So here go Beyonce right here. Oh, another thing. This is how you know Beyonce is an Aries rising. So Beyonce is an Aries rising. It's the 29th degree, but it's still Aries nonetheless. And you know that 29th degree could deal with love triangles. And then Mars is her chart ruler, and Mars is in Leo. Can't you see the Leo in Beyonce? Like you can really see the Leo in her here with her hair, the gold. Beyonce wears a lot of gold too. And she's always big on the hair. And that's very, even if it's not her own hair, but that's very Leo in terms of Mars and Leo being her chart ruler. And then just the fact that she's mega famous, she's a superstar. Of course, it makes sense that she has Mars and Leo ruling her chart. So that's why I'm satisfied with the birth time because it fits. It really fits.
Now, mother, support and encouragement. Mother is a powerful woman and her ally. Mom is like a tyrant, which Tina does seem like she could be. Beyonce is a sex symbol, of course, so that comes into play with this moon in Scorpio. And again, the surrogacy, like I said. And when she talked about Becky with the good hair, with the Lemonade song or album, very much dealing with the other woman type of energy with that moon conjunct Uranus and her drummer's claims of sexual harassment, spells, and so forth. All right, let's get into Will Smith real quick. Now, Will, he's been living a lie his whole life, I would say, because I think he really just wants to be a gay man, but he's one of those ones that is still stuck in the closet. Now, that moon conjoined to Neptune is manifesting in a few ways in terms of Will Smith's life, but namely, it's dealing with Jada Pinkett. Jada, number one, likes to humiliate Will, which is very moon conjoined to Neptune. But also, Jada has came out and admitted that she is a sex addict. I don't know if she's, recovered from this sex addiction, but that moon conjoined to Neptune and Scorpio in the sixth house means she wanted it every day, multiple times a day, any way she could get it. Yeah. And then with his moon and Neptune in sextile with Jupiter and Pluto, that can represent the sex parties and the orgies that they were engaging in, but also the collaborative projects that Will and Jada worked on together, such as All of Us, which was a TV show that I used to like to watch that featured Dwayne Martin, which is Will Smith's long term boyfriend. Now, Will Smith has Moon and Neptune in quincunx with Saturn and Aries, which is basically a beard aspect. And it can also represent his involvement, romantic involvement with Dwayne Martin, and where he has to maneuver, because it's a quincunx, he has to maneuver in ways to remain under the radar so nobody finds out. But people have been speculating this for years. And come on, if the first movie that you act in, you're playing a gay man, come on. Come on. But anyway, the slap heard around the world. That is his moon and Neptune in sesqui square with that north node in Aries. Because the moon and Neptune is representing Jada being humiliated by Chris Rock, and the sesqui square with that north node in Aries, that is Will Smith being triggered to go and handle Chris Rock with violence. Because Aries rules violence and attacks. So yeah, the slap heard around the world. All right, moving on. Will Smith, he's starting to look like an AI character. Are we sure this man is still alive? He don't look normal anymore. It looked like his eye is starting to become lazy. Look at that eye. It's like swollen on the top lid. Now, I know sometimes you might get a little eye infection or whatever, but he's acting strange. He's starting to look strange. Nurse Tara said, when August Alsina came out that he was gay, I immediately thought of Will. Oh, yeah, the August Alsina issue. Did I mention that? That is dealing with Moon and Neptune and quincunx with that Saturn and Aries as well. But yeah, Will is looking kind of strange. I said that, the Moon and Scorpio people, they could go through a transformation in terms of how they look. Now, again, Jada being a control freak sex addict, controversial parenting techniques because the moon rules parenting, casting couch energy. Now let's move on to Whoopi Goldberg. So now we're in Scorpio territory. As you can see, Whoopi has Mercury, Moon, Sun, and Saturn in Scorpio. So her moon is between Mercury and the Sun in Scorpio. That's some heavy Scorpio energy to be dealing with. Now, Whoopi is something else. I have to admit, I love Whoopi's acting. I loved her in The Color Purple. I loved her in Sister Act 1 and 2. I loved her. Well, I didn't see the whole Ghost movie, but the scenes I saw, I loved her in that. I loved her in what other movie was she in that I really liked? Good Fences. That was another good movie. Now she got Moon and Scorpio in the ninth house, and again, it sits between her Sun and Mercury. So her comedy, she started off as a stand-up comic, and her comedy was very much based upon psychology. If you follow me on TikTok, I posted a clip of one of her stand-up comedy routines, and it was real deep because she was getting into, self-loathing and how she was portraying this little black girl that didn't like how she looked, so she wanted to have long blonde hair, and she went into this whole spiel about she had a towel on her head, and she was like, this is my long blonde hair, and how she wanted to be white and stuff. Some deep psychological comedy, really. Now Whoopi has always been controversial, and on The View, which she's one of the co-hosts, she tends to always have a controversial point of view. And she's controversial on a political level as well, which is that ninth house. Ninth house is politics. The controversy over Ted Danson. So she was dating this actor named Ted Danson back in the day. And they went to this award show or some type of roast. And Ted Danson showed up in blackface, and Whoopi Goldberg got a lot of flack for it. But Whoopi Goldberg, she said it was partially her idea for him to dress up in blackface. So being controversial over race, that's very Moon and Scorpio. And then the sister act film, her hiding out, portraying a nun because she was in the witness protection program, very much Moon and Scorpio. In the ninth house, because ninth house is religion. The color purple, she played an abused woman, Celie, who achieves her freedom. That's very much Moon and Scorpio in the ninth house. Until you do right by me, everything you even think about is going to fail. Oh, that movie still hits me hard to this day. It's definitely a woman's film. I was talking to my son the other day, and we were just talking about, because both me and him were movie buffs, and he was like, "Mom, what's your top 10 favorite movies?" So Color Purple, I don't think it's in my top 10, but I did mention it as one of my favorites. He was like, I didn't like Color Purple. He was like, I could never get into that movie. And I was like, yeah, because it really is a chick flick. It's not, a lot of men didn't like that movie because it did kind of show the dark side of men, especially black men. Now, the movie Ghost, she plays a psychic medium, which is so Scorpio moon, especially in that ninth house. And then in the movie Good Fences, she is playing a wife of an attorney who moves on up into an exclusive housing development because her husband becomes very prominent, played by Danny Glover. If you haven't seen Good Fences, check it out. It's a really good movie. Now, another thing about Whoopi Goldberg that may not be widely known is that she had a little crack habit back in the day. A lot of these celebrities, they was doing coke and crack. Some of them was doing both, some of them was doing one or the other in the 80s, early 90s. Whoopi Goldberg was one of the ones that was using crack for a period of time. Well, I forget where I saw this, but this came from the horse's mouth. She told this story one time where she was high on crack. And she said she was so high that she became very paranoid. And she became so paranoid that she felt like she couldn't leave her bed or something was going to attack her. So she said she had to take a shit. And because she was so high and paranoid, she just shitted on herself. That is so Scorpio moon. And then what else about Whoopi? That's pretty much it for her. Let's move on. Oh, this right here. So I just included this little snippet because it's very much Moon and Scorpio, where she's trying to transform her race, or where she's kind of seen as a fraud because she's claiming she's Jewish, but she really ain't Jewish. So Goldberg described her mother as stern, strong, and a wise woman, which is very much Moon and Scorpio. But this part right here, dealing with her racial makeup, racial background, she has stated that her stage forename Whoopi was taken from, oh, this part right here is so Scorpio moon. So she has stated that her stage name, forename Whoopi, was taken from a whoopee cushion. When you're performing on stage, you never really have time to go into the bathroom and close the door. So if you get a little gassy, you've got to let it go. So she was farting all the time, basically. That's so Scorpio, because Scorpio and farts go hand in hand. I'm not saying all Scorpio moons are gonna be farting up a storm, stinking up the place, but Whoopi, yes, being one of them, especially having Mercury conjoined to the moon, she just letting them rip. So she said, so people used to say to me, you're like a whoopee cushion. And that's where the name came from. Now, about her stage surname, she claimed in 2011, my mother did not name me Whoopi, but Goldberg is my name. It's part of my family, part of my heritage, just like being black. And I just know I am Jewish. I practice nothing. I don't go to temple, but I do remember the holidays. She has stated that people would say, come on, are you Jewish? And I always say, would you ask me that if I was white? I bet not. One account suggests that her mother, Emma Johnson, thought the family's original surname was not Jewish enough for her daughter to become a star. And then I forgot I included this part, but this is very Scorpio moon. In 1991, Goldberg spoke out about her abortion and the choices we made. Remember, I said Scorpio moon can play out as abortion. 25 women and men speak out about abortion. In that book, she spoke about using a coat hanger to terminate a pregnancy at age 14. Damn, Whoopi. But remember I said Scorpio can produce a high tolerance to pain. So she probably could tolerate the pain because she wanted that fetus out of there bad enough. Now, and remember I said Scorpio moons can also be prone to self-harm. So that's an example of self-harm. If you're sticking a coat hanger up your hoo-ha to terminate a pregnancy. Now, she said she had 6 or 7 abortions by the age of 25, and that birth control pills failed to stop several of her pregnancies. Did I also mention that Scorpio is a very fertile sign? So I'm not surprised that she got pregnant over and over again and then decided to terminate over and over again. Now, after the 2022 Kansas abortion referendum, Goldberg claimed that God would support abortion rights because he gave women freedom of choice. Again, Whoopi is being her usual controversial self. She can't help it. She got Sun, Mercury, and Moon in Scorpio, and I think it was Saturn too. Next, we have Brittany Murphy, and Brittany Murphy's story is so tragic. And even though they are saying that she died of heart failure, I believe she died through murder. I believe she was murdered. And I believe her mother and husband had a lot to do with it, if not being directly involved. So Brittany Murphy's story is like crazy. So, and the roles that she played in films were rather, off the chain. Like she played a lot of off the chain, out of pocket, just unhinged characters. So, starting with Clueless, with Clueless, she transformed. She was given a makeover and she went from being kind of geeky or, kind of being like a oddball to being a cool girl to, looking hip to wearing the latest fashions, with the help of Cher and Dion, her friends, her newfound friends. I love the movie Clueless. My daughters, they love Clueless. Like we watch Clueless so many times together. We know all the lines and everything. That's one of my favorite like comedies of the 90s. But anyway, so the Clueless comes into play with that moon in Scorpio, especially conjoined to Venus. So let's just go back to her chart real quick and look at this Scorpio stellium. So Brittany Murphy had Venus conjoined the moon in Scorpio. That moon is in Y conjunction to Uranus, and then Uranus is conjoined to the Sun in Scorpio. So she has some heavy Scorpio energy. So again, the movie Clueless, very much Moon in Scorpio, especially conjoined to Venus and being in her third house, because that third house deals with school, and it was a comedy that took place in school. Also, the movie Girl Interrupted, that's very much Moon in Scorpio in the third house. What did I say? That Moon in Scorpio can deal with mental health issues and also bulimia. So in the movie, Brittany Murphy played a character that suffered from bulimia. And not just bulimia, she suffered from sexual abuse at the hands of her father. And not just that, she committed suicide in the movie. If you've never seen Girl Interrupted and you like psychological thrillers and just like intense dramas, definitely watch Girl Interrupted. I like to watch it maybe like once every 2 years because the subject matter is real heavy, so it's not like something I could really watch every year. But every now and then I'm in the mood for something intense. I'll put on Girl Interrupted, featuring an all-star cast, and that's right, Whoopi Goldberg. That's right. Whoopi Goldberg played in Girl Interrupted. And she played a psychiatric nurse, which is so Moon and Scorpio. I love it. All right. So again, Girl Interrupted, another Moon and Scorpio movie. She was also in Sin City, which is another very Moon and Scorpio movie, and she was in the movie Spun. If you haven't never seen Spun and you like drug movies, especially dealing with drug addicts, where it got some like gross out scenes, like Spun was crazy. I actually have the DVD, but I can't watch. I was saying like that's a movie I can't watch with my adult children. Like there's some movies, if you have any decency as a parent, you'll find that there's some movies, even when your children become adults, that is kind of hard to watch with them there, especially if it has really explicit sex scenes. So Spun has some really explicit sex scenes, and that's why I was like, I wouldn't feel comfortable watching that in front of my children. I'm like, nah. There's a few other movies too where it was like I watched The Devil's Rejects with my Pisces daughter. That was like a couple of years ago. It was her first time seeing it. And I had the DVD for years, but I refused to introduce her to that movie because it has some strong demonic and sexual themes in that movie. But we did watch it, and I remember being kind of uncomfortable watching some of those scenes with her. I was just like, ugh, cringe. Ellie said every movie nowadays has explicit sex scenes. Let me see what else y'all are saying. Blazing Black Dolphin said she looks almost like Christina Aguilera in that picture, but natural and better. I thought Brittany Murphy was so pretty, but she always had that sadness in her eyes. Diana said Brittany Murphy voiced Luann in King of the Hill. Yup, she sure did. A lot of people are saying R.I.P. Danny said Ghost is amazing. Diana said, does Whoopi have all her real teeth? I think she does. I think she got good teeth, like nice teeth. So here's Brittany Murphy looking very thin. So, you know what they say, life imitates art or the other way around. Remember, she played a bulimic in Girl Interrupted. So then later on, people started speculating that she had bulimia or anorexia in real life because she got very thin. So I would say bulimia because she got Moon in Scorpio, especially conjoined to Venus. That's like her gorging, binging on food and then throwing it up. In the early 2000s, Murphy lost a significant amount of weight, which led to rumors of a cocaine addiction or that she suffered from bulimia or anorexia. In 2005, Murphy disputed such claims to Jane magazine, saying, no, just for the record, I have not tried it in my entire life. The problem of her weight loss was such that she became weaker, unable to stand on her own. The film director Trista Jordan recalled, I've been around thousands of actors and I've never seen anyone that thin. Her elbows, and to get up from a chair, she looked like Bambi. Yo, it's after midnight. Oh my God. We're almost done. Now, at 8 a.m. on December 20th, 2009, the Los Angeles Fire Department responded to a medical request at the Los Angeles home Murphy and Monjock shared. Monjock is her husband, I think. She had apparently collapsed in a bathroom. Firefighters attempted to resuscitate Murphy on the scene. She was transported to Cedar Sinai Medical Center where she died at 10:05 a.m. after going into cardiac arrest. Now, she does have some aspects in her chart that points to heart failure or cardiac arrest, and that would be her moon and Venus in Scorpio squaring Mars in Leo. So that can play out as heart failure, but it can also play out as an abusive, domineering husband, which people said that he was, and where she was lacking free will. And I see Brittany lacking free will due to her husband's influence, but also her mother. And then catch this, it was speculated that after Brittany died, that her mother and her husband were having an affair, which I believe because of that moon conjoining Venus square Mars. So I wouldn't be surprised if they plotted on taking her out to get her money or whatever. Now, an autopsy was performed the day after she died. The Los Angeles County Coroner's Office. Oh, I forgot about this part. Ooh, I got a smoking gun, y'all. This shit is crazy. Wait till y'all hear this shit. Okay, so an autopsy was performed the day after she died. The Los Angeles County Coroner's Office, in a report issued February 2010, said that the manner of death was accidental and that the cause of death was pneumonia, with secondary factors of severe iron deficiency anemia and multiple drug intoxication. Okay, wait till you see this shit. In January 2010, Murphy's husband, Simon Monjack, and her mother, Sharon Murphy, claimed that she did not use alcohol or other drugs and that drugs did not cause her death. Instead, they attributed it to a heart condition, mitral valve prolapse. Here's her husband. I don't know what she saw in this blockhead, but I could just tell by looking at him that he had some dark shit with him. I'm like, he was probably her handler. Him and the mom, they were probably her handlers. Because remember, I said she didn't have much free will. Now, on May 23rd, 2010, Monjack was found dead at the same Hollywood Hills residence. So this is like a classic murder mystery story where maybe mother and her husband, they plotted to take Brittany out for the money. And then little does the husband know, but the mother plans on taking the husband out so the mother can have all the money to herself. And the motive could it does fit because Brittany had moon conjoined to Venus, which could deal with the mother was a parasite. The mother wanted the money that Brittany had, perhaps. And this is just speculation on my part. But I think it's funny that her husband died approximately 6 months after Brittany died. And under mysterious circumstances. Again, this pneumonia thing. Also, when I found out that Brittany, they were saying pneumonia, they said Kim Porter died of pneumonia too. That's why I'm like, this is kind of. And wait till the clincher. Just hold on here. Now, it was reported that the Los Angeles County Department of Health had considered toxic mold. Remember, I said that Moon and Scorpio can produce mold in the house. So, had considered toxic mold in their house as a possible cause of the deaths. But this was dismissed by Los Angeles Assistant Chief Coroner Ed Winter, who stated that there was no indicators that mold was a factor. And my thing is, if it was mold, why wasn't the mother affected? But there probably was mold in the home, but I don't think mold was the culprit. Now, Sharon Murphy described the reports of mold contributing to the deaths as absurd and went on to state that inspecting the home for mold was never requested by the health department. In December 2011, Sharon Murphy changed her stance, announcing that toxic mold was indeed what killed her daughter and son in law, and filed a lawsuit against the attorneys who represented her in an earlier suit against the builders of the home where her daughter and son in law died. Again, this is very mysterious. This is the mother right here looking all sad. This face looks performative. And then look at the husband. Again, Brittany, what were you thinking? But I don't think she had much free will, period. Yes, Diana, that's a face only a mother could love. Now, well, it seems like her mom moved past it by sleeping with her departed daughter's husband. These are quotes I took from a post on Reddit about this situation. So again, it was found out later that Brittany Murphy's husband and Brittany Murphy's mother were sleeping in the same bed together as a way to comfort each other once Brittany died. I'm like, whatever. They were probably having sex. Now, Spears used to own the home before Murphy. She fled the house. This is again, I learned this from this Reddit post. Spears, Britney Spears, that is, check this out. Spears used to own the home before Brittany Murphy purchased it. She fled the house and sold it without packing most of her belongings after having what she described as paranormal experience in the home. Remember, I said Moon and Scorpio could produce a haunted house situation. Now, I don't know what Britney Spears got going on that would produce this type of paranormal experience in the home. We could check that out later, but I just found that to be very telling. And then also mold. And Brittany bought the house from Heath Ledger. Isn't that crazy? So Heath Ledger used to own that home too, and we know what happened to Heath Ledger. And then somebody said, I used to know one of her assistants. Brittany was completely dependent on her mother for every single thing. I told you that Moon and Scorpio can produce codependency, and her mother certainly made sure to keep it that way. And with Moon conjoined to Venus, that could be a mom that sleeps with your spouse because it's in Scorpio. Now, this is the clincher right here. This blew my mind when I found this shit out. I was like, stop playing. And if anybody has any doubts about how Hollywood gets down, you can include the music industry as well. This should help you to become a believer. Now, Britney's father, Angelo Bertolotti, has long held the belief that his daughter did not die from natural causes. In interviews and statements made following her death, Bertolotti has suggested that it could be a case of foul play and that perhaps she was poisoned. Now, in 2013, Bertolotti, again, this is Brittany Murphy's father, took the investigation into his own hands by hiring a private lab to conduct independent toxicology tests. Those tests yielded traces of heavy metals like barium, which he believes was used in the poisoning attempt. Even though the case has been officially closed to this day, he maintains that his daughter was murdered. I believe the father. Now, this part right here about this guy right here pictured, this is the coroner, Ed Winter. He was the coroner for the death investigation for Britney Spears. I mean, not Britney Spears, my bad. For Brittany Murphy, but also Kim Porter. It says while Porter and Murphy's deaths were some sort of similar since they both passed away due to pneumonia, fans have been creating conspiracy theories about the three stars mentioned above. Apparently, the same coroner, Ed Winter, investigated the deaths of the three stars, creating speculation that their deaths might be somehow related. Now, I'm trying to think who's the other star? It was Porter, Brittany Murphy, and is it damn, who's the other one? Okay, wait a minute.
Maybe I have it in the following notes. Is it Paul Walker? I don't know, but y'all could do research on who the third celebrity is that died. I'm sorry, my memory is drawing a blank. But again, as covered by the First Degree Crime podcast hosted by Jack Vanek and Alexis Linkletter, while three had the same coroner, what is really weird about this is that Winter apparently died between Porter's first and second autopsy. So again, the coroner, Ed Winter, the one that was investigating the deaths of Brittany Murphy and Kim Porter, he died between the coroner reports. So there was a original report for Kim Porter's death, and then there was a second one that he was supposed to be releasing, and he mysteriously died in between. Interesting. Now, this led to rumors that Winter's death was allegedly related to Diddy and that he had died suspiciously after being allegedly asked to re examine Kim Porter's death. During this time, as the coroner, Ed Winter investigated the deaths of several high profile celebrities like Whitney Houston. It was Whitney Houston, the third one, but also Paul Walker. So Paul Walker is included, Corey Haim, and more. So again, it makes you wonder. I've often suspected that Paul Walker's death was a hit instead of it actually, I believe it was a car accident, yeah, but if they want to take somebody out, car accidents is one of the most common ways that they'll do it. Which brings me to another actor that died in a car accident, and I believe his death was a hit as well. Next, we have Raven Simone. So now we're getting into Sagittarius territory. So Raven Simone has Moon in Scorpio, and it's conjoined to her Mercury. She also has Pluto and the South Node in Scorpio as well. I believe Raven was probably a victim of sexual abuse when she was growing up, especially because in this interview, she was talking about she doesn't remember hardly anything about being on The Cosby Show. Now, granted, she was real young at the time, but you would think that she wasn't that young. Like, she was old enough to remember a lot at that age. But she says she hardly doesn't remember any, which is so sad to me because to me, I think that's a sign that she was being sexually abused back then and she was able to suppress a lot of the bad memories. But what came along with that was suppressing just a lot of the memories of her acting on The Cosby Show. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she was a victim of repeated abuse. Now, Moon conjunct Mercury in Scorpio, that's very much That's So Raven. So, Diana, you mentioned That's So Raven. So, on the show, remember she played um, a psychic. So, that's very Moon conjunct Mercury in Scorpio, especially with Mercury ruling schools, because it took place in school. And then she has Moon conjoined Mercury and Scorpio, trying midheaven and Cancer. And that's basically representing the Cosby Show, but it's also representing the podcast that she has with her wife. But we're going to move on because I got to hurry up. But what's so crazy, y'all? So she got a Scorpio moon, right? I told you my oldest daughter got a Scorpio moon. My oldest daughter, she favors Raven a little bit in the face. Like they got a very similar face. And when my daughter was young, people used to say she looked like Raven Simone. And guess what? My daughter's middle name is Simone. And I named her middle name Simone before I even knew she was going to look like Raven Simone. You can't make this stuff up. I'm telling you. Now, it's something that Raven has that's right on top of my Venus. Let me go back. Oh, yeah. So Raven's Mars is right on top of my Venus, which is the name connection. So me basically using the name Simone for my daughter's middle name is tied to my Venus because my Venus rules my fifth house. Fifth house is children.
So my Venus is conjoined to her Mars, so that explains the similarity with the names, but also where my daughter looks like her. Not fully, but my daughter could be her sister. Like they look pretty much alike like that. Like I could pull up a picture. I did actually put a picture up, but I was like, I don't want my daughter might not be comfortable with me putting her picture up. So I was like, no, let me not do that. But yeah. So Moon in Scorpio in the second house, being forced as a young child to earn money for her family. Dynamic and intense in terms of style, controversy over racial values. And then in an October 2014 interview with Oprah Winfrey, she explained her rejection of labeling herself and of identifying as either African American or gay, specifying that she was an American and a human who loves humans. So she's very much about shunning labels and including racial identity labels and her being controversial. She made a lot of black people mad when she refused to call herself African American. She was like, I'm just American, and I'm all for it. So that's her being a Sagittarius. Us Sagittarians, we don't like getting hung up on the whole race thing. And that's what she was basically explaining. And that's why she said she was an American and a human who loves humans. It's just crazy though, like the connection between my daughter and her, especially because I'm a Sagittarius. Raven is a Sagittarius. Raven got Moon in Scorpio. My daughter got Moon in Scorpio. Raven's Mars is at the 27th degree of Libra. My Venus is at the 28th degree of Libra. Like, you can't make this stuff up. That whole 6 degrees of separation type of thing. I feel like that's going on here. So marrying a woman who comes from money. So her wife is wealthy. So that can deal with that as well with that Moon and Scorpio in the second house. Now we're gonna go way, way back in the day. Oh yeah, my daughter recently dyed her hair blonde. Way back in the day. We're gonna go way back in the day. We're gonna talk about Nostradamus real quick. We're not going to dwell too long, but he had that moon in Scorpio, trine Mars and Saturn and Jupiter in Cancer, which produces keen psychic ability. Now, Nostradamus, he was known as like a prophet. He was also an astrologer, and basically he wrote these quatrains that were basically supposed to predict the future, but he ended up being discredited quite a bit because his dates were way off. And that deals with his moon in Scorpio and semi-square with his Capricorn sun. And that also just represents his detractors. Oh, this was in my astrology software. They had it already loaded. So I'm like, I'm not questioning it. But yeah, look at that date, 1503. And it designated this OS. I forget what its original style. I think that's what it means. But I was like, hell no. Look at this. They can't even. I'm just like, ugh. So Nostradamus was a Capricorn with Moon in Scorpio. So he was a French astrologer, apothecary, physician, and reputed seer who is best known for his book Les Prophéties, a collection of 942 poetic quatrains allegedly predicting future events. He first married in 1531, but his wife and two children died in 1534 during another plague outbreak, which is so Scorpio moon. So his wife dying and his children due to the plague virus all day. Now, in the years since the publication of Les Prophéties, Nostradamus has attracted many supporters, Moon and Scorpio, who, along with some of the popular press, credit him with having accurately predicted many major world events. But he was very doom and gloom with a lot of his predictions. I mean, I can relate. I got my Capricorn moon, Capricorn rising, Scorpio North Node, Scorpio midheaven. So when you got those two signs heavy in your chart, it's not easy to be on the bright side a lot. A lot of times you are going to be talking about doom and gloom. All right, next we got James Dean. So this is way back in the day, but not as way back as Nostradamus. February 8th, 1931. He was an actor. He was very influential to actors that came after him. Just his style alone. He had that like bad boy look. He definitely was a sex symbol with his moon in Scorpio. So James Dean, let's see. He died in a fatal car accident, which is seen through Moon and Scorpio square Mercury in Capricorn. And then him being a sex symbol is very much Moon in Scorpio, sextile Venus in Capricorn. Now, James Dean had stalker tendencies because he had fell in love with Marlon Brando. James Dean was gay. He fell in love with Marlon Brando. Marlon Brando treated him like shit. And Marlon Brando was just using him for sex. But James Dean would like be stalking Marlon Brando to the point where Marlon felt like he had to put hands on him. So as you can see, James Dean has that iconic bad boy Hollywood sex symbol type of look. I mean, he really looked like he was before his time. Diana said Nostradamus. I'm sick of him. So James Dean, Aquarius, he became one of the most influential figures in Hollywood in the 1950s, despite a career that lasted only 5 years. He died very young. Dean was the first actor to receive a posthumous Academy Award nomination for Best Actor for his role in East of Eden. So, him receiving the posthumous award, which means you receive a reward after you die, that is his moon in Scorpio, sextile Venus, and Capricorn, because Capricorn is rewards. And then again, he was a sex symbol. That's that moon, sextile Venus, and Capricorn again. That Venus in Capricorn produces the chiseled features that he had good bone structure. But I would also venture to say that he was a sex addict, and that's why he kept on stalking Marlon Brando because he couldn't get enough. Remember, the Moon and Scorpio people, they got this void that can never remain filled. Blazing said, I would too. I know I'm good in the bedroom, but damn, I would have threw hands too. And again, I think most likely James Dean was murdered. They say he died in a car accident, which is represented by Mercury square moon. But he also has Mercury conjoined to the North Node and the South Node in Leo. I'm thinking it was a hit. So it could have been a mob hit. I'm sorry, Mercury's in Capricorn. But what was I seeing in his chart? Oh, that's right. Sun quincunx Pluto. My mind is becoming like jello right now because it's late. And I've been on for like almost probably 6 hours. No, maybe five and a half. But I'm almost done. We're on Aquarius, which you should know. Only sign left is Pisces. So Bob Marley, real quick, Moon in Scorpio in the 12th. That's him like having all these different women, the women being jealous, the women hating each other. Rita Marley in particular suspecting Bob of seeing this one and that one and all that. But this also deals with the home invasion that took place. So remember I said Moon and Scorpio could deal with intruders, burglary, but I don't think I mentioned home invasion, but that is one of the possible manifestations. So his home was invaded and he was shot up. Him and his some of his bandmates were shot, had to go to the hospital and stuff. So an attempt was made on his life with that Moon and Scorpio with a home invasion. But then he also had an infected toe. And that's represented by Moon and Scorpio in the 12th house. So that infected toe led to his death. But then again, I'm like, sometimes I do wonder, was he murdered? But I don't got time to get all up in there. So Moon and Scorpio in the 12th house, very influential as a musician, the home invasion, him being a serial cheater. You could say he was a sex addict with that Moon and Scorpio in the 12th, the jealous women, and also again the toe. that became infected and later became, I guess it became cancerous. Denise Richards. I had to include her up in here because she's an example of a filthy home. Now, I had posted the short, or it was a short video on YouTube already about this, and I had found this news information out while I was working on the Scorpio moon video, and I wasn't even thinking about including her until I saw that news clip, and I was like, oh shit, you coming along for the ride, nasty. So yeah, she got moon in Scorpio opposing Saturn and Taurus. That is a classic hoarder aspect. That moon in Scorpio in the sixth house is representing all the dogs she had and all the dog shit and piss that was all up in the house that her ex-husband was complaining about. But she got this grand cross in her chart involving the moon, Saturn, and the nodes. That grand cross. Oh yeah, when I was talking about the nodes, I was talking about Denise Richards. My eyes shifted to the wrong part. But yeah, so this grand cross is representing the long ordeal that she's in with her ex-husband. But also the fact that she has moon square Mercury makes me think that she's mentally ill. She got some mental health issues going on. And she looks kind of mentally ill right here. Now, filthy house, all those dogs that she had, and she had other animals too all up in there. Her being a hoarder, that's moon opposition Saturn, not being able to throw anything away. And then last but not least, we got Shaquille O'Neal. He is the only Pisces example I have for the Scorpio moon, but that Scorpio moon really is fitting because mainly his ex-wife Shawnee O'Neal, I think she was able to get a lot of money out of him with alimony and child support, but this could deal with the other women that he has dealt with that have put him on blast and leaked out stuff to the media. Like there was one woman in particular, she was on social media talking about, yeah, Shaq, I was with Shaq last night and stuff like that. So that's coming into play. Now, the fact that his moon in Scorpio is opposing Saturn in Gemini, back to what I was saying about Shawnee O'Neal getting all that money, that's like where she's able to get money from all his businesses, perhaps, or at least the ones he created when he was married to her. So, if you don't know, Shaq is a shrewd businessman. Like he has a number of franchises, businesses. He has Shaq's Big Chicken on Carnival Cruises. Like the man be doing the damn thing on the business tip, but messing around with Shawnee, he has to basically divvy up a lot of the proceeds of his businesses and give it right over to her. Now, he got Moon Sesqui Square Chiron and Aries, which is pointing to the injuries. And then he got Moon Quincunx Chiron and Aries. And I see that as women wanting Shaquille O'Neal for his money and not for himself, and how that bothers him a lot of times. And the moon is also in quincunx with his Venus and Aries as well. Wait, did I say? I mean, yeah, moon quincunx ascendant and Venus in Aries is pointing to the women just wanting him for his money and not really wanting him for him. And then, of course, I got to tell my little story of when I met Shaq. So I told this story before, but for those that never heard this story before, so back in the day when Shaquille O'Neal was playing for the Orlando Magic, I attended the Orlando Magic Sixers basketball game in Philly. And I had purchased tickets for my boyfriend because he was really into basketball. So I was like, oh, for his birthday, I'm going to get floor seats to the Orlando Magic Philadelphia 76ers basketball game. So we had floor seats because I'm that type. I like to go big when it comes to buying gifts for people and stuff, if my money allows. So I purchased the floor seats. I remember it was like over $100 back then. Wasn't like compared to now, I can't even imagine how much floor seats cost. But we were right underneath one of the baskets. That's how close we were to the basketball players. And we were the closest to the Orlando Magic bench. Little did my boyfriend know I had a dual agenda. So
I really wanted to go to the basketball game because I had a big crush on Penny Hardaway. And back then, it was all about Shaq and Penny. Hardaway, I think he was a point guard, and Shaq, he was a center, I think, or is he a power forward? Who knows? But anyway, I know I could have been getting the checks, y'all, especially when I break down some of these aspects between our charts. So, mind you, I'm sitting down, floor seats, behind the basket, and every time Shaq is on the bench, he's staring at me, like he keeps looking at me. And then finally, when our eyes lock, he mouths to me. He's like, "Hi, how you doing?" Like you know how his lips are pretty prominent, so I could clearly read his lips. He said, "Hi, how you doing?" to me, even though my boyfriend was sitting right next to me. You know, when a man got money like that, a lot of times they don't care. But that let me know if I would have finagled my way backstage or whatever, or back to the locker room or see him after the game. This was before he even got with Shawnee, I think. That could have been my man. That could have been my husband. And I could have been getting the spousal support and the child support, but I couldn't see myself being with somebody like Shaq. But anyway, so I looked at my chart against his, and his South Node is conjoined to my Saturn in Leo, and it's only like 1 degree away. So his Leo South Node at the third degree, my Saturn is at the second degree of Leo. That's him seeing me at the game. And then his Mercury in Aries is in sextile to my Saturn in Leo. His Pluto in Libra is in sextile to my Saturn in Leo. And it was some other things that we have go, but I'm gonna tell you what went on work. His Chiron in Aries was squaring my moon and ascendant in Capricorn. That wouldn't have worked. I would have been belittling the hell out of him. And he would have felt so disrespected by me. So yeah, I basically and then my Mercury and Sun and Neptune squaring his Pisces Sun. So yeah, I would have been making him feel small. And I heard he got a small dick. Wasn't Superhead with him? And she basically spilled the tea on him. I think she said he was kind of small. But yeah, that just lets you know my potential, y'all. I could have been a rich bitch. But that just also shows you my heart because I've never been the gold digger type. Because trust and believe, I was a little bit of a looker back in my day when I had the youth, when I was all nice and trim and slim. So I could pull some dudes like Shaq and stuff, even though Shaq is no looker, but he is, he was a millionaire at the time. But yeah, it just shows I'm not all about the money. I'm not a gold digger, or else I would have snagged one of those basketball players back in the day, or a singer or something. But obviously, the Lord had different plans for me. The Lord wanted me to fucking struggle, obviously, with my Capricorn moon. But anyway, I just want to thank everybody for staying up with me. I know I dragged this live stream out, but I wanted to be thorough. I wanted to be all encompassing. I wanted to be very involved with this Scorpio video. So I hope y'all enjoyed it. I hope y'all learned something. And like I said, I'm thinking about splitting up this video since it's so long. Let me see where we're at right now. Yes, it started streaming 5 hours ago. I think I'm gonna chop this video up, and that way people can watch different parts of the video and don't have to search through all of the parts of the video for pertinent parts that deal with them or whatever, or that interest them. Also, again, consider signing up for my workshop. It's going to be about Saturn and Aries. The workshop is going to be hosted on October 19th, which is a Sunday. It's going to be hosted via Zoom. The link to purchase a ticket for the workshop is in the description section. And also, I do readings. So if you are interested in getting a reading, you could go to my website. The link is in the description section. Actually, I'm going to type in my website right now. If you want to just go to my website right now and check and see what I offer in terms of my services. But I offer phone readings, video readings, written reports, synastry, which is compatibility. Hey, what? What? Wait, wait, wait. It won't even let me type the damn thing in. Okay, here it is. But yeah, if you need some guidance, if you need some answers, if you want to relocate somewhere and you're not sure where you would go, what would be good, I also do relocation readings. I do those via the phone or video readings. So go to my website, purchase a reading. I'll be at your service. And stay tuned. I got another video coming up, another sponsored video coming up very soon because I'm gonna put a rush on that one because I need to stop dragging my feet with these videos. But yeah, if anybody would like to sponsor a video, send me an email with video sponsorship on the subject line. And in the email, just write who you would like me to do a reading on. It could be about something about yourself. It could be something about somebody you know. It could be a celebrity. It could be about an aspect. I can do that video for you and we will discuss the sponsorship fee. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Shout out to my Diggable Planets. Thanks, y'all. Shout out to my moderators. Also, shout out to my patrons. If you would like to join my Patreon, you can. Oh, and I got to do the Arcana card of the week. I got to do that tomorrow. So, patrons, stay tuned for the Arcana card and the Tarot card of the week. Also, I'm planning on doing a celebrity video for patrons only. Stay tuned for that very soon as well. I think y'all gonna appreciate that one. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Did I say shout out to all my clients, my subscribers? That, yeah, it's late. Let me go to bed. Good night, everyone. I hope everybody has a wonderful week. And I hope I could go live again before next Sunday. That's going to be the goal for this week. So hopefully that will be possible. Peace, many blessings. I love you all. Thank you so much. And out.